in your shoes, a year and a half ago, and it was hard to give up an afternoon, a whole day to devote to training. But the biggest thing is you're here, so you obviously see the value and importance of being at these events, and I hope that at the end you leave feeling inspired and really realize that this was a good investment of your time. When you're the CEO of your own business and you put on that hat, it makes these things something that is non-negotiable and vital to your growth as opposed to success for your business. How many of you are new coaches? Under 30 days? 60 days? Okay. So, thank you for coming, because I know that there's so many coaches out there who don't think they can be successful, so they don't come to these events. And so if you're here, I'm very proud of you. And more than anything, this is a new training that's offered. I got certified in September in Arizona, along with other 5-star diamond coaches or elite coaches. And if you are a 5-star or elite coach, now or in the future, you can take part in these trainings so that you can go out there and train people. This is going to build your business. This is going to help you educate other people, and this is something that's great for your team. I shared this with my team, just in conversation. The bulk of my team really comes from this area because I was raised in Northern California. But this is the third one that I've taught, and it's different every time because as a coach, I grow through personal development and experiences I have. And I don't know how you guys learn, but for me, I learn better in these certain situations because there's less distractions, and because for me, I learn better when I give experiences. So you're going to hear a lot of things that go on, and I really like an informal setting because I don't want you to come here and be bored. I don't think anybody likes to go to trainings that are boring. And I really would love your feedback at the end because that helps me market this, because we want more people to come to these trainings. When you hear the word training, it sounds boring. And then it's like you get up early, you're driving more than 50, 60 miles, and you're leaving your family, people want to come. So I hope that you do share your feedback at the end. If you can, you can post an event invite, but it will help other people see the value of coming here. And it really doesn't matter if you're a 30-day-old coach, 60-day-old coach, 2, 3-year-old coach. There's so much valuable information, and you can get so much more out of live trainings versus reading things in the back office or watching videos. So I hope that you just shared that. The basis behind this is just so that you can really learn exactly how to facilitate the 3 vital behaviors. Do all of you know what the 3 vital behaviors are? Okay, good. That's great. So, it's so basic because what we do on a whole is so big, and it's really hard to get this into 3 little statements. So I'm going to elaborate on that, and I hope, my biggest thing is I'm so passionate about what I do, and it's because I have embraced all 3 vital behaviors, and I push it within my team more than anything. So I'm going to start off with this video. Some of you may have seen it. It was shown at Summit.
All of our people drink the shakes each day.
feature from Carl and Jeff Hill and Michael Neiman. And that's what I love about our company is that, you know, we're really informal. And that's one thing I'm going to share about these trainings is that I don't want it to be boring. So if you have something to say, you know, just say it, because I think all of our trainings, the Super Saturdays and Agile in Houston are really great because we're just like friends talking in a room. You know, obviously you don't want to interrupt your fellow coach, but, you know, this is an informal thing. If you have something to say, shout it out, and, you know, that's what makes it fun. And hearing feedback from other people, even though I'm the facilitator, this is, you know, you're the ones out there in the trenches too, and you have experiences, and I still learn from other coaches, even new coaches, things to do, and that's the best thing about these events is you get to speak to other people, and you learn about their best practices and their techniques and the things that they hear, because, you know, we hear a lot of the same objections and things over and over again in stories, but there's always one that you're like, whoa, I haven't heard that one before, and so sometimes it's nice to hear from other people. So the biggest thing is if you went to Super Saturday, you heard testimonials, right, from people, and that is part of the 3 Vital Behaviors to be proof that the product works. And that's not just about I've lost, you know, 50 inches or 100 pounds, or I, you know, dropped my cholesterol by, you know, X amount of points. There's so much more to this. So we have some success stories today from my team, Relentless, and the first person is Leslie. She's had a really great story, and I will ask her to get up here and share with you how she has embraced 3 Vital Behaviors and really become the CEO of her own business. Yeah.
I'm glad I was going to leave next. That's a really good thing. Good. So we're very lucky to have Mitch with us. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Good thing I watched the leading podcast over there. Make your voice project, right? That's all this is. I did podcast.
We want to build your tribe, or we listen to build your tribe. Yeah, you have to download that. Yeah, it's a podcast. Yeah, podcast app. Podcast app.
It's working. Okay. Like Minnie said, my name is Leslie Wood. I have been a coach since March 30th of last year, so coming on 1 year. And Melissa, my coach, is here. I think I was a coach only about 2 or 3 weeks, and we had decided to go to our first Super Saturday in Sacramento. So we drove 2.5 hours. I had a 5-month-old baby at home, so we were pumping on the highway, which is kind of our theme as we go through the story. Pumping on I-5 as we go to our first Super Saturday, which was so crucial to me dedicating, like becoming a lifer to Beachbody. Hearing the stories there and hearing people's transformations and things that they go through are just what make you realize that we're all just normal people. So we went to Super Saturday. I was an Emerald coach. I was so excited because I got a little plastic bracelet for being an Emerald coach. So just these little recognitions are so great. A couple months later, Melissa found out she was pregnant, and so my husband was trying to, my biggest supporter, was trying to get me to go to Summit in Las Vegas. And I was fighting him. I thought, I don't know why. It was kind of like a mental block. I wasn't huge at the time into my personal development. And I didn't want to leave my 3-year-old and my son, he was 7 months old, with someone else for 4 days, because he said he'd go with me. Then Melissa called me and said, I was on my way to work at like 6:30 in the morning. She said, let's go to Summit. I turned to him and said, we're going to Summit. He was upset because he didn't get to go, but I trusted him staying home with the babies. So we went to Summit, drove 14 hours each way, pumping in the car with every big rig driver looking over. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Melissa hits like a big old metal, we don't know what it was, in the middle of the car. She's pregnant, like, stay in the car, you're not getting out. Got my taser, got my flashlight on my phone, under the car. These memories are just priceless that you get. So we get to Summit, words, I can't explain to you how many have been summoned. Okay, I don't know how you can explain in words what you take from Summit, except if you were to imagine like your perfect high school experience where everybody spoke with everybody and everybody was just, you could be waiting in line for a workshop and you're going to turn around and the person behind you, the person in front of you, everybody's going to talk to you. Everybody makes you feel welcome and you're just on top of the world. It's the best feeling ever. So I was sold. If you don't have your ticket for Summit, buy it today. I don't care how you're going to get there, you figure it out. You drive 14 hours. So, I began becoming more consistent in my business, doing the 3 Vital Behaviors. And the more personal development I did, which is, to me, the most important. Obviously, they're all important, that's why they're called vital. But with more personal development, I started to dislike my job more and more. I worked at a plumbing and heating company, so I helped people just like we're helping people. But every person I helped was upset, mad, and thought that their leaky faucet was more important than the person without hot water. So, in that business I worked at for almost 11 years, and the office manager was very verbally abusive. I finally decided, because of Beachbody, on August 25th, that I wasn't going to put up with it anymore. The office manager was screaming and yelling at me, and I walked out. So like Mindy, she was able to fire her boss, but because of Beachbody, when I went back to work after I left, they fired me. So I had the perfect excuse to walk away. I could have called up Melissa and said, I lost my job. I don't have the money to be a coach. I can't afford Shakeology. And instead, put my nose down and went to work and realized that this is the best blessing that I've ever been given. So I practice the 3 Vital Behaviors every single day. And I became a diamond coach 2 days ago. I have big goals ahead of me. I just want to leave you with this one thing. Every person in this room is a leader. You're leading your team just by being here today, whether you know it or not. So, a leader is just a person that stands up in the spotlight and says, this is who I am, this is what I do, and this is what I stand for. So shoot for the moon, because if we fall short, you'll land amongst the stars. Thank you.
That was amazing, wasn't it? Leslie, she wanted to shoot me. I think her video strangled me when I asked her, when I actually called her up and said, Leslie, speak. And she's like, what? She's done a great job. I love Leslie because she does not reinvent the wheel. She asks for help. She never gives me excuses. And she just goes out and does it. And she immediately implements it. And I've seen huge, tremendous growth mentally and emotionally. That is how you become a successful coach. It doesn't matter if you lost 100 pounds or have, 6 to 8 pack abs. If you don't have the mindset that you can be the leader and if you do not follow the directions, and it's not my way, it's what other coaches have done, and it's what corporate, teaches us to do, which are facilitated through these kind of training. But these are the things that are vital to your growth as a coach. And she has definitely learned it from her sponsor, Melissa, who's going to be speaking next, who she just earned her 2-star qualification. Yes, it's Saturday. I'm off. And she sponsored 3 lifetime diamonds already in like a year and 2 weeks of being a coach. And she's amazing. And there's no excuses. She has her daughter here. She's grown her business while being pregnant, while encountering all of these different things that many of you probably have experienced. So, anyways, I'm gonna have her share her story.
Good morning. So, like Leslie, she was doing, but really it was for selfish reasons why I didn't Beachbody. I needed to lose some weight. I wasn't happy with the way that I looked, and I was doing insanity. I quit twice. And so after a year and multiple conversations with Mindy, I finally took the plunge and I told her, I'm probably gonna quit. Just so you know, like, I quit everything. I've done diet pills, I've done those stupid wrap things, like, everything. I've done it and quit everything. So, I didn't expect for this to turn into what it's turned into. Going to live events has really transformed my way of seeing this business and who I am as a leader. Since Leslie and I took that 2.5-hour trip, and she pumped, and we made the commitment, we were never going to miss another Super Saturday, and we haven't. Super Saturday, January, I was 2 days away from being taken into the hospital to have my baby, and my husband's like, you're crazy, why are you doing this? It's a non-negotiable for me. I have to get to these events. One, to show my team that it's important, but two, for myself. These are the things that drive my business every single day. Hearing from corporate, seeing my peers, collaborating with other people, this is what drives me every single day. Driving to Summit 14 hours at night and 5 weeks pregnant, sick to my stomach, going to multiple workshops, like everyone's partying in Vegas, and I'm a party girl. So I was like, oh my God, this is the worst ever. Like, having to go back to my room and puke while Leslie went to other seminars. We roomed with people we didn't know, which was awkward. We get in at like 2:30 in the morning and we're knocking at the door. And we're like, hi, can we squeeze into the bed there? Like, and they didn't want to sleep in separate beds, so it's really awkward because Leslie and I had to crawl into 2 separate beds, people we didn't know. So, really, really, really weird. But watching and listening to the keynote speakers and the leaders there, and being able to walk up and have conversations with people that I had been following through before my journey had even started was like Leslie said, it's like your greatest high school moment. But for me, it was like a movie scene. Like, I was like walking and seeing, for me, it was like celebrity people. You're like, oh my God, there's Lucy that way. Oh my gosh, she's eating right there. I can touch her. And I put so much heart and soul into this business. Meeting Mindy for the first time, it was so emotional for me because she's become a part of my family. And I can't tell you how important, like Leslie said, getting to these life events are. Investing in yourself, personal development. My past career is leadership, and I was taught that as well. I hate reading, but get an audiobook. If you have a commute to work, if you have time to work cooking dinner, make sure you're investing in your business every single day. I haven't let anything be an excuse. I know a lot of people question whether or not I was going to continue my journey when I became pregnant. That's more of a driver. I have 2 little boys at home that I have to spend in daycare when they're sick. I have a little girl now that I go back to work in April. I had a call with corporate yesterday, and he's like, how do we make you not go back? And I told him, it scares the crap out of me to think that I would leave my job. I'm afraid of being successful. Like Mindy said, I just hit my 2-star qualifying. This is it. I'm not one special. There's nothing great about me. I had a really tragic, terrible childhood. I have a lot of effed up things that happened, but I'm refusing to make those things shape my life, and I'm making inviting a part of my daily routine every single day. I'm cheating myself, and you're cheating everyone if you are not inviting people to this opportunity. I can't tell you how many times I see other MLMs scroll through my feed, and I constantly, even on the way here, I was thinking, what are they doing to be successful? Because I know what we're doing. I know what corporate is doing, and I know what the leadership, Big Team Relentless, and my coaches and other organizations are doing. I can't even, I could go on forever about how crucial the 3 Vital Behaviors are, and I applaud everyone for being in this room. If this is your first live event, make sure that you attend every other event, because I promise you, if you are consistent and you would do all of these things and you show up every single day for your business, it will work for you. It may not happen overnight. It takes a lot of work. You're going to have to sacrifice. I hear people tell me all the time, I don't have time. You don't have time, or you don't want to make time. Because I see you on Facebook constantly. I see you posting all these other things, or talking about your favorite shows. There's things that you have to sacrifice to make this business work. So if you want it, work for it. Make it a non-negotiable. Show up every single day and work your ass off.
We had our first call. First time I ever heard her voice. And we cried on the phone together, you know, and her goal was to come home. And really what the biggest thing was for her, I think she watched me. She watched me in the childhood. She watched what I did to become successful. And in January when we talked, I was 2.5 months into becoming since I became a full-time coach. And she watched me. She watched what I had done to get to that point. She watched my life unfold. And in February, she took the plunge. And then in March, she watched me travel with my family and go on, you know, my second 3 Success Club trip through Beachbody and be gone from home 21 days out of 31 days. Or no, like 23 days. And my business still grew. That was my highest month at that point. And, you know, and she did everything that I had done. I didn't even have to tell her. I would recommend it. Well, maybe you should just say I done it and it works. And she wasn't doing it my way, but she was just doing what she saw me do and succeed. And she duplicated that. And she has never deviated. And one thing that I pride her on is that she never has given me an excuse. She's never told me no. She has never told me I can't, I won't. There's some things she's like, I just don't understand. Like, let's have a call. You know, and I watch her team do the same thing. Les is the same way. Very attentive, doesn't question it, and doesn't, you know, try to reinvent the wheel. That was one thing that I heard very early on as a coach. So if you are a coach, especially if you're a new coach, the one thing I'm telling you over and over again, don't reinvent the wheel. Everything is there. Don't tell me you can't do it when you have never followed any of the 3 Vital Behaviors and done them successfully. I'm not talking about, oh, you do it, you know, 3 out of 7 days. Don't tell me you don't know how to find people say no when you're not following an invitation guide. We'll get to that. But don't tell me you can't. She's done exactly what I've told her to do, what she's watched me do. She takes the initiative and she gets the no and I can't and I won't and the but, and it's easier for you. She's taken that off the table. And she's very easy to work with. She's coachable. All of you can attain exactly what I have achieved and she's achieved as long as you're coachable. And if you're not coachable now, it doesn't mean you can't be. So I wanted to move on to the next person who is one of my, is one of my best friends, Louise. She lives about 30 miles from me. She flew in from Texas with me. This is the first time she's been in California, I think. She's going to be, she has a good success story. She has we have a long history, but she's going to, you know, highlight more of weight loss and health and 3 Vital Behaviors.
Can y'all hear me? Yes. Do I need the microphone? No. Okay. I'm sure the recorder can hear me too. Hi, again, my name is Louise. I originally became a coach get you a discount, right? So I decided to become a coach. Well, my health kind of took a turn that had nothing to do with, it was all my fault. In 2007, backing up a little bit, in 2007, my adrenals collapsed on me. I was a huge sugar-free Red Bull drinker. And I'm talking about huge. I had a very demanding job. I worked a lot of hours. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Texas A&M Fighting Aggie football team, but I spent a lot of hours with that football team for my job, and so I drank a lot of sugar-free Red Bull to keep up with the hours that I had to invest in my job. And in September of 2007, I had a lower back surgery. And apparently all the hours I was spending working and all of the sugar-free Red Bull I was cramming into my body, along with every diet pill on the market that I had tried, I had stressed my adrenals really, really bad. Everything that you do, every single thing that you do every single day has an impact on your adrenal system. That is your fight or flight system. And after I had the back surgery, I came through that like flying color. Boy, that was simple as a pie, right? Well, December, I collapsed, immediately put in the hospital. They told my family they didn't know if I was going to come out. They didn't know, they couldn't guarantee if I was going to live. I was on medical leave for almost a year, and it took them a long time to pull me out of, I was in the hospital for months, like months. It took them a long time to figure out what was wrong with me. And I ended up having something called Addison's disease. 1 in 100,000 people has it. My adrenals had completely collapsed on me. I had so much stress on them with all of the diet pills and all of the sugar-free Red Bull, all of the hours that I was doing everything that was not productive to my body or my life, that I had completely run my body down, and my adrenals just couldn't handle anymore. And when I had the surgery, what was left of my fight or flight system trying to heal my back just couldn't handle it. I had gone through so much stuff trying to figure out what I was going to do to heal. Cortisol is produced in the adrenals, and cortisol is required to live. You have to have it. When adrenaline is released in the body, cortisol is what is released to calm the adrenaline down to keep you from having a heart attack. So you have to have cortisol. Well, I didn't have cortisol anymore because my adrenals collapsed, and cortisol is produced in the adrenals. And so I have to take steroids every day to replace cortisol. That is the only natural substitute for cortisol. So I gained over 100 pounds very quickly. I ate every cookie, cracker, sandwich. I ate about 2.5 boxes of those toaster strudels, like the raspberry ones, the toaster strudels. I ate about 2.5 boxes every 3 days. If I could shoot my arm off, I will. I ate like crazy at first because they had me on the highest dosage allowed by the FDA to try to keep me alive. I was extremely sick. So I gained over 100 pounds very quickly. And finally, I just was so desperate trying to figure out what was going on. I came upon an article that told me about all these minerals and things like that would help you. So I started taking all these natural minerals and vitamins and things like that, built up in signed on as a coach, and I kind of started falling backwards with my health a little bit. I started getting sick a little bit, and I started getting sick a little bit, and I did not think that I was just worthy of coaching. I was like, I just can't do this, and I was sick, and my personal development wasn't great, and I quit, y'all. I went diamond in 90 days. I went diamond in 90 days. The second person, I was her first diamond. I was the second person in Diesel Nation, our big team, to go diamond in 90 days, and I left the business. Okay? Completely left. Left everything. Mindy acquired everything that was underneath me. I took the time to pull myself together, though. I invested in personal development in myself. I decided to get healthy. You know, I did what I was supposed to do. I took that time and reinvested in myself. I really got deep into personal development because I knew that's what I needed to do. As Melissa was saying, I had a really crappy childhood. Melissa and I have become very close friends. And my childhood really screwed some stuff up for me, and so I had to really go back and dig deep and think about where did some of my behaviors come from. They weren't because of the people around me. They weren't because of what other people they were doing. It was because of how I was responding and reacting to what was going on around me. I was responsible for that. So I had to decide what I was going to do. I decided to dig deep into personal development, continue drinking my Shakeology, and I got healthy. When I was ready, and actually, Mindy and I had a little blowout at the time, right? And so I decided I was ready to come back. Yeah, we did. We were a little hot. We were. So when I decided that I was ready to come back to the business, I went to Mindy. She was like, "Are you sure you want me to be your coach?" I was like, "Yeah. I don't want anybody else to be my coach. I know who I want to be my coach. I know who I click with, even when we fuss and fight, because I know who's going to tell me the truth, right? I know who I can tell the truth to, and I know who's going to tell me the truth to, and that's who I want to be my coach." So we're going to start from day one again, and that's what we did. I got my diamond back, and if it had not been for personal development, digging deep into personal development, I would not be where I am today. The diamond then would not have gotten up here and spoken. The diamond then would have said, "I'm not going to live events." I made excuses, but I'm like, I don't have time, I don't have this, I don't have that. I would not go to events. I would wait until the last minute and say, I'm not going to go to events. I just can't come today. I don't feel good. My daughter has something going on. I found every excuse to not go. And it wasn't because of things going on around me. It was because of how I was reacting. There is a difference between reaction and response. And you have to decide, are you going to react to your environment, or are you going to respond to your environment? And that is going to make every difference in the world in your business. Personal development is what's going to help you change that. Getting to live events is what's going to help you change that. Being in the surrounding of your business partners is going to help you change that. Because right now, you're in the surrounding of your partners. Every single one of us is a business partner. We're not here to work against you, we're here to work with you. Other people at the live events, they're not there to work against you, we're there to work with you. And let me tell you this, invite, be proof the product works, personal development. If any one of these is off in your business is off. If you're not doing just one of these, your business is off. Even like when you're pregnant, if you're not drinking your Shakeology, or there may be times when, like pregnancy is a total logical excuse where you're not going to be able to do things, but it's not because you've chosen not to do them. It's because you have a valid reasoning. But if you're just choosing to not do it because you don't want to do it, then your business is going to suffer because of it. When you're choosing to not do those things, your business is going to suffer from it. So when you go to your coach and you say, I don't know why my business is suffering, you need to step back
It is amazing. Melissa and Calman and I were kind of a different breed, I guess. But I will tell you, Melissa was in the corporate world, and it was a little bit different than Leslie and Louise and I a year ago wouldn't be up here. And that didn't come from anything other than personal development. So we'll get into that at the end. So, those are kind of long stories. We're going to fly through this. True leadership. True leadership requires serving others full time. Potential leaders are ready and willing to do so. And that kind of ties in with Leslie's last, sentence of her sharing her story. We are big in Team Beachbody on recognition. How many of you listen to the National Wake Up Call? Regularly? Every Monday? Or what, every week? All right. Pretty good. Pretty good. You hear in the beginnings that there's tons of recognition, and you hear a lot these last couple weeks because of the cup, especially in Diesel Nation, because we've got some special stuff going on. But you hear it at the end of the year a lot too. Like the recognition numbers are about 12 minutes long. If you go to the back office under the recognition tab, does everybody know what that is in the hotel man office? Okay, we are big on recognition. There are so many programs, whether it's Success Starters, the apparel is huge on recognition. I get messages all the time saying, I wish I was part of Diesel Nation or Team of Business, and people have seen the recognition we give one another because we are family, and we're very lucky to be part of that. And even if you're not part of our team, we welcome you into our family to be part of it, and that is huge. A lot of people don't get that. How many times have you worked really hard in corporate America and never gotten a raise, never got a Christmas bonus, never got a change in vacation day, never got even said good job? How many of you worked your tail off and somebody else got the promotion you wanted? How many of you worked your tail off and been fired or laid off after years of, diligent service? Yeah. And this year we have to see our own business. If we do our job and we help people, we build this company up. We market it correctly. When we do right as coaches, it helps all your business. Because when people get a good testimony, the word of mouth is the best way to market something. So somebody may tell somebody, may tell somebody, may tell your potential customer. And so this business isn't going right. Have you looked at the food? Have you turned on TV? Have you seen people? This industry is not going anywhere, and we are cut above any other company. We aren't the best company because of what we offer, not the products. Even Tony Horton said, guys, P90X bars. There's other protein bars other than the design, but people will pick us because Beachbody has integrity. Because we're a team of badass coaches. We are Team Beachbody because we are community and we become a family. Like I said, Melissa watched me. Louise and I, we had a little, whatever she called it, I don't know what she called it, but everything's good. She's one of my best friends, and she's been my rock, and I've been her rock at times, and we're family. There's unconditional love. And so, the biggest thing is recognition. So, as part of this, if you'll stand up if you're an Emerald Coach, so we can give you a hand. To help people achieve their goals and lead healthy, fulfilling lives. That is our mission statement. And, I've only been a coach for 3 years, and other coaches have been coaches 6, 7 years, but I have watched this company stick to their mission. And they've not compromised their integrity. If you've been around as long as me, you know that vanilla Shakeology is fairly new, and people were like, I don't do vanilla, all these other companies do it. And if you know that background behind it is because you can, at the time, there was no way for them, with the research they've done, to make a vanilla protein shake or meal replacement shake or anything that on the market, it wasn't full of artificial flavorings and colors. The vanilla in its natural state did not taste good. So all these other protein shakes and stuff on the market are full of sugar. And you're gonna be like, well, I like my shake because it tastes like cake batter. Well, it's not what we have the ingredients for cake batter. There's a little extra protein in there. And they didn't do that. Yes, they could have made a lot more money. Yes, they could have reached a lot more people and have a lot more satisfied people. Those people that are like, I get tired of drinking chocolate and green berries. Okay, you don't even know them please. So, but they went and put the time and the research and the energy and the effort to find a vanilla that was, they stuck to their integrity of, healthy, nutritious food. So I've watched them never compromise their integrity, and that's helped me model my business and the way I coach towards that. So again, all you have to duplicate is what you see. They've been a successful company, and I've watched them, treat all the coaches with, nothing but care, concern, and love. This right here is having us get trained to be the 3 Vital Behaviors Facilitators is for you. You're not getting paid to do this. Everything that, the cost incurred goes to the facility and traveling and everything, but this is all for you. And they say, do not charge coaches, you're not make a profit. This is here to help you. So this is pretty much free. I mean, if you think about it, it's amazing. Okay. The biggest part is you lead with your heart. And that's how I got over my fear of speaking, and same with these ladies. They put their heart in. You saw Leslie cry. I remember crying with Melissa. It was hard not to cry, but I had gin in my hand, so I didn't cry. This is the thing. If you have to find your passion. You will not find your passion by just pushing, playing, doing 30 minutes of 21-day fix for 21 days. You won't. You have to get involved in the community. You have to change your mindset with personal development. And so this is the biggest thing. But I want you to remember that if you put your heart, mind, and soul, even in the small facts, this is the secret of success. And like Melissa said, it takes patience, it takes time. But some of you are thinking a year from now, it's a really long time. A year's flown by when you're actually living it. If you're looking at the future, like, oh God, the next successful trip's a whole year from now, for a long time, it will be here before you know it. So, and the time's going to go by regardless. This really goes in to show you right here. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, see, okay. Really well. I'll describe it to you. Like I said, we are a community that is a family that loves to support one another. And I would like this that, if you were a local plumber and there was another local plumber who came in your community, would you help them with giving your best practices and your trade secrets? Would you help them go out and become a better plumber? Probably not. In this business, we help one another. And this right here is with us at California in September 2013. It's a leadership retreat. I hope all of you have it on your dream board for this year. It's in October in Coronado, California. So we had this event. It's basically teaching leadership and teamwork. And you had to pick a bandana out. We didn't really know why. We put it wherever you wanted to. And you were assigned to teams based on your bandana. So like my coach and her sister and I, we were the only ones from our teams in 2013 there. So I'll grab the same one. I think it was Doug Moss. Like, no. You get different ones. So we were paired with all these strengths. Yes?
So sorry to interrupt, but what is the name of the conference? I want to put it on now.
So what?
The name of the conference.
Oh, it's a leadership retreat. Yes, and if you go into the recognition tab, I think, or the rewards tab, and go to all the office, you'll see it. It's every year in their September, October committee, but it's in Coronado, California. You have to be 2-star? 5-star. Oh, 5-star for mine. Yeah, I go to 2-star to go to the one in California. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at the details. I just say don't look at that tab. But we mixed it here, and so anyway, we had these rocks that were like skinny, big, heavy rocks. They were breaking and busting out. But what you have to do is put them like here to here and never touch your foot on the grass. If you touch your foot on the grass, you had to go to back. And you had to do this teamwork. So we moved their people on each other's backs, as you can see here. And then we had hold each other's hands, and we're all in really awkward positions. And it was amazing to watch these teams who were trying different tactics and they were working together. And there were some who, were struggling and kept having to go back to the beginning. And, I watched it where at some point when we're getting close to the end, we're looking at everybody instead of worrying about what we're doing. So this is the thing, that they teach us leadership because they're a teamwork. You are the CEO of your own business. You are responsible for your own actions and your own success. but you don't have to do it alone. And I mean, think about the challenge groups. This is the biggest thing, is working as a team. And if you don't master working as a team and being a team player and, you know, calling and helping other people, you're really going to suck at life. I mean, really, because you think if you can't get that right, if you work full time, you're going to have problems on the job site. You're going to have problems with your friends if you want to go somewhere for a girls' trip or a family vacation with other families and you don't know how to work as a team player. If you are trying to co-parent with your spouse, if you don't understand teamwork, and how to work together, you know, as leaders, but together at the same time, you're going to struggle. So this is the thing that we teach you. The best thing is that we do have the power to end the trend of obesity through all of this. Each one of us, single-handedly. All of you help, you know, probably at least one person, and that's yourself. And if the emerald stand stood up, I know you at least help 2 people. That's what we're all about. Yes, we have Success Club. Yes, we have all these trips. But if you don't remember that you're helping people, you're not going to succeed. You will have very, very short-lived success. So I want you to remember more than anything that we preach teamwork and focusing on people. And when you do that, and you put your heart and your soul into it, you find your passion, it becomes evident, you will succeed. Here's the video that I want to share with you where we just demonstrate the power of people's life. Sorry if you can't see it. Maybe here.
Life at 470 pounds was rough. I couldn't dress myself. My wife had to put my shoes on, my socks. I couldn't play with my kids. I cannot believe my wife didn't leave the day my daughter ate 7 fudgesicles in 45 minutes. That was the moment that basically told me that I needed to change my life for my children, and I needed to be a positive, healthy role model for them. I didn't come back because it seemed like something that I can do and still get the results that I got. I lost 212 pounds in 10 months. I work out sometimes 3 times a day, and before I couldn't even walk from my chair to my bedroom. Support you get from each one in general, but especially the coaches. They're there for you. I know that when I do my workout, when I give it my all, I'm going to get results. My story is a story of a guy that was waiting to die. Now, it's a story of a guy that can't wait to live.
Did anybody see that video? You know, the purpose of this training is to identify the most leveraged activities, take action, and create results. Because what you heard in this story, you can see it, is what people are living. That's the American dream. You know, and everybody has this story. And when you focus on people and you build relationships with them, you find their why. It was so sad. I remember hearing that when I was at the summit this last year, and he said, I can't believe my wife didn't leave me. And there's so many people who are stuck in these lives and these habits and this body that they're miserable, and they know that it's not going to lead to a happy life. They know that it's affecting their family, and they don't know how to change things. How many of you are set in your ways and things that you know is not really productive to your and you try to change it? Okay. I read something today, but I actually want to share because I read it. I thought it was good. Let me find it. It says the law of wholeness. Just because the monkey is off your back, it doesn't mean the circus has left town. This comes from this preacher, and I'm not a religious person, but I went to his church in Houston, and he's amazing. He's a recovering alcoholic, which is the same type of thing that people think that you have to be perfect as a coach. We all have some crazy stories. We all tell you my straight dinner. I don't tell it here now, but I mean, you don't have to be perfect. But he said, I can boast of having overcome several bad habits and difficult problems, and it would be mostly true, but my bravado would be misleading. For example, I no longer drink, but an alcoholic bragging about not drinking is like a cowboy with hemorrhoids bragging out about riding a horse. The truth is that we all are strugglers. Each of us has unconquered demons. None of us are finished products. Continue to do to battle your dark side, stay humble. Just because the monkey is off your back doesn't mean the circus is left hand. So there's people out there who have these things where they know that they need to find help. And that's where building a relationship with people helps. Because the thing is, you may help them complete, the first round of 21-day fix. My best friend just completed 2 rounds of 21-day fix, lost 40 pounds and 40 inches after 3 years of waiting for her to join me on this journey. I mean, I signed her up as a coach in 2012 to live on this journey with me. And she was my why. And she's been doing personal development. She's been sharing with people and inviting people. And I was finally able to tell her that she was my why. I'd never been able to tell her that because it just wouldn't go well. So, like, if I had just sold her a challenge pack and said, you're on your own, figure it out. She might have finished it on her own and lost that first 21 pounds. But when she'd done round 2, and yes, she's my best friend, but I treat everybody like they're my best friend because they become my best friend. It was easy. Janet wants to be my best friend since children, But, Louise and Melissa Galvin, Leslie, all these people become my family, and I treat them like my best friend I'm talking about, so that they stay on this course. Because the thing is, you may help them get over that hump and reach their initial goal, but you want them to stay the course so they don't fall back into those habits, because there's things that are ingrained in us. So anyway, that's what we want you to do, is learn how to treat people right by using the 3 vital behaviors. I don't know if you can see that. To learn the 3 vital behaviors, we need to discover the most effective tools used by our top coaches, which is going to be shared with you today. Learn to create compelling challenge group invites and discover how to set up important goals and track business activities. And be inspired and motivated to take action. You can write pages and pages of notes, but if you leave here and don't do it, it's not going to do you any good. The power is in the execution of the plan that you set out. And to walk out with an action plan and to launch your business or revive it. There are so many coaches, you heard Louise. I hear some people like, well, I haven't been successful. I was successful in the beginning, or I was successful in the beginning and then I quit. And I didn't successful for 2 months. That doesn't matter. There's lulls in your marriage. There's lulls as you're raising kids. Just because you suck for a little bit doesn't mean you give up, right? This is your future. I mean, the thing is, when you work for somebody, you know that your performance is not good most of the time. I mean, I know that when I work with people, you're on Facebook, you're distracted with stuff that's going on, you can't wait till 5 o'clock every day. But do you just walk out on your job because you are not performing right? Well, why would you on this that is your own and you invested your money? So we all know the 3 vital behaviors, right? Like I said, I'm not going to go to that slide. The biggest thing is learning how you can be successful. All of you are capable of what I have done, what Janelle Summers has done, the team that way. We are all capable. If you don't think that you are, that means you're not doing your personal development. So success is neither magical or mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying the basic fundamentals. I get sick and tired of people saying, you're so lucky. You get to go here. You go to Cancun in April. I'm not lucky. I worked for it. I didn't get my name drawn. I didn't draw the longest or shortest straw to win. I worked hard. I worked my ass off, and I haven't stopped. I love this quote. It says, in your moment the decision that your destiny shapes. It comes down to whenever you come home and the other night I had a long call, I had a hard day, my husband was gone, I've been gone all week long, I had to pack, I had to do what I was cooking out here, and I got behind my workout. Because I made a decision to work all day and then wait for my workout at the end of the day on a Sunday, and I knew I had to see my best friends and their families to go bowling. Didn't get home till 10 o'clock on a Sunday. Didn't work out. I had to do my cheat day, so I had beer and burgers. And then I got behind, and then the week started. And then it was, Tuesday night, I got off the call with all my leaders at 9 o'clock. Or it started at 9, I got off at 10 because corporate was on the call with us. And my husband wasn't home, so I'm like, what am I going to do? I don't want to leave her outside and, inside any longer when I was out of my office. And he got up at 10:30 and I worked out. I made that decision to do that. And then when I said on the scale the next day, I had lost 4 inches off of my waist and 5 inches off my waist and 5 pounds. In the first week of 21-day fix by being
steadfast to that. I followed what the program was. I didn't give up on my goals. So the same thing with coaching. You know what you need to do. You know how to do it because there's a pipeline there and a method to follow. So it's up to you, the decision. Do you sit down and drink a glass of wine and watch Real Housewives of Orange County or down where we're at? Or do you get in and go out there and invite people? Do you go in there and push play? Do you pick a donut instead of your Shakeology? On day 3 of 3 days refresh, do you say it's too hard and cheat and say, I went 2.5 days, that's good enough? It's all about the decision. It's not my fault, it's not your upline's fault, it's not your husband's fault, it's not your kid's fault, it's not the alarm clock's fault, it's your decision. And and that's the thing, is take ownership of it. Make sure that you commit to the 3 vital behaviors. And like I said, when I say commit, I don't say just do it for 2 or 3 days and then say, oh, it's not working. You don't brush your teeth for 2 days and then just say, oh, I don't think it's working, I'm going to give up. These are things that need to be behaviors. They need to be something that's ingrained in you. It needs to be something that is non-negotiable. Most of you that work, I use that from the very beginning to train all of my coaches. These events, these 3 vital behaviors are non-negotiable. I've said from 2012, I will never miss a live event unless I'm dying or bleeding, or somebody close to me, which means like my children, are bleeding. I make it here, I stay. I don't just come to meetings and then sit in the back. Sorry, I'm not thinking you guys. I get engaged with them, I talk to them. Because if you can't figure it out with people who are your peers and have the same common interests, you're not going to be able to do it to strangers in your inviting to town groups. So use this as our guinea pig. That's what I say, guinea pigs. I want you to learn how to master the 3 vital behaviors so that when you are teaching it to your team, you can do it without a problem. Like I remember when they handed me this book, whenever they certified us, they taught us in Arizona, like the thing, but you can't charge a lot of money, this is the way you do it, or personalize it, and then like me and Daryl's wire left, like, what the hell? Like, they didn't tell us what to teach. Like, what do I do? And I was like terrified the first time I did it, and we was like, maybe you have this, like, but I usually go over and I should memorize it, blah, blah, blah. And Leanne who certified us, she was like, we picked you guys because you know how to do this. You do this every day. And your business is testimony of it. And I know this, you can come to a 3 vital behavior training that I do tomorrow, it's going to be totally different because I'm speaking from the heart. So if you don't make this non-negotiable, and you don't practice this every day, you're not going to be able to teach your team this. And if you're not leading it this way, then your team's not going to follow. Because Melissa's duplicated what I've done, and I watched her team do it. And that's why she popped up 3 lifetime guidance and emeralds every week in her team. It doesn't mean that she's any better than you. It's just that she's doing 3 vital behaviors more often and better than you. Success will be determined by how well you align your goals and your activities. If you set goals, but you don't come up with a strategy and you don't put them into action and you don't put a date by them and you don't talk to people who will help you reach your goals and hold you accountable, they're just goals. That's just saying like, oh, I really like that Louis Vuitton purse. I mean, that's great. You're just saying you like it. But if you say, I want to get that, I'm going to save X amount of money to get that because it's important to me, and I'm going to make the sacrifice involved, then you'll get it. It's the same thing here. People out there just shout it out and they don't focus on it. So make sure that when you're doing this is that if you want success, then you follow the path to success. And this is the path to success. This is a quote that I really like. It's by Robert Kennedy. Okay. It says, only those who dare to fail greatly can ever achieve greatly. How many of you remember what it was like to first ride a bicycle? Yeah, how many of you have kids? How many remember like those first couple months with kids? Your first kid. How many of you have had more than one child?
Never again.
Yeah, that's fun. Okay, so did you see how you became more confident for the second time? There were still, things that came up, but when you go into it, you're not perfect. And anything that you do as a human being when it comes to working with somebody, you weren't perfect whenever you started your job. There was a big job description of what to do. A thing that, I know I worked a lot of jobs. I'm ADD, and this is the first thing I'm really stuck to. But you go into a job and they say, okay, this is your job requirements, this is your job duties, here's a list you follow, and you do it. And there's times you have to carry around a sheet. I remember when I worked places and follow that. There's a standard procedure.
manager about what you do for the job, and they expect you to do it. And you get better, and you get better, and the next thing you know, you're doing it, and you're training somebody to do it like the back of your hand. And there's things you forget, you know? But whenever we are opening a coach business center and we're doing this, for some reason, everybody expects perfection out of themselves. That you're not allowed to mess up. You have to know everything all at once. Stop expecting perfection out of yourself. Stop expecting to know everything, and just get out there and do it. Apply it to other things in your life that you've done. I sucked at public speaking. If you ever watched my first YouTube video in February 2013 that Toby from corporate made me do, the ones now, horrible. I mean, I'm not embarrassed by it because it was the beginning. You know, there's that saying that every amateur was, or every expert was once an amateur. Let's think, know that you're going to fail. It's not even really failing, it's just you're going to mess up. You're going to go back and say, God, I wish I had said this to somebody, or oh, that week I didn't hit my income goals or the amount of people I wanted to help get a goal because I didn't do my personal development. I didn't work out. I made those bad choices. So make sure that you're going in and that you know that you're going to mess up. You know, like talking about the monkey on the back. You're going to have those things where you fall into old habits. That doesn't mean that you're not designed for this, or you're not destined for it, or that you're not capable for it, or that you don't deserve it. It just means that you haven't aligned your goals with your actions. I mean, I have my downtime too. Like during the summer, I didn't do anything. I mean, I did, but it was maintaining what I had because I didn't care about advancing in rank at that point because I wanted to spend time with my kids for my first summer. So if you set your goals and say that you're fine with that, that's fine. But don't, if you know that you're going to screw off this summer and only work 4 days out of the week, and then are crying 3 months later that you don't have any prospects, or it's really hard to hit success club, or your team's not doing anything, know that own it. It was you. I know that. Like, I know that I struggled at the end of the year because of what I did during the summer, and I have no regrets. I was, like I said, didn't leave corporate America to work hard and come home and to not spend time with my kids. So just make sure that your goals, you're not setting goals based on mine or what you think other people are doing. Set goals on what you want. And you go in and put the actions in. I don't know, this is the video, I don't know if you can see it. I love this one, it's called Famous Failures.
Dismissed from drama school with a note that read, wasting your time, she's too shy to put her best foot forward. Turned down by the Decca recording company who said, we don't like their sound, and guitar music's on the way out. A failed soldier, farmer, and real estate agent, at 38 years old, he went to work for his father's hand. Cut from the high school basketball team, went home, locked himself in his room, and cried. A teacher told him he was too stupid to learn anything, and he should go into a field where he might succeed by virtue of his pleasant personality. Fired from the newspaper because he lacked imagination and had no original ideas. His fiancée died, he failed in business twice, he had a nervous breakdown, then he was defeated in 8 elections. If you've never failed, you've never lived.
Okay, so now that we have that, did anybody see that video or seen the stuff on there? And I think that was the biggest thing once I started doing personal development. I was like, whoa, all these successful people have really effed up lives before and made a lot of mistakes. And then that was when I was like, oh, I can do this. You know, my story is I should, the way I guess people look at life, I should have never succeeded. And people look at me now, who've never met me or haven't followed me for long or not heard my story, and somebody said today, I talk about my struggle, depression, just been lifelong. Somebody's like, wow, you're really pretty, and you seem like you have it all together, you're successful. I would have never known you struggle with that. I mean, and that's by building relationships with people and talking to them, you find out that we're all the same. And the most successful people out there have had the hardest in the beginning, and they've overcome it. And you wouldn't know that unless you do personal development. Did you guys get the handout? Okay. So all the handouts you have, these are things you can use as a reference today or later on. They're all in the coach online office, so this is not new information. They're located in the Coach Online Training Academy. If anybody's looked at the under training now, the whole section's different, so I honestly can't tell you where it is now, but I do know it's somewhere in there. I used to know where it was. So they get started, okay. Yeah, because they just changed that on Thursday or something, so anyway, it's under there. And that's one thing I'm gonna tell you is that I don't provide anybody with answers, I tell you how to find it. Because that's leadership, that I'm not doing any favors. You know, I will tell you how I've done it, I'll tell you how to find it, and that's how you learn. Because I tell you where to find the answer, you'll never retain it, and you won't be able to teach anybody else. So let's get started about what it takes to be successful as a coach. And let's start with what the foundation is. It begins with your intent. An interesting fact. Did you know that people judge you within about the first 3 seconds of conversation based on what they perceive as your intent? How many of you can tell when you're being sold? How many of you can tell when you're being lied to? How many of you can tell when people are being fake? Or when someone's very desperate? You can see it with the keyboard like on the screen. You know, and so that thing is, you can tell when somebody's desperate when it's the end of the month and they're trying to hit success when they are struggling to get their theology covered for. If you can sense it, I mean, dogs can sense it. I mean, babies can sense it. People can sense it. So make sure that, you know, like, I don't know what this word is. Let me tell you, I don't know how to pronounce it. A-M-Y-G-D-A-L-A. Is that remember the one that said, oh, you were the last one. I don't know how to say it. A-M-Y-G-D-A-L-A. I don't know how to pronounce it. Something go with that. Yes. Yes, part of your brain. Sorry. It's the area that is in the brain for our protection. It discerns in seconds if you should believe a person or flee based on what it senses. Fight or flight. That is why it is so important that your intent to help others is first and foremost. And when you demonstrate integrity in what you say to, you will create an environment for the person to listen to what you have to say and offer to help in their situation. The biggest thing is presenting yourself in the main care. If you don't care and you only care about that $15 commission or that 2 success points, it's obvious. I can see it on people, you know, that I talk to coaches all the time. And I can sense it. And you're not even the one trying to sell it to me. You're telling me a story about how you couldn't sell something to somebody. So I'm thinking that, yeah, I need to be that person you're trying to sell to. You know? So make sure that you have your why you are a coach. Because that is going to be something that's tied to your emotions and your heart. And your why in the beginning means that you wanted to, you know, like Melissa right now, she's had babies. She's like, I want to start my 21-day journey again. I want to be able to, you know, get back to my last after picture before dinner. Okay, so that's great. That's not your why as a coach. Your why as your coach is that she knew what it was like to have somebody not give up on her. And she saw what it's done for my life. She knows that she does the same thing. It will help her family. So that she doesn't have to. And I know her goal and her why. I want to help her come home. Or not have to go back to work. Melissa Barber was the same way. She had a couple months old baby. And it was, let's make sure she doesn't ever have to go back to work. So these ladies identified what their goal was. And then they built a relationship with me where they trusted me enough so I knew their goal to help them. And then it became about people. It became about our friendship. I want to help them reach those goals. That is their goal. So when you do that and you're not talking about money, you know, money is a big facet in life, but make sure that you have something that's emotionally deep so that you're going to stick with it. Because I see people who it's all about money or successful points or something, and then they go hard, and then they don't have anything that is a good intent with that ties to their heart and emotions. And then when they struggle, after a couple weeks, they just give up. And then they come back and they want to do it. You have to be consistent. It has to be led by your heart. And your why and your mission will change. My mission now is really to just help people believe in themselves and know that they're capable of this. So that you don't sit in this room and say, well, that's great for you, Mindy, that's great for Melissa and Louise and other Melissa, but I can't do that because I have all this wrong with me. Or see, like a lot of people. I mean, I got a message the other day from somebody, well, I can't be a coach because I don't really know anybody. I was the first out of town and I have small kids. So did I when I started. You know? success, it's by doing these things. Somebody asked me the other day, oh, well, do you really get any successful coach now that there's tons of coaches? I'm like, the number of coaches has nothing to do with your success. Your success has to do with the way you market yourself, the way you treat people, and it's nothing to do with your transformation. She didn't respond back, so I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You'd have to come to one of these events to do training, really get my pulse, to really understand what I'm saying. But like, the number of coaches, and I'm like, it really we have like over 300 million people in the U.S., and like, I can't remember, I actually looked up one day, tons of people in Canada, and Puerto Rico. So you're telling me right now, under 300,000 coaches, we are saturated in there? No, you're not inviting enough. You know, I hear people say, I can't be a coach because there's already tons of coaches in my, area. A lot of my team is based out of here because I went to, school and grew up in this area, but they all live in different places, not the same town. Well, listen, some of our rockstar coaches live in the same area, and they're still building their business. My coach and her sister live in Miami. Miami's huge. But they have the same friendship circles they had since they were like 2. And they're like both 15-star qualified diamonds. And with the same friend circle. So, all these excuses that people have are, bullshit. It's whatever you want to tell yourself. So one thing we're talking about is inviting. This is really long, like it's like overlapping with lunch, and the last section is pretty fast. So how many of you, when you heard your coach say, or you saw the coach on line off, invite, picture yourself having to go put flyers up on bulletin boards, or going to people's doors, or running across the street and costing people to tell them about the message? Is that what you felt like? I did. It's not like you want me to what? I didn't understand what that meant. So for me, I'm not reinventing the wheel, but I really, ask you to take the invite, and replace it with connect. Build relationships. Invite does not mean that we're going to go out there. I'm going to go up some wood down this way, but I'm not saying that you see people walk across the foyer and talk to the guy in the front, and that means you have to go ask them. But it's building relationships. It's going to the restaurant instead of, looking on your phone and tuning everybody out, talking to the waiter or the waitress. Louise and I are like obnoxious. We just talk to everybody. We get a lot of weird stares. But that's how you do it. I was an idiot and I left. I was tired and exhausted. I left one of my bags on the little shuttle. And then I had to stay out in the pool for I don't know, a long time. I was like, bring things. And I had to bring out my bag, my makeup, my shoes, and not this book in it. Oh no, my book was in there. But I was like, I needed it. And I was like, I can't leave without it. And so he called the little hub, and they said, well, the van or whatever, come back and just wait. Well, I'm sitting there freezing. I was like, thank you so much for calling. And he's like, we get back around, and this waiting had to get back. He let me stand inside of his bus thing, because it was freezing. He's like, I'm staying there, and I said, I should talk. I'm like, what's your name? I said, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Yada. And I said, do you live here in Austin? He said, yeah. He said, what about you? I said, oh, outside Austin. I said, we're going to California. And he said, what for? What would you guys have said if somebody asked you that? Would you say work? Or to visit an old friend? Probably. I said, I'm going to do a training. He's like, oh, what kind of training? I said, have you ever heard of Beachbody? He's like, no. I said, everybody heard of P90X and Sandy? And he said, yeah. He's like, oh, no, there's Billy here. He's like, ever since I've been driving, that's Billy. And he's like, do you think I'm too old? I don't know how old he is, I'm going to guess. Maybe my ex-coach, and I don't want to see him before I guess, so I really don't know. But he was like, I got to have you doing with this. Like, I can help you. So I was like, give me your information on Facebook. Found him on Facebook, got his telephone number. So I'm in charge. So anybody give you a business card? How many business cards I've thrown away or in the list? I was like, oh, which one was that? So it's great. I gave my business card, but that you have no control over that. So I got his information right there. That is it. I didn't like him so much, but I built a friendship. I found him on Facebook. I found a way to connect with him. He lives in Austin. That's how you do it. The last time I came back from the 3 Vital Behaviors training, no, 2 times ago, when Louise and I went in November, I was exhausted. And so I never sleep the night before. I'm like, that stuff in my mind. I was tired. And I picked my kids up from my best friend Amanda. We're standing there. She's like, I want some grilled chicken. So I'm like, oh, standing there. They were driving me crazy. It was like, I missed you, but how many people can do that? You get home and you're like, oh, I missed you? And I mean, you're going to be horrible. And this lady was like, oh, wow. I'm like, I know my kids. And I'm like, I just said what I said. She's like, where have you been? I said, in Houston doing a training. And she said, clinical leadership, and then Louise and I are on tonight. So what do you do? And then that's what I told her. You know how, it's that moment in action where I was like, I'm tired. I don't want to talk to you. Just give me my grilled chicken. The rebel was like crying about something, but then I stopped. And I said, told her the same as Bill. That I'm like, I've been training in this. And she's like, oh, are you a personal trainer? No, I'm not. But I help people across the nation. Oh, really? What do you do? And I said, oh, yeah, by the way, like I lost my fit. If you have any places that you know that are available that we can use for free for the community, let me know. So I put it out there where she's helping me. People like to help people, they want to know. She's like, oh, gave her my card. We started talking. I said, here, give her my phone. I saw on Facebook. We'll think I'm friends. She did. They say another 3 people were standing behind her. Oh, I want to be your friend too. Oh, I did insanity. Right there. It was like 4 contacts. Doesn't mean I'm going to go and helm them the next day, but like a challenge back. But they're watching me. Everybody knows on Facebook, that's how I found my coach. If they like one of my posts, it shows up in somebody else's newsfeed, everybody knows, and that's how you build connections. You do that regularly, and you open yourself up on Facebook and about your life, about your journey, not just your sweaty selfie after your workout that gets old, but like you see, where they connect with you, they know your life, where there's something that they have in common, where they're like, wow, she's not going to leave me, or he's not going to leave me on my journey, this person's going to leave me. That's how you build your contact list. And I don't know if any of you know the power of threes. Our team uses it big, but it's a board that we have where it's like, 3 people that you find new on Facebook or social media or at a restaurant and you connect with, 3 people that you follow up with, 3 people that you reach out to and you just talk to. I got a business opportunity. The other day, one of my friends, she was like, I'm really close to Texas now. I'm like, what are you doing down there? It's like in San Antonio, like down south. I'm like, what are you doing there? She's like, oh, I'm going for the NASM, whatever that thing is, if you come to her. But we don't have those things. It's like, anyway, and I was like, oh. And then I was like, you know what? She was like excited. She's like, I'm watching what you're doing. And then by that, I was like, okay, I have a question. I said, I never know if there's a little voice for it. Like, you never know unless you ask. I said, you can say no, it doesn't bother me. Would you speak, is anybody, introduce a coaching opportunity to you? Because I'm all about you don't coach people's customers. Because I want to know if she's working with a coach. Has anybody else talked to you about coaching? She said, no. I said, well, okay. I said, you've never talked to anybody? No. I said, okay. I said, so, would you like some more information? I said, because you have this team. I said, I've watched with all the girls that you're, in this gym with. And I said, and you seem to be, a big network. They're bodybuilders, some of them. And I said, you're really excited, you're passionate, you're very outgoing, And she said, yeah, I'd love to. I said, okay. I said, I send you my blog information where I have, all the stuff combined that helps people understand the coaching opportunity. I said, I'm going to California. I said, but I'm going to set a reminder on Sunday if I can talk to you about, what you read. If I don't hear from you sooner. She said, sure. She's like, I'm so excited. She's like, send me voice reports back. People are like, oh, they're already in health and fitness. They're probably drinking their own protein shakes. They have their own thing going, and we never asked. I asked my customer lead last night. Have you thought about Shakeology? He's like, well, how much is it going to cost? I said, you can use it as meal replacement. So you figure it's like $3 or $4 a serving. It's around $3 if you're a coach. Have you ever thought about coaching to help you pay for yours to get extra income? And he said, I'd actually be interested. I sent him the information, did the whole thing, I'm going to follow up with you. He made me like, Melissa and not want to sign up for a year, but I presented it to him. He's on my list. And when you do that over and over again, 3 people a day, 3 people a day, 3 people a day, 3 people a day, eventually you're going to get a yes. And then the more you do that, when you hear no's or maybes, it's not going to be so bad. So you keep doing it. If no makes you skittish, if no hurts your feelings, if no pisses you off, if no keeps you from asking the next person, you're not asking enough. When your children say they don't want to brush their teeth, they don't want to go to bed when you want, do you just say, okay? How much do you want this? How much do you want to come home to your family? How much do you want to tell your boss, screw you? How much do you want to be with your children over the summer and not have to leave them in daycare? I've talked to her many times when she's in tears and her kids were crying. Stay home with me. Or if they're sick and she had to do what I had to do a lot of times. You stay home one day, you're ready to bring them to the doctor, get an antibiotic, and they probably could have rode out 3 or 4 days without antibiotics. And then that last day, you're like, no, your kids are still not feeling good. You don't flunk with motor, and you're just like, I can just at least get to work, get speaking number, shows that I'm committed to this job, and then at least the nurse calls me, then it's okay, because they don't think I'm baby, you put your kids on hold. Those are the things that I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I've shown you that you don't have to do this anymore. Those are things. So that's things like, oh, my one of these years somebody's going to be upset when I ask them. No. Because I would rather have that happen than miss out on my kids. I went on field trip after field trip after field trip. You know, I pick my kids up from school. These things are important. So make sure that you are going for no, that you are inviting. This is all you do is you consistently follow steps. If you need the Power 3 form off, I can post it in the group for you to use. Print it off, write it. Lindsay watched my friend, she's a lead coach, she said, what you track, you improve. You know, set of goals, it's an actions called. That's how to become behaviors. They're not just non-negotiable, I need to do them because my coach is going to ask if I did them. It's that these become like, you know, a knee-jerk reflex that you just, this is something you do. This is how you build trusting relationships. And this is how you build your team. This is how you build your confidence. This is how you stop judging people and you think that you know what's best for them. It's very selfish not to invite somebody. It's very selfish to make those assumptions that you know what somebody wants. You know, the girl was like super excited about the coaching. She was like, oh my gosh, all these people are great. And I just like, I think I can build this team. And I'm trying to get into the San Antonio area. I've already, gotten into the Houston and Austin area. I want to get to San Antonio. And I'm like, so this would be awesome. This is part of my goal. I know what I want. I have a vision of what I want. So make sure that you're going for no and you are inviting people.
I'm going to contact another restaurant eating a big ass burrito and drinking margaritas. I just can't see my phone and said, "Give me a burger," so I sneeze in and we've been talking every day. While I'm not eating healthy food.
Yeah, and I think the perfection part of your mind, you don't have to be perfect. It's all about how your mindset is inviting. If you go and you dread it, you're not going to do it. Go in there and be like, I'm going to just change somebody's life. They're my next best friend. Like, I have quality friends. I have crappy friends. I don't care if they ever watched the video. They were crappy friends. When I became a coach, they forgot about me. They talked shit about me. They laughed at me. Who's laughing now? I'm here. They're probably sitting on their couch, watching cartoons with their kids stuff in their face, still unhappy with who they are. Oh, you awesome people. You know? And that's right. Is that like, I have no limit to my love, and I have no amount of number of people I want to help. They're like, I'm done my career. You're like, I want to help many people. And so the thing is, I go in and it's fun. Like, I want to change people's life because I don't just, we're not just on the surface, you're my friends. Like, I want to have somebody, like, it's been so awesome to watch the, creation of Jenna. I was the first person, obviously, said to her husband to find out that Melissa was pregnant with Jenna. We welcomed 3 new babies into our team this year. I got to be part of this. This is huge, I watched people's kids grow up. Melissa and I grew up together. We didn't see each other much. We did one time before she had kids. I hadn't seen her for a long time. But I've seen her I don't know how many times I've seen her since we became coaches. And I watched our kids grow up. And our kids got to spend time together in March whenever we traveled. They came to college at my mother-in-law's house to spend time. These are the things that are important. These are the things that I want to be part of in people's life. I want to see your kids grow. I want to have a family that is big. And so those things I look at inviting as inviting more people into my family. So whatever it is you want out of life, shake that around inviting. I hear people like, I don't have a lot of friends. Well then perfect, invite people to be your friends. Oh, I don't have any family. Invite them to be in your family.
What's your thought on people that don't have Facebook as their way to invite them to who they're going to teach you?
First, face-to-face, and text. I mean, the social media just really kind of hit off the last 5 years. I text all the time. My text wait, now it's my data on my thing. Find a way. Because the thing is, if you had a best friend that moved across the country because they got a job and they were like, I'm on Facebook a lot, would you just not talk to them? So when you think of that as friends, you find a way. That's like where there's a will, there's a way. You find a way to get it done. And you just think about all those people who started Tupperware back in the day, like in the 70s, 80s. They didn't have Facebook. How did they do it? Yeah, the company's still here. I'm not saying go knock the doors. I was very sure I would never knock the door again. But find a way. Start a big club. Meet people in your community. Email people. There's a lot of people in my customer leads that they don't have Facebook because they're private. I think they have Facebook because I'm private. I don't want to, whatever. So you find a way to help them. Because if your motive is to help people and you do that with integrity, you will succeed. They do. Yeah, like, and they're like, hey John, how are you? And he's like, fine. Who is this? I'm like, oh hey, I'm like, it's Mindy. I'm like, you know, I'm like, I'm sure, I don't know if you got the email, but I'm just your coach, can you sign up for membership? I'm like, I'm a customer just like you. I'm outside of Houston, I have kids. I said, I'm here to help you. Reach your goals. And then he never responded. I'm like, scared mom. But then I found him, I sent an email, and then yesterday, I didn't respond to it, but yesterday he I got all my material, So, I mean, I guess there's nothing really for him to say at that point, but once he got it, it was there. So, and not everybody is going to respond to you. Somebody raise your hand. Yes.
I was just thinking, I actually just got a notification that my, one of my leads didn't get my email, or email in there, so I was like, should I text her? And then you guys just kind of like, I supposed to text her, and she's like, maybe today's the
These people need our support. Just because you've never met them, you know how many customer leads I have on my team now as coaches? A lot. Not, you know, the honest thing is like, I don't know if the numbers percentage-wise, I'd have to track it, but I'm saying, it's, you know, it's not like 1 out of every 4 customer leads responds to me, and 1 out of the 4 that respond to me become coaches, but I have quite a few. So had I not reached out to them, then we know. So these are ways to expand your business. It doesn't mean that getting to everyone out of your customer leads is going to build your business, but it's a pipeline to help you. The biggest thing is, like we're talking about social media, but it's to not blast it on Facebook. The whole time hop app, does anybody have a time hop app? Oh my God. I'm on my 3-year anniversary as a coach now. I used to work for 3 years. I'm like, oh my God, I'm written this post. So I mean, so some of my tips I'm going to share on here is how to market yourself on social media without being labeled a salesman, without making people say, I'm going to buy this person and never buy from them. There's things that, there's horrible sales content where I'm just going to refuse to ever buy that product because they piss me off, because they operate capacity. So that's kind of a stupid thing to have, like, just your rubs you wrong. Don't do that because you are, you know, selling yourself short, you are basically, it messes up our reputation as coaches, and that's our longevity. So this is a big thing that I teach is social media. Again, this is, you know, we're in on a timetable here. So make sure that you go in and you do your research. There are social media do's and don'ts in the Coach Online Academy, Coach Training Academy. I have a tab on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Mindy Horde under social media. Social media training. I've done, there's another playlist under Team Relentless Calls where I've done social media training. So there's stuff here to learn. So don't tell me, I'm not good at social media. I get all the time like, I'm not good at the internet. I'm not good at social media. Well, neither was I just talked up. I don't know how to talk to people. My husband was never home. He worked out of town. I have 3 kids and a baby, and I live far from town. So I would just basically talk friends on Facebook if somebody talked back. This is my outlet. So I didn't know how to do this. I didn't know how to market anything. So you can get better. Here are a couple examples of these are I want to work with it. I want to be able to read the post because I can't remember what exactly it said.
And so last night she posted, and she's like, since my baby's hungry, she's pregnant too.
paper, which I didn't know, which is, I hear this all the time, like, I'm not good with words. I talk a lot, but I was never really good with words. Now I'm pretty awesome with words. Because I've done it with practice, you know, and I have my own story and my own, what's going on? Now I realize to market it without sounding like a sales, because when you know, I'm not saying I don't do shake all of your 21-day fix or anything like that, but if every post is the same graphic that you save off of the coach online office, or that you see, you know, me post, and it's the same exact thing, it gets boring, and it really is like white noise in people's news feed, and they don't want to hear it, and it's the same thing. If you have something that is catchy and catches people's attention and something that they haven't seen in their news feed 50 million times, they're going to reach out to you. Like for me, I cuss a lot, and I get the same graphics here on my thing about that, like something about classy. I should actually remember. I think it's this shirt, this gray shirt about saying F-bomb. Like to me, the thing gets people like, I'm just tired of seeing it, because I'm like, all right, I've seen it a million times. Like show me a new thing with, you know, F-bomb or something. And so the thing is, it just gets old. Like do something different. So, and using the same verbiage, I've seen coaches and I teach my team that don't copy and paste the legal description, as I call it, a 21-day fix. You know, when it comes to $7 painters, and you know, Autumn will do this, and whatever. And like a lot of people, I see their posts, it looks like a Sham Wow commercial, where it's like, act now, you can get my free gift, you have to hurry now. I mean, I've heard stuff like, you know, hey, you know, challengers will get a free gift, whatever, but I mean, it's not like so desperate, like it's so desperate, like, and people don't like that big commercial feel. One of these posts is, it says, loving all the before photos, wise and inspiration of courageous, fun women willing to join a group of strangers across the entire country, inspire others and do their best. What is the challenge group? Because there's a lot of people who are like, I don't know what a challenge group is. And they start assuming that they know what it is, and then they say no because of what they assume it is. It says, it's a closed Facebook group of people accepting a challenge, different shapes, sizes, ages, and fitness levels, given tools each day to grow themselves and inspire each other while eating clean and some form of exercise. The impact my first group made on the lives of others inspired me to become an apprentice coach under the fabulous Melanie Mitchell. What a truly gifted lady. It's such an amazing thing to watch people literally change their lives in 30 days. Are you inspired by this? Join us December 2nd. Focus on clean eating and having fun for the holidays. Getting ready for a new year. It was like load on. Message me for details. And then there's this other one. I'm looking for 5 people to take part in my test group. Are you looking to lose your belly fat, stop bloating, increase energy, and gain confidence? Comment details below, and I'll send you a message explaining how to be one of the elite select 5. You know my stuff goes quick, so don't delay. Open to non-coaches only. Yay, we're going to have some fun prizes. Right, sorry. Okay. Don't do like.
I like the first one, I think the second one is a commercial.
But this is a short one.
Yeah. Because the first one is really good. Explained everything.
Right. But you have to alternate. I would say you have to alternate, because like I think if you send me a video that's more than 20 seconds, I won't watch it. I won't like it. And if you send me a video that's more than 20 seconds, I won't watch it. Even my own people on my team, I try to connect them, like I don't have patience to watch it. And I will read long posts. I write like novel-like posts, but I won't read your one. So you have to alternate, because not everybody on your news feed, 8-hour friends are the same way. They're doing short little posts. And the biggest thing that I tell everybody is building relationships and really paying attention to what you're doing and having like a system that you do, because people just throw, like these things, throw shit on the walls, and they don't see if it sticks. They just keep throwing it. It's like, I've seen my audience respond, like people like read my mom's post, and I'm like, I would never do that, but I mean they do. You know, and I know the type of audience that I connect with the best and that I attract, and I form my story audience that, but my audience may be totally different than yours. Here's one from Melanie Mitchell. It says, I didn't always eat clean, and I certainly didn't always exercise. It wasn't until I was feeling worn down, tired, and my nothing top was rearing its ugly head that I decided I needed to change. I wasn't perfect when I started. I made bad food choices. I beat myself up over it. I made myself too many times a day, and I cried because it wasn't coming off fast enough. But just because I didn't see the immediate result doesn't mean I gave up. I continue to focus on improving my health, the quality of the foods I eat, preparing of the right foods and proper nutrition. Besides, I exercise regularly and push through the ups and downs. Now, what was once a struggle is now a habit and part of who I am. Trust me, you can make a healthy lifestyle a habit too. Sneak peek into a typical day of clean eating. I eat a lot of food and I eat often. P.S. I love to eat and I have energy and I never diet. Strive for the right balance for you. And then she posted a picture of her meal, and then a tip to always prepare lean protein and a complex carb each meal. And then she shared her snack and her dinner with pictures. So those are the things we're compelling. So basically, it's free recipes, free education, and a background, kind of like Louise said. You don't have to be perfect, and it's not going to be easy. Because, you know, one of my coaches signed up in September. She's like, I picked you because I watched your YouTube videos. Because you said it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it. It's going to be hard. So she went in, because there's so many people who are like, oh, somebody, I will help you. And I always tell my customers that first round is going to make fix. Like, it's just really a practice round. Find out what you like. If you don't like to do your best, and then go in and kill it in round 2. And do as many rounds as you need to get better. So they're not expecting to drop 20 pounds in the first, you know, I mean, Amanda did, but I'm saying they're not going to have these high expectations. You're not setting it for failure. And then they at least know that there's going to be bumps in the road. There's another one that was a post to Scotty Oswald, because I'm blowing this up. When I'm not motivated to work out, when I get home, Scotty the body will be looking at me. Scotty, you are the man. Thanks for the inspiration and motivation. So this person was basically saying that, like, because I'm all about pay it forward. Like, I always tell my mentors, talk about my mentors who help me in this business, because that is a team. Like, I'm not saying, oh, I'm getting this business, but it's like this talks about team unity. And this is part of our story and what we do. And so, like, he paid forward to talk about Scotty's mom. And then that basically highlights how a coach is helpful and what we're doing. So basically he was like, people were like, oh, you're working out, you're blowing it up. Who is this Scotty? This is your calling Scotty. They've learned about it. And that's how you can market yourself and the coaching opportunity without ever seeing it. If you notice any of these posts, didn't say anything about Shakeology, didn't say anything about price, didn't say anything about what was on special, it didn't say anything about anything, you know, specific where it looks like a sales post. This one is from Lindsay Matway. It says, the last thing I feel like doing is working out. I'm exhausted, a little nauseous and sore, but I've learned to practice self-discipline. And when I set my mind to do something, I refuse to listen to that little voice in my head that tries to talk me out of it and go do it anyway. You want to live a life like most people can't. You've got to do the things that most people won't. What you've been putting off today, you need to get disciplined in this moment move to, regardless of how you feel right now. So, well, what have you been doing? So that is, you know, those posts, do you see the difference between hey, actually I was on the day fix, you know, and then they put the picture of like Autumn and her little containers and her Shakeology cup in the discs. Like that, these are two different things. These things are compelling. These things are positive. These things are get people's interest because they don't really know what it is. You know, you post something about P90X3, you're like, I don't P90X, sorry, but they just keep scrolling. If you say like, you know, you get tired of working out all the time and not seeing the same results, or doing the same, you know, or not seeing results and using the same workouts where you get bored, would you do not have that time to want 30-minute workouts? You know, I mean, and you say something like that, people are like, oh, I want to hear more about that. But if you just said, hey, I'm starting a P90X3 challenge group, and there's 30-minute workouts, you get 16 workouts in a bonus workout, people are not trying to respond to that. Because they stopped at P90X3. What if you leverage it as that, then you get their interest, then you hop in after, you know, a little conversation, 16, 19, they're like, oh, I didn't know there was all that. And I did it with 20 things. Do you have a problem with portion control? Do you hit a plateau? Do you want to do a diet, but you don't want to go out chocolate or coffee? You know, do you only have 30 minutes to work out? Do you get bored with long 90-day workouts? It's hard for you to get to the gym. Hold on. And people are like, yes, that's me. And then you're like, let's go to these fix. They're like, oh. So you sold them on the specifications, not their 7 workouts, and, you know, all that, but you give them a little bit of information. That's how you market this. And then when you market yourself on top of it, and the changes you've had, whether it's, you know, saying Scotty's body helps you, or, you know, personal development, or whatever it is, your testimony, and that they see that you are relentless and you're not going to go away, you're going to see a journey with them, they're going to join you. No, I was just having ways to figure it out. Sorry. I know, he's so awesome. I know something like him. Get back to the presenter view. Would you like to see some transformations because proof that you need to show the proof progress? So you have to be yours if it wasn't for somebody. And I'd say, you know, looking at it, if you set aside 45 minutes to 15 minutes, really because of the cooking time, you're not really hands-on, to do some cooking in bulk on weekends and then packaging your foods up for the week, and you had 30-minute workouts, you would really be only investing about maybe 45 minutes a day towards your goal. And I'm like, when you have an hour and 15 minutes left to spare. And then when you talk about that, I'm like, oh, you know, and that's the way even the same message with packaging the message differently to people, because like I have people all like, I want to coach. Well, I think I coach, but I'm like, well, you don't have to coach. You don't have to market yourself. You don't have to tell anybody you're a coach. You can do this simply to discount you. You don't have to hit a sales quota or anything. However, if you had 3 people that you're friends with, co-workers, people at your church, people at your kids' daycare, your mother, your sister, your, you know, all these people, your best friend who wanted to join you in trade technology, it would cover your costs. And then people are like, oh, okay, do the math, break it down. You know, because people just, she probably doesn't prep for foods now, she probably doesn't do it, and it's like, oh my God, I don't want to do that. You can go to the gym and sit there for 2 hours. But if you don't know how to meal prep, you know, but if you lay down and you tell them, I'll help you, and you give them that and then show them that they're wasting time. You know, it's just, I think probably, and what I'm guessing with that was it was like meal prep and food is new to her and it scares her, and it was like, I don't want to stand in the kitchen clueless for an hour.
I was like, well, what do you have for lunch today? There's always food. I went last night, and the computer had to write it, but I took 2 seconds to pull out my yellow computer for my bowl pasta, put it in there, put my computer, put my chicken, put it in there, and I'm done. She was really, I was like, yeah, I eat real food, and then she's like, well, I'm gonna have to make 2 different meals for her kids, and her husband and her. So why? Let's do the third thing.
Really, people like do that and then objection. Come on, topic.
Ask me to help my husband.
Yeah, I bring food in, I'm like, eat it, and it's good. No, but then I can eat it, I eat it.
He's more up than tofu and some lasagna.
And this is something that you could probably do slowly, you know, is that, you know, I mean, I don't know what your budget is, and I don't know how much you want to go your way, but sometimes if you have cook a bigger meal for dinner and you pack up leftovers, do an extra little thing and bring it to her. Something, do something healthy and clean eating, or start posting recipes about, like I do, I post recipes that are clean eating, that look awesome and they taste awesome, and then I cook them for my family and they never even know. And I'm like, then you go like, hey, Shay is going to have me like eat healthy and all this stuff, and I'm like, and I've got 21 weeks, we're all going on a diet, family, and they're like, oh, well, no, we're not. But if you just go in and be like, try this new recipe, I'm like, you know, and you put like whole meat in there and they never know. Like my best friend's husband, they came to dinner one night and he said, oh God, what are you gonna make me eat that health food? She's like, no. And we were laughing. It was all cleaneating.com. He came back for a second and he was like, this is good. And I was like, oh, Cody, like, no, it's all clean eating. And then he was like telling one of his friends how they need to use Himalayan salt and everything because he's been using it. Because Joanne just switched. So the thing is, like, you teach people just that this is not a diet, this is something you do, and you teach them sneaky ways to make their family healthy. Yeah. I mean, that would be my thing. Bring food in, or say like, let's have lunch together and dump it out, and show her how easy it is, because it seems complicated now. Yes.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, for me, because I'll work out till like I'm blue in the face, but like cooking and grocery shopping scares the crap out of me. And so if like you tell me I'm gonna have to prep everything on Sunday and do it all, and I don't know what to buy, I don't know what to do, I just want to know prepping, like it totally scares me. So if you just tell her, I'll tell you what you're gonna do. I mean, I don't know if that's her, but like if you know, can kind of plug in that you're going to show her or tell her what it is. She doesn't have to come up with it all on her own and plan it for the whole week at a time. That might, you know, be helpful as well, because I know that's what would scare me.
Well, we have all our team of limitless nutrition plans you can use to say to her. We have a 5-day one to break them into it. But make it fun and make it simple, and then, you know, post your posts on it. Like I have a whole blog of like where I post all my 21-day fix recipes each day. It holds me accountable, and it makes me try new things. Nobody wants, I would literally eat the same meals every day, but it keeps me, you know, trying new things. My family doesn't get support, other people try it, and they're like, oh, this is cool. They visit my blog. You know, so those things to work up to for a new coach. You know, obviously it's a lot to pick on, but those are ways to market it. And anyways, okay, so I hear all the time that like I can't make friends. If you tell yourself you can't make friends, you'll go set out to make new friends. You're right, you won't make new friends, and you can't make new friends.
So let's make a goal to try to make new friends. Because everybody here has a best friend, right? If not, I'll be your best friend. But everybody has somebody that's their friend. Okay, think about how they mean to you. Like I have 4, like my best friends in my town, and like they are my rock. Like they all text me that. I hope everything goes well. Well, like I count on them. They have my kids the other night, like the rest of the family. They're my family. Like I want more of those. I want more of those. Some of them maybe in California, Oregon, where it's spread out everywhere, but I want more of those. So that's what I go look for. Is it, if you are going out looking for customers, it's not going to be fun. If you go out looking for friends, it's going to be fun. This slide right here, I don't know if you can see it, is people with baby on the back, and kids touch each other. And the kids are curious. I mean, we were all born curious. You walk in, you're like, hey, I remember going, dressing like whatever as a kid and not caring. And then somehow it just gets squashed out of us. They go on where you're like, oh my God, all right, if you're going to make fun of me, who cares? These kids are fearless. Let's go back to that where, you go show up on the playground and make friends with people, rebels. I told the story at every Vital Behaviors I've done. But the night before Louise and I went, when I taught my first one in November, my husband and I got people bring stuff. They bring in a container. It actually was a container from my office now that I think about it. I didn't realize it. But anyways, this guy was coming in. I had just done something late. I was trying to put everything in a rental car because my car just got smashed by somebody the day before. I was pissed that I couldn't fit everything in there, and I was tired, and Brian was busy, and he pissed me off because I'm like, why are you helping with dinner? It's late, all these different things. And there's this big truck with these containers coming in, and I have to get Rebel out of the way, and I was making one of the loads outside, and I see Rebel standing up, looking up at this dog, talking to this girl. And I walked in out, I was at Brian in the truck, and I was like, all stuff, and then, hey, Rebel's talking to him. She was like, hey, your son Rebel's so cute. And I was like, oh yeah. And she was like, then I realized, like, okay, I'm being rude. And I'm like, and it dawned on me, like, Rebel told her his name. Like, he walked up fearlessly to her truck and was talking to her. She came with her husband who was delivering this. And we started talking, she's like, I saw your P90 jacket. And I was like, oh, she's like, I saw you, she's like, you're really fit. And we started talking about it. She's like, oh my God, she's like, you're so inspirational. She's like, I run this beauty blog, blah, blah, blah. And she, we started talking, we hit it off, and then, met her husband, and now we're friends on Facebook. That was in November. I told her to tell us back, and that wasn't it, but I made friends with somebody. Ryan got friends with her husband. Todd, yeah, Todd. On his day after. I was going to say Troy, Todd. That was for her things. And, he's really fit, she's really pretty, so I'm like, okay. Some of you might say, well, they're fit, so they have their own regimen. I don't know that. Maybe they go to the gym, their nutrition's bad. I don't know. I don't know what. So I made friends with them, and I liked her stuff, and then I was her page later on that next week, and, I written it down her name, because I didn't want to forget, it was a busy weekend. But, I was like, oh my God, we got married March, like, I think March 31st, 2009, we got married April 10th, 2009. So right there, she has no children, her life is different, but like, we got something in common. Like, she's like, oh, we're talking about spring weddings. That's how you build friends. And I don't ever know what's going to transpire out of it, but I didn't go into the friendship trying to sell a challenge pack, but trying to make friends. And because of that, it makes it easier. When I force myself to talk to a stranger, when I force myself to slow down, when I force myself to look and learn something from my 4-year-old child, who's telling her his whole life story, and fearless, and not scared of anything. That's when the magic happens. And those moments make me more confident, and it becomes easier. How many of you struggle with starting a conversation with a stranger? Okay, so how many of you people who raise your hands have a really close friend? Were they one of the strangers?
She gave up to me.
As you can see, you're not alone. We all have these fears. I was scared to death. I still am. I just make myself. Because the thing is, like, I'm still not great about just going up and approaching a stranger. However, I was missing these chances that, I was in Target one day getting, all my gifts for my diamond at the end of the year. And somebody's like, oh, how was your New Year? And I wasn't that good that day. I was in a rush. There was a lot going on, and I was like, it was good. I'm like, how was yours? And we started talking about goals, and I stopped myself from just making mindless chit chat of somebody in Target that lived an hour and a half from where I lived.
And she told me she lost like 8 pounds and that she is going to be in her mother's wedding this October. And, you know, we're friends on Facebook. We have talks and I like her stuff every once in a while. But I mean, I remember the thing that she said. You know, and that makes people feel important. Yeah.
So, when, like, say that incident, for example, when that happened, especially on a busy day when you have about 500 other things, do you go to your car and make a couple notes? Like, well, she said she was going to be at someone's wedding. She said, because that's my hardest part, is I can have, like, a quick conversation and then go do 1,500 other things. And I get home and I'm like, well, crap, she said her name, she said to find her on Facebook. Now, even if I drop
I gave her my phone immediately and said, find me on Facebook. And so she sent me a request, or she sent herself a request for my profile, and then I screenshot it.
And then what, but you don't make notes, like you mentioned, she lost the weight, like how do you remember she lost the weight?
I just remember a lot of stuff, like I remember our remember her kids. That's kind of my gift. But if you don't remember that kind of stuff, write it down. Like I have blog post topics that I want to do and different things, like in my notes section as a, I don't know if you see it. Well, I mean, like my notes section is like you scroll of notes. I use the power of 3s. My suggestion is print out the power of 3s and put it like in a binder or something, or get a notebook and take it with you or something and have it so that you can write down notes right away.
So, and something I do too is when it's old school, they used to have tape recorder or notes to self. Your cell phone has like a voice recorder. You don't have to write it down, you don't have to like use that for a note, whatnot, but it's just got to be quick. I have my voice recorder as on my homepage in my phone, so if it's something like that, it's literally just as I'm walking away. Hit the record button, met this person, here's their name, here's their story, get to your car, you've already done it by that, and listen to it later on. You don't have to save like the actual even title, you just know that once you get in that habit, you're constantly listening to your voice recorder. Yeah. Say, okay, I need to do this that way, it's just quick, it takes about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
it's really about developing a system that works for you. I screenshot a lot of stuff, and I remember this stuff because I'm a people person, and I'm like one of those weird people. Like I have to take a lease to it, and it's like, I don't remember. Or someone over last time ago, when I had tried it, like, I don't remember. I don't know. I do. Thank you. A lot of people don't remember. You know, so find what works for you. Find a system and find a system and use it religiously so it becomes a habit. Like I've been using the power of 3s. I have all my information saved on a Google Drive Excel sheet so that I can access it anywhere. So my computer crashes, if I'm at Joanne's house, and one day I was like, oh God, I can Google calendars and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, my flashlight, I left it, I should remember where I left it. Ran out of the house, went over to your house, and like logged on. And did that. So find what works for you. Because if you don't remember the people, you don't remember stuff about them, you know, that is a horrible feeling when somebody doesn't remember you. I hate that feeling. I hate feeling forgotten. And so remembering those details are important. Asking those details are important because that's how you're going to help somebody. And when you remember that, it makes people feel important. It makes it feel like it matters. I mean, it was a monumental moment. So make sure you do that.
Can I ask you a question about that? I was talking to everybody else the same way, and it doesn't matter who I was talking to. When you were saying that you got their kids new phones to find me on Facebook, I'm assuming this is after a certain amount of time while the checkout person that you had a freedom of conversation.
There was a checkout. I did it.
Yeah, you too? I'll later.
Yeah, I mean, the neighbor, I go, I'm like, I mean, the guy let me say the little thing yesterday, I mean, I can do that because I'm like, well, hey, I'm like, are you Facebook? I'd love to connect, especially in your period of rush. It's a perfect opportunity. Like, hey, I don't know who's flying up. I'm like, I'd love to find you on Facebook and watch your story and pull or, you know, give you more information. Just send me your information.
I guess when it's going towards.
Yeah, like when you're in a rush, you have the perfect thing. Like, I want to go get your information, check up with you. I mean, and the thing is, like, this is story of business, somebody needs your help. Or they know somebody can help that needs your help. Because I was asked to go on, like, I follow up with people, like, I haven't heard from you. You know, I've asked a bunch of people what I follow up, the power of reasons, and they said, you know, my calendar for March is pretty much closed now, but I wanted to see if you were still interested. If not, I'll take you off my list so that you know, we don't be bugging you. I said, but you expressed interest, or if not, I'll put you on the list for April, and then I'll check with you at the end of March. Only one person said, no, I'm going to, I don't know, some stuff, she sent me some picture, and I'm like, no, we'll be back. So I can take our list. I don't bother her, but please on my not right now list. But I mean, those were the things they're like, everybody, don't take me off your list. You know, I want to be there, just check back with me.
You're not, she doesn't know.
And I was like, well, what is it that you're drinking? And I'm like, she sent me a picture, I didn't really I was saying to you about, helping your friend, because, I don't know, I wouldn't have just, Melissa's my friend, and so, but I treat everybody just like I treated her, knowing her for our whole entire life, So the thing is, treat people like friends, and if people, especially strangers, they're not gonna buy something obviously from you unless they heard the word of mouth that you're awesome or something, and you've actually done what you said you're gonna do. But they don't want it, they want it. If you do not, one of my assignments to you for your week is to download the podcast and the Shalene Johnson Build Your Tribe podcast channel. If you have an Android, don't know how to do that, but that's me.
Stitcher.
Yes.
It's actually, she closed the Build Your Tribe, it's just social media.
She did actually close it? Start back when Build Your Tribe started like in August or just whatever it was, and was listening to all of them. Okay, so when she talks about the free meetup, do a 5-day meeting challenge, a 5-day take all drink challenge, something where they don't have to pay money. Make them sign up for a free account. They can use their code. How many people were like, oh, they've been in this group and all these people talk about putting in things. I'm going to order for a beach party. And we're like, oh, what? So make sure to do yourself a favor that you make them sign up as a free customer and you're putting in the work. You give them a free meal. If you need a meal plan, I have tons of them. Tons of them. You don't have to change things around because it was when I created, but they're there. So go see there. You're like, I don't know, I want to do a meal plan. I'll tell you the first meal that I did when I was at work. Sorry, Jarvis, you have to watch this. But it didn't work in between my work, and it took me like weeks to get done. And I took all the, all the fitness nutrition plans, there's like 5-day burn for circle fire, the whatever. I took little recipes from here, there, and there, and there. I sent the recipe to Melissa, like, she's a proofreader, and so is Leslie, so is Lee. She's like, you messed up a few things, so I went back and fixed it. But I mean, it like took forever. So the thing is, it's helped a lot of people. You're going to have to make those sacrifices, like Melissa Gumby was saying. Sometimes build business. Is it worth it? If not, you're going to sacrifice the rest of your life for somebody that you hate. I'd rather sacrifice what I did then. So, the biggest thing is having a Facebook group, a general health Facebook group. How many of you have a Facebook group where you put your customers in? How many of you people regularly post in there? How many of you do separate, challenge groups for each month? Okay, so having that integrated, what way to utilize, social media to help many people and a fit club. That way you can help people by giving them something free so they see the benefit of having a coach. They can see the power of speaking part of the speaking buddy community. So we have friends and acquaintances. We create value by giving our free help. And then we invite them to join the Speaking Buddy Challenge. I mean, that's kind of, I really kind of liken it to like a married game, so you come like, get a free facial, you try a product. I mean, a lot of people are just going to say, I'm going to go buy something. That's why they have in-house parties. We don't have to, we have like challenge groups. So we want to invite as many people as possible every day. When you invite them something free and you tell them what they're going to get out of it, free free workouts. I have a playlist on my YouTube channel too that I've set up to use of all the free workouts from Tony, Gordon, and Autumn. We post them in the groups. They become acquainted with our trainers. Some people are like, I don't like taking attention, or like, I want, let me sit there. So you kind of have a feel of it. Like somebody's like, well, he's trying to be crazy with his humor. Well, then you probably would want to sell P90X rating. And then, yeah. Yes. I got this to that. So, basically, for me, I'm just going to tell you how I have evolved my challenge groups because it tells me. When I became a coach, I would start like a P90X challenge group. Obviously, you started January 1st. It's a 90-day program. We all know that we don't finish. So most people don't. Like me, my audience don't finish program for 90 days. There's a lot of mistakes here and there. So I went up a challenge group, and then now we're going to say January 1st. So then February 1st, I wanted to open up a Brazil button. That's 60 days. And then on March 1st, I want to open up another 2-minute trainer one. That's 60 days. You got all these groups overlapping. Well, people lose their steam, and they're going like one person flows steam, and that, or maybe I'll quit. 2 people in Brazil, but then you go to the new one, the one that's got all the liveliness, and then who get left behind. So then, and then I also had the one with Beach Body Boys and Girls. The first, but they became a coach. There's like tons of people in there. But then it was like, it's so diluted, and people were like, it's scary because there are so many people there. Like, seriously, there's like hundreds of people in the first group that Melissa was like, one person really put in. And it's like all these people, all these things, like, oh my God, there's hundreds of people, I don't want to post in here. And then it was like discouraging. So I was like, how am I doing this? How, like, whenever PIO came out, this was a PIO test group, so I had tons of people who wanted PIO with me. I had 6 PIO test groups going. It was hard to manage. So I decided now, what I would do is do the freemium. So every month I open up a new challenge group. You can try this if you want, and it may work for you, may not. You may want to go back to whatever way you're doing it or something somebody else needs to do. So on March, why we group up and down, but it kicks off on Monday, the 2nd. We're doing a 30-day plank challenge. So everybody who wants to participate in the plank challenge is put in the group. After they sign up for a free membership, if they're not working with another coach, or if they're working with another coach, they can. I only do it for my team because it's so big, because I don't build a relationship with them. I can't help them. I don't know what their why is. I don't have time to find out their why is. That's their coach's job. So I put them in there. Then anybody who ordered a challenge back for Shakeology or fitness program that put them in there. I do things to keep it alive. Because for me, like, how many of you really enjoyed the first challenge group you were in? Okay, the participation, they kept me going. So I put them in there so that, you know, I share recipes. It's not about selling them. It's about talking about form, clean eating. I give them a meal plan. They do 2 meal plans to choose from. I help educate them. And then, so they get something free. So the free customers are seeing the paid customers. Like my best friend Amanda, she finished the first round of 21-day fix in the January group. The second one in February, now people are like, more messaging me a second ago when you were watching the video, they're like, oh my God, I saw Amanda's results. This is how it happens. You put them all together. Then at the end of the month, the group closes like a week after. You know, that way people can, you know, finish up or whatever, and they open up another one. And then they have the option to move into the next month. You can do just the free workout one that I do, or you can do the free workout and the paid one, but they're all together. So they have one group manager. They get all my individual attention, and then it's like the group's done. It's over. You can request to join this one. If not, then you're fine. And that way you don't end up with a group of 500 people and 400 of them are silent. So that's how I've been doing it, and it's been huge. People are connecting. I do fun little, contests and stuff like, what's your favorite body part, whatever. But finding to keep it alive. This isn't that I'm gonna tag everybody I've heard of. Hey, how you doing? I haven't heard from you. You don't like to be called out. Make it fun. Post a picture of their refrigerator. Post a picture of Leslie and her and Lindsay sends this awesome thing that, like, you pick 2 ingredients and you make a dish. Everybody has different things, and it was like fun, and they surprise somebody who has the most creative dish or something. I mean, those are things that are fun. It teaches education, and people get ideas from one another. What were you going to say? Somebody raised their hand right there?
Well, I was asking, how long do you do that for? Is that like 21 days? Each month you're
No, every month. The first every month.
But how long does it go for? I mean, you said like there's a cleanup.
30 days.
30 days.
Yeah. It's a 30-day challenge. I mean, obviously, like February 28th, I hope that, the challenge was a Lose Your Love Handles challenge because of Valentine's Day. Like, I have all my challenge groups planned out for the whole year so that it's not a guesswork. Because the thing is, like, Macy's and all these things, they have sales. They don't just decide what sales they're put on sale today for next week. They have it planned out. And I'm strategizing it. Like, I have one that's based around Easter, like a cute little Easter. Because you want cute little Easter things. Like, they don't want to be join Mindy's March challenge. Like, you know what I mean? Make it like something fun. But I do the free one. Like, the plank challenge this month. Last month, it was a Lose Your Love Handle. So it was the first 14 days up to Thanksgiving. Valentine's Day. And then I give them also a second schedule about that focused on their core. So that's like, so the group opens up like a week before the first of the month. That way I can get people going, I can post videos in there and get them, all revved up and ready to go. Then it ends, the 30-day challenge, free challenge ends at the last day of that month. So like my challenge is the 2nd to the 31st, so 31 days. And then I close that group like a week after the month's over, after I've overnight. That way I don't have tons of groups going and I was having a hard time remembering what person was in each group. Because it was the same thing like Monica said, that after a while, that was confusing. I had it all typed up in the first day of lunch when people were going and I got busy and I'm like, who's in that group? And people got left behind. And you don't want that.
So wait, I'm just a little bit confused. So I get the free, like you do the 30-day free, I get that. But then you said you also put the people that purchase from you in that group. But are these people that aren't part, like just for example, if someone's purchased higher, that's just someone that kind of at a random time purchase higher from that group, not.
I have one live group. Yeah, I have one live group that I facilitate and run each month. and then it closes. And anybody who wants to be part of that group, there are people from the month before, the month before, who are still using product, or new customers who purchase it, and the people who just want to do the free challenge.
So you no longer do like your free one and a flyover, is it just?
No, I do it all together.
So now you change just to one, but you just call it the, whatever the free thing is that?
Yeah, like this one is like March Madness, and then 38 playing challenge. But I put my paying customers in there, and the people who from January to February want to roll on.
Yeah, it's like 30 or 60 days.
Because it's easier to monitor that.
Okay.
You know, and there's people who didn't join my February one, my January one, who joined my March one.
Yeah.
You know, and it's easier for me to track them, and it's more personal and private, and you know, and I start marketing my like mid-March. Like March 14th-ish, I'm gonna start marketing the ones coming for April, and I'm gonna start posting in the group.
How do you explain to someone that like doing, like say a 90-day program and having to move them from February group to March group, you know, like how are you explaining that?
Well, like I say, this group is closing in a week from today. It's the last thing we all did, great, blah, blah, blah. My next group for March is open. You know, click on this link to join the group.
So they choose to join, you don't move?
No, I don't move them. Because that's when you get rid of the stragglers who are just silent people.
Yeah.
You know, and then you don't have to track it, and they're not pressured. And, and I just post the link, once I have the group open, you know, I have a list, I add people, I open the group, and I post it in the February group. I post it today, hey, the March challenge group's open, click on this link to join.
That's a good idea. I get it.
So, and then how do you decipher? You're saying you're offering a free challenge for people to come in there as free, but then there's people in there that are paid?
Yeah, they're all together. I call it my free fitness support group. For each month. Group's free.
Okay.
The group is free. You can either do the free challenge, or you can continue using your program, or you can do both. Some people are doing both. It's just a way for me to better monitor my customers and make sure that the stagnant people are not in there. You know what I mean? Because if they don't want to be in there, they don't want to participate. I don't want them just sitting in the shadow, scaring people off. There's a bunch of numbers in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it worked for me now for 3 months. It was a trial run. I said I was going to do this at the beginning of the year. It's worked great. Yes?
I really like this concept because I feel like it streamlines, because like you said, the groups can get crazy and overwhelming. I'm personally not sure how I feel about this yet, but my upline is very like, don't have challengers in your group unless they're on Shakeology. It's non-negotiable, things like that. And I personally feel, because I'm a trained health coach as well, and so I feel like I want to help anyone that comes to me, whether they're paying me or not.
If you want to be successful and you truly care about somebody, you wouldn't have those rules.
Yeah.
I disagree with that. But again, you're the CEO of your own business and you're responsible for your own success. So if that's what they want to do, that's fine. So I'm not going to say they're wrong, but I disagree with that. I will not run my business that way.
Well, then I know the story about how Scotty Hobbs' story with Matt Wiggins with like a pirated copy of P90X. And so I'm like, they're like the top coaches. And so
my first challenge group I ever opened up was on April 20th or 4/20, something like that. And you know what? She already owned it, and she went in during Shakeology. I mean, that happened to a lot of you, and how many of you probably got pissed off or like, oh, I suck, I'm not running a challenge group again. But I did, and she ordered Shakeology like a week later, and I didn't find out until like 2 years ago that she had to put it on her own back out credit card. And, you know, and then I tried to get her to become a coach, and she said no. And then she signed as a coach, and then I said, well, do the Coach Training Academy. She's like, I'm not doing what you're doing. I said, well, you should do the Coach Training Academy. And she's like a freak. She did like the Coach Training Academy 2 days, and then all of a sudden it was like balls to balls. And she's here today. So the thing is, you know, do what you want to do, but like, I don't believe in you limit yourself if you have to set by rules. People don't like to live by rules. You live by rules by your boss, by your husband, and your kids, and your work schedule, kids. I understand people don't want to live by rules. And if you're basically saying you will only get my help if you buy something from me, what kind of person are you? You're not a friend. You're a business person. I don't agree with that. And actually, corporate actually says not to do that. But you can do whatever you want. You just won't be successful for very long.
And if you put those people in there, there are going to be other people that are on it too. And they're going to see it, and they're going to say, well, my results aren't quite as good. Right. So I need to step it up and do this.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it gives them 4 or 5 more success stories that they're seeing. So absolutely.
Yeah.
Melissa really good friend. She was in the pilot task group, and she's a master trainer, and she's friends with Shalene Johnson. You know, that's one thing that she taught me years ago was that don't bring this was very successful in her first year, and she thought she could do it her own way. And she wasn't necessarily not successful, but there wasn't a lot of growth to just maintain stuff, so she's like, don't bring this with them. And that's what rang in my ears the whole time. And one thing she shared is that she did that a lot. Like, wouldn't let people in unless they were technology or unless they were an ACT. And her heart was in the right reason. And now she's learning from Shalene, and I've learned a lot from her. But like, we do it because we care about people, we want to help them. And when they do that, they're going to be loyal to you. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to want to cancel their Shakeology. People are like, I don't want to cancel Shakeology because I love it, and you made me love it. You know, I mean, there's just circumstances, everybody has different circumstances. But when you actually build a friendship and people see that you care, it's not, you don't just want their money, then they'll stick around and try to do whatever they can to like Shakeology or make it work. I mean, there's people who are like, I don't really like Shakeology, like, I want to love it because you loved it, you know, because you have those relationships. So that's why leading from your heart, doing it for the right reasons is important. So the best thing to do is invite people to your free challenge group, however you want to run it. And the biggest thing right here is, I don't know if you can see it. Like I said, I would go over this a lot because I think you can find it yourself. You should be. I'm not going to tell you how to find it. But there's all these resources there. You go to sales and marketing, and in your packet, there is all these tools here to help you to learn about it. People are like, people will ask me, how long? They'll ask me questions. We're like, I tell you how to find it. Like, how long? You want to know how long pilot is? You want to know how long the workouts are? You want to know who it's geared for? You want to know flow impact? You want to know if, you know, how much parking is there? Go find it. You don't know anything about Shakeology? Go find it. It's under the sales and marketing tab. This is going to help you become successful. I hear all the time, people are like, I don't want to run a challenge group. There's the challenge group guide. It's in your packet. It tells you what every day is a T25 month. Obviously, it looks like you copy paste what you want to put in there every day for your group. I don't use it anymore because I know it like the back of my hand. I know how to run my groups. I know how to run my people. But if you are a new coach, follow the guides. They're there for a reason. They're there to help you become successful and become more confident as a coach. Yes?
If you're using a guide, but then you're doing one challenge group a month, and then you're rolling people over, so then you're like,
Yeah, you're
recycle
doing content, so I make up my own.
Yeah.
Or it's also a great way to show your new potential coaches that they can do it too, that it's something they can do.
Right.
Because maybe the first time you wrote your challenge group, what's your why? Maybe it didn't connect with them. But then when they get deeper into the program, maybe they're a little, you know, at that point where they're ready to figure out what their why is.
Right.
The best thing is to, you know, have a shake and share to tell people about Shakeology. I do example packs for people to give it a try. The product training education under here is about how Shakeology. It tells you there how to do a shake and share, how to, you know, what video, what Tony Morton video. There's all this information there, so utilize it. My thing is, like, I have a rule in my group is that if you ask a question in the group, like, that's about business, we're going to tell you how to find it, so that way you learn. And I like the way I ask questions that means that they're working their business. But I don't people get mad at me when I don't give them the answer. I will never give you the answer. I want the right to go. I'm not find the answer. Because I'm not doing you any good if I just give you the answer. Because I've had some, I don't know, to get asked me the same question over and over and over again. I'm like, I didn't answer him, and he was not retaining it because he was just being given the answer. He wasn't finding himself. So challenges are the best way for you to grow your business. You know, that way you can provide all the list of information to 20 people at a time instead of doing it single-handedly. That's why the challenge groups work. I do posts and activities and assignments in there to get people to interact with one another, to make it fun. To, you know, I'm not sitting there saying, like, why aren't you working out? I'm telling them, like, making it fun. I'm making it where they get become friends, and I'm seeing them interact outside of Facebook, outside of the group on non-Beachbody stuff. This is what, because this is about friendship. So you know, you just need, this is a place you have your support, so you don't feel alone. Share your scripts. Don't talk about anything doing it every day because you're not really doing the right thing, but if you have it, don't just explain to them, this is okay, everything in moderation. You know, be yourself. People don't want to see you perfect all the time, trust me. It actually works against you in this business if you're perfect. You should tell, you know, your whole story. This video is one that I use all the time because it highlights the support, the accountability, and the relationships that the people have
buddy pick, you call it.
I have that mentor with me, working with me every single day. She challenges us and gives us something to really step outside our comfort zone. She's very supportive and trying to keep me on track. And we get on Facebook and we exchange recipes, or even just support those days where you feel like I don't want to do this.
I also use the meal planner quite a bit on there, and that's been great for my diet.
I find that this guy is very helpful. It's sort of recipes that I use now all the time. It's never eating healthier than my life, living a healthy lifestyle. It's all about. I love sugar flavors and all the different recipes you can make. I can't speak highly of shade allergy. It's actually the healthiest meal that I can do.
It's a great recovery snack.
Not only has technology become one of the best meals of the day, my market is also my favorite. Delicious.
I do enjoy going into the super gym, watching the calendar fill up.
Going through the message boards and learning different quotes, I was able to figure out inspiration from that.
Success stories really give me some motivation to see people who've seen results.
I lost 6 pounds, and at points down 5 inches. I have lost 8 pounds.
I've dropped 4 notches on my belt buckle.
I have lost 3 pounds. This actually took me 4 now, and I've lost just over 30 pounds.
I actually lost weight while I was on vacation. Not a lot of people can say that.
My core muscles are starting to get stronger. My self-esteem is shot up. My energy level is through the roof. I got inspiration to be a better person than I was the day before. Each body has an all set up.
And I couldn't be any happier.
Never felt better. I'm really grateful. Really inspirational. It's been a great experience.
Thank you, Team Beachbody.
I post that video in my challenge group every month. So people can testimonials and see why it's so important that they interact in the group and how it is going to help them stay on their journey. Yes, it's under. You go to the video library, and then it's under. It's under the video library. I don't know if that was how I'm looking for it. I would have to search for it. It's under the video library, and then I think it's under Beachbody Challenge. Customer success stories, I think. It might be in my best interest to write it down so I can look for it every time. But I suggest when you find it, write down electronic too. It'd probably be better for you. Okay, so I'm gonna talk real loud. So here's a great visual of how the Beachbody Challenge scripts lead to success. We give them your fitness and nutrition and come with a challenge pack. I always tell people, at least try Shakeology for the first round of when they get to the first 30 days. Drink it, consecutively 30 days in a row. If you don't like it, get your money back. I tell them the story about how I only ordered because I'm like, I'm gonna drink this shit, I'm gonna return it, get my money. Just like whey protein, and after like a week, I was like, well, I noticed a difference. After 2 weeks, I was down 8 times. So I'm like, obviously I'm gonna return it. So then we give them the support, not just through me as their coach, but other coaches are in this group. Other challengers, especially the way I've been running them now, there's people from January, February, in my March group who are there to support them. There's people who know the value of these groups. So they get tons of support, and there is support that doesn't just come from me, it's support of somebody who knows what they do. People like, my husband won't eat anything, like how Shane was talking about how the person has they're picky. There's people in there talking about that. My husband ain't picky because, well, he is picky, but I'm still those food. The trash, I don't eat it. I mean, like, that's where I am. Not everybody likes that, so that would be my advice. Like, throw this thing, because I just don't eat it. It's not plain. And I guess the same thing. I'm gonna throw it away, and you'll go to bed without it. This is what I'm doing. This is here because I care about you. Because I don't want you being 30 years old, having to go through what all these people are going through. And my kids go, okay, we'll eat our stuff. Well, some kids eat like great food. It's the choices you make for your family. It's what you facilitate. So, but other people out there, like, why don't go to the bounce ideas off? Because there's some things that I'm limited on what I can do because my approach is going to be way different than somebody else. And people are not going to like my approach. So the thing is, having these groups are really monumental for success. And then there's rewards. I do rewards within the month, like this month is, this is not just for free customers, this is for the paying customers because obviously it makes sense. But like I'm giving them the choice of the best transformation, the best participation, a little mini prop pot, $20. And then Beachbody, at Nike, gift card. Those are people who like they successfully complete 21 day fix the program end of the month, not just if you do your plan. So, but I have those rewards. And at the end, those rewards, if they enter the Beachbody Challenge, they can get a free t-shirt, they can win the $500, thing. Like several of my friends have actually won that money. So, these are the rewards. And the fact that like the reward is at the end of the month, you finished something, you got results, you made friends. And then that's what leads to their success. So having a challenge group every month, I pretty much covered, is that you want to invite several people to it. So the way I do it, like I said, is a free challenge. I invite 3 people a day to join my challenge group. I call it my fitness support. I highlight whatever, program I think that, doing fix the program I really start doing out of Ohio, or 10-minute training. I would really ever suggest, I started with I guess anybody could. Nowadays, you don't have to start them off with a program. You want them to succeed, so I invite them to that. And then if they say, no, they don't think they're ready, you tell them that there's not a big belief system in themselves, then I invite them to my free challenge. I post that on Facebook. You can go to my Facebook page and look at my cover photos. A lot of them are talking about my free challenge. I post pictures, so I'm directly to my cover photos because I talk about it. And you can see the way I market these things. I don't say, go to my free plank challenge and I don't like a schedule off of Pinterest and post that. I make my own with my face, with customized stuff. And again, like the old graphic thing, I was telling my husband, I'm like, I was never creative, I sucked at graphics. I said, and I looked back on the time off some of the graphics I made, I was like, it looks like a 5-year-old did it. I'm not upset about it, because that's what I did. Like now I'm like, it looks good. Because I've been doing it all the time. Like that's part of my business, and I look at what other people do, and now I have an eye for what goes together. So the thing is, when you put these collages together, when you put these things together, if they look kind of crafty like mine did, or little on them, just know that just keep doing it and doing it and pay attention to what other people do, and you will get better. Learn. I hear people say, like, I don't know how to use that program that you use. I use pickmonkey.com. Well, figure it out. If you want this business to work, if you want things that draw people in, if you want things that look different than everybody else is something to do, figure it out. I saw this back here. I wanted to breastfeed all my kids. It was hell. She's had, issues with Jenna. And we went out and asked people for help. We just went and done it over and over and over again because we wanted what's best for our kids. And it got easier, it got better, and there were challenges. So the thing is, if you want this business to work, if you truly want to help people and you want to be successful, and you enjoy using Beachbody programs, products, and using challenge, make sure that you see what you have to do and actually go and do it. And if the first time that you aren't good at it, you don't just quit. So make sure that you're constantly inviting people there, and it will add up. Like all my groups this January, February, March, they had like 45 to 65 people. The both of them being free challengers.
Maybe if there's some new classes joining, just add them in the middle of the month, or would be great to add them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I was like, we're having to do our the biggest thing that I tell them is that, come in because you can get access to questions of like how this works. You get support. Because a lot of people, got sidetracked in the middle, especially February, on the booster love handles, but it's just like come into this like place at a safe zone. I made a video on how to navigate, turn off all the notifications so that they're like, I tell them, I make videos so that they know what they're coming into. I mean, there's a free zone. If you go to my YouTube channel too, there's one like welcome to my March group or whatever, that you can see what I do. I use the Zoom. If anybody wants to know, I use the Zoom and hit record and then share screen. That way you don't see me, you just see the screen, and it walks me through how to use the group. So we're going to be walking through the tools to support that you need to support your challenge groups to make them active and successful, and that way when you are inviting people, you can tell them what they're being invited to. When you're inviting, make sure that you're adding on people to the contact list. I kind of covered that earlier. I use the power of threes, have something you can track, so that when you invited Bob to your challenge group today, and then you write me later on the follow-up section that you followed up with Bob. When you have it there, you're not going to contact Bob the next day after you followed up again. And people are like, well, I don't know, how do you follow up? I don't want to bug them. Well, I always ask people, well, when was the last time you talked to them? I don't remember. Okay, well, then that's a problem. not really tech savvy, or if you don't want to use Evernote or whatever it is, use Binder and just print them off like every day. I like to write stuff down. You know, I mean, so for me that would work. So always be building your contact list, always have it in front of you, always update it, and use the step-by-step invitation process and the best practices to invite your contacts. And so, you know, make sure that you're supporting all of your challenge groups so that you're, you know, you don't go MIA. You can use a scheduler like Postron, Postcron, is a great scheduler. I don't like using that because I get it. I don't like it anymore. Postcron, postcron.com. You can actually post your pictures and just like what album it is. I hate this week because it would like just post it in this thing and they were all private. You could open it and cut off some things you said and just the way it showed up. Postcron is really, it's user friendly. I like it. Or Buffer. Sendable. Melanie Metro uses Sendable. Find something that works. So instead of just being like, oh, you know, and that's one thing I work with corporate. Sean's like, automate. I'm like, I want to automate this, but that means taking time and sacrificing, coming up with how you're going to run your time, and then Sunday night or whatever, or Monday morning, you schedule it for the whole week, so you're not scrambling, or you know, like you know, kids come up, like I see them more, and you know, some days like I post the John from 10 or 11, and there's no consistency because there's some people who get on Facebook while they're getting ready to work, driving to work or whatever, and then they never get on after that, so they miss the whole post. So make sure that you have something up. You know, like my coach does it 6 o'clock in the morning. They're early here, so like you know they do it like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So I've been doing that. That way, you know, pretty much people get it. Because you put it at 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, like I was doing when I wake up and was busy during the summer. You missed it, and there was no consistency. So most of us, everybody uses social media to market themselves, right? Okay. So make sure that you know. Like I said, you find people on social media, because that way they can watch you, especially if they're strangers. It makes it kind of okay. If somebody going to a restaurant and seeing one week, you go there, yeah, but that's not typical. Because some of our close friends you don't see every day. So, like I said, there's a document that 8 social media do's and don'ts. Find it, read it. Even if you think you're good at social media, find it and read it. Because there's things like I love how Leslie always is like, I don't have to, you know, redo trainings or redo things that you said or go look at documents, and because my mind is so much different now, I picked up, you know, something totally different. My mind works up there, and the thing is, I don't remember, I went to Dave Johnson, I can't remember what she said, when you're sitting in the social setting, I think you only actually repeat 20% of what's said. That's why I record. And so when you're like learning stuff on the internet, you're trying to multitask, your kids ready, trying to work and watch videos, obviously don't retain stuff. So make sure that you go back and review things. So the thing is, social media, there might be something here that you never thought to do. So go and read these, use these things. The thing is, even if you're good at social media, you want to be better. So make sure that you go through that. And you know, like I said, there's a lot of, I had one coach, she was like, I'm 6 years old, I'm new to social media, I don't know what to do. So I was like, read that. Tune into my call. How many of you have had success with wear and share? Anybody not know what wear and share is? Okay. Wear and share is just basically you're walking billboard wearing a hat, a jacket, a shirt with the logos on it. This strikes up conversation. I have built my contact list like a huge amount of people on my contact list are based off wear and share. You know, any place I go, and I only wear, like, I wear my stuff, but like, if I'm really trying to attract people, I don't get turbo fire, I don't even wear 21 Day Fix, I wear Insanity Max 30, Insanity the Silent, Insanity structure, Insanity structure, yeah. I wear that, like, I don't really wear it out. Like, in my town, I use everybody in my little apartment of the earth town knows what I do. When I go to Houston or somewhere else, I wear big names, Insanity and P90X. Even P90X, you know, people don't realize that there's not an X there. But the thing is, do those. Like, people are like, well, I don't want to wear extra, but I don't, never done P90X. Who gives a crap? You wear, I don't know. I mean, people wear sports logos, they don't play for them, or college it out of your head that because you're missing out on lots of opportunities. Always create business cards, always have your phone or something to get their information. Yes?
I was going to say, if you're wearing like, P90X shirt and say like the instructor and stuff, and somebody asks you to teach, you could always say, that's my goal, that's what I'm working at right now.
Well, if you're wearing an instructor, you have to be an instructor. You can't wear an instructor gear if you're not an instructor.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, actually, my husband actually has one, a standing instructor one, and he wears it, and I mean, he's like muscled up, even if he doesn't work out regularly. But people are always like, are you an instructor? He's like, no, but I'm a coach, and my wife, is an instructor. And then boom, right there, he gets into that. So the thing is, like, wear stuff that's like brightly colored, and it is whatever. Because if you say turbo fire and you're wearing a red shirt, nobody knows what turbo fire is. I mean, really. Or if they do, they already own it. And and yes, some of those people may not have coaches, and you can help them, but it really it limits how many people you can have. So make sure that if you don't own Wear and Share, put that on your list. I'm giving you action right now. Make sure you download the podcast for Julie Johnson. Make sure you go over the social media do's and don'ts, because a lot of you are going to build your business off that. Make sure that you get a Wear and Share. The best way to get a Wear and Share, if you're sitting here saying, I'm broke, I don't want to spend any money on this, I do that all the time. Then finish a program. They give you a free shirt. I don't care what excuse anybody has, I always have about that. So, we have all the different tools in the back, like I said, yada, yada, yada. The Success from Home magazine, does anybody know what that is? What? You can buy it. They have success stories about the coaching. One of our coaches, Dr. Paulina, she carries hers everywhere. So when she talks to them, she puts it open and tells people. I give it to my stepdaughter. My stepdaughter's like counting down the state and she wants to become a coach. Because she loves what I do. She wants to do this. This is what she wants to do. She listens to Julie Johnson podcast channel every day. She reads books that we give her. So I'm forming my family off of everything that I learned. But she takes that and she says, her teacher follows me. I'm like, who's your teacher? She's like, well, she says she can never do what you do. But she follows me. I don't know her teacher. So I was like, what's her name? She's like, just A or I don't know, whatever it is, like long name. But I was like, bring her back to Sample Shakeology. She said, oh, okay. So the thing is, like, these tools help. I send a little fax to all my new coaches that just started new coaches. The Success from Home magazine. I send them the Shakeology brochure, 3 trifold brochures, Shakeology, the $100 don't buy, and a $2 shirt, and a personal development book. Those magazines, if you guys don't know already about them, they're still right now. I buy them like 10 or 20 at a time. No one said that. Because it's all, the thing is, like, people are like, I don't know what to do with coach. I just spent $140 or $50, $60, whatever dollars. You're saving up for success. Like, how many of you like getting stuff in the mail that's not billed? Ooh, I do. Like, I love it. Like, I love it. Like, my coach sent me like a leaf neck. Like, I love it. It's a sweet note. I love the note more than the neck. Anyways, and you're basically saying, like, welcome to my team. I'm here to support you and want you to succeed. You have to spend money to make money. You have to provide it. People are like, I'm tired of people know about this Shakeology program, so they told me to go spend $12 on compound effect. Bullshit, I'm not gonna do that. And I've learned my lesson too, the failure stuff. Like, I send people like the John Maxwell books for like $25. And they were like, that spoke to me. Nobody wants to read a book like this when they're you have to read like a bio book and a 21-day Facebook and you're telling them to be in groups and stuff. So now I send small, simple ones, like The Power of Night. That's my favorite book. That's how I Somebody raise their hand.
Will you list again what you send in your pack to your new coaches?
Oh, yes. I send a Success from Home magazine. I send, whenever you get a new order of Shakeology, that little thing with the 7-day thing, I send one of those. 3 Shakeology trifold brochures. A team building shirt. A personal development book. And 100 Doctors Don't Lie DVD. And some people are different too. Like, I've sent 21-day facilitators to people, but I give them something, and you don't have to follow my format. And like I was so holistic the other day, I want to do like one of those things you see at Christmas, people do the jars of cookies, like oatmeal, and then because I don't do heavy little fingers and ribbons and stuff, really tough shoes. But I'm gonna do one where the shake all energy ball, fight, stuff. I mean, the little mason jars and all that stuff in there. It's something fun. People may never make it, but like people like shoes and they want to know you care. And a handwritten note. A handwritten note. We're gonna handwritten note. Well, my daughter handwritten. Well, I'm just saying. You know, and I just welcome them. And it is an investment. It's a crapshoot. You don't know who's going to read it or, you know, whatever. But you're giving them tools to get started immediately. You're saying, welcome, I want you here, and I want you to see, here's all the stuff you need to see. You don't say, here, you join my team, I got your whatever, now go and, you know, buy this stuff. So.
Do you do that even if they say, I just want the discount?
Yep. I mean, obviously, most of us when I first coach, we do that well. But she just wanted the discount.
Treat them all.
And look where she is. People, that is the biggest mistake people make is they preach that they just want the discount and then they assume it's discount coaches and they never provide it. I send the same email, I suggest the same thing, I've never sent the same no matter what. If they display that they only want to be discount coaches for the first month or two, then I don't try to push them into the business, but I provide them the same thing. Because people are like, I didn't say this, I didn't do that, I didn't tell them about Success Club, I didn't tell them about getting started right call, I didn't tell them about team calls because they want to be discount coaches. They provide discount coaches because they don't understand what is involved. And I go back and check with people because sometimes circumstances change and they want to do something with business. And some people who are gung-ho, things change and they want to be a discount coach. Provide them the same thing, consistency. You know, if you own a business and you hire a cashier, you don't know who's going to stay and who's going to go and who's manager material, but you give them the same job description and they expect the same expectations, right? And then what they do with it, you plan accordingly. So make sure that you are setting them up for success. I don't use the contact list here. Use it if you're a new coach. I'm not a new coach. I have tons of people. I go through more of my power of threes. I can't fit in that. I write really big, and so I have created my own. If you are just starting off and you're trying to build a system, use the stuff in the back office. Then develop your own. Don't reinvent the wheel. Use the contact list. The people who say, I don't know anybody, bullshit. You do. They think you know there's 2,000 people. Those 2,000 people know 2,000 people know 2,000 people. So use the memory jogger to help you write a list. That's one thing to ask people at the very beginning of their coaching is write down the people you can think of. Don't judge if you think they need it or don't need it. Just write down the people. We are going to go to lunch now. It's 12. Yes, I'm getting better at time. All right, before we leave, let's come back. I have to do this again. Can we get a picture together? Yeah. Where are we taking? All right, so make sure that you're utilizing all the resources in the back office that are there to design to help you go a system to follow and to be organized and to make sure that nobody gets left behind. As the slide says, never worry about numbers, have one person at a time, and always start with the person nearest you. So make a conscious effort to follow the power of threes. 3 people a day you reach out to. Somebody asked me earlier, sorry, about how to invite. So the biggest thing is, like I said, I have an idea of what program I want to start everybody off with. I have a free challenge every month. So I go to the person and I invite them, like, hey, once you have a conversation established, you don't want to just necessarily message somebody in high school with that's been on your friends list for 10 years, but you haven't spoken to. Build a relationship with people. Make sure that on your social media and your lifestyle, that people can see outside of social media that your life is in line with what you're saying you're doing. It doesn't mean you need perfect all the time. Like Louise said, she's having margaritas with her husband, eating a Mexican dinner, and she was still able to help somebody. So it's not like you have to eat like Baja Fresh and salad all the time, rich technology everywhere you go. But obviously, your life has to be a testimony of what you're preaching, and it has to be somewhat measurable. So I share everything that I do on Facebook, my journey, my childhood, the things that I have learned and how I've grown by sharing. Why? Because of the community, because of my coach, because of peer support in our challenge groups, because of Live Event, because of personal development. I share passages from my personal development. I make all my calls open to the public. I post them on my Facebook. It's not all about beach squatting, but people see that when I say come join my
join the Team Beachbody community, that it's a positive experience, and that there are people there who are testimonies that what I'm saying I'm going to provide, what I'm saying I can deliver, and what results that they're wanting, they actually can get because people do it. So make sure that you're doing that. So when you invite people, you know, I would say, like, I was thinking, you know, like, softly, hey, I was thinking about you. I have a challenge starting up on March 2nd. I would like to invite you to join it. You're like, well, what is it? Depending on the person, depending on where they are in their fitness level, depending on your relationship with them, and this is, there is no black and white per se, because this is where you're going to have to learn how to build a relationship. Be able to ask the right questions and be able to know how to direct it. Because for some people, I invite them to, like, you know, a new mom challenge, for example, it's a 21-day challenge. I've obviously put them in a 30-day group. It doesn't matter if it's only 21 days, so I put them in that same group for the month. But I think I'm thinking about you, this is a great program. Would you like more information about it? And, you know, I follow the 5-step invitation process. Would you watch a video if you know, I sent it to you? If people approach me, I ask them, well, what kind of goals do you have? Are you following an exercise or fitness regimen now? If you have in the past, what's worked, what hasn't worked? What kind of goals do you have? All of this is in the 5-step invitation process. It's a little bit here. But I follow these steps on how to invite. All right, the 5-step invitation process. So it tells you right here to invite a friend, and I follow the same verbiage here. It's like, you know, I don't know if this is the right fit for you, but I would want to see if this would work. And so, you know, I leveraged it on whether it was a free challenge or a 21-day fix with a trainer. And when they approach me, I do the same thing. And I ask you a few questions so I can see if this will fit for you. I send them that have ever felt like this, or a video on 21-day fix, and that is what I am, you know, recommending for them. And then, you know, I basically say, when they say, yeah, sure, send me the video. Okay, well, I'm going to send you the video. I'm going to check back in 2 days unless I hear from you first. So I tell them, go ahead and, you know, let me know what you think, or I will check back with you. So that way, because you're like, well, I don't want to bug them. If you've already told them to send it to you, I'm going to give you 2 days, and then I'm going to follow up with you, then they should fill it out because they agreed to it. You know, and then I ask them, like, hey, I was just checking back, like I said I would. And then when you do those kind of things, they see that you're following through and you're a person of your word. Because you know, people don't follow up with people because they're scared, because they can't remember when they messaged them, they forgot about them. What does that say? I've had a lot of people's customers message me lately saying that somebody bought a child factor this month and then they never heard from their coach. The same thing goes on whenever you're sending invites out to somebody you don't follow up. I wouldn't want you to be my coach. I wouldn't want you to be my friend and forget about me if you sell me something you don't. I mean, and that is a bad taste in customers' mouth. And I don't think that anybody personally needs to do that, but you forget. This is important. These are your friends. If your friend kept forgetting about you, you wouldn't want to be their friend, because I would. Maybe. So this is something that's important to keep in mind. Make sure that, like I said, you're using a 5-step invitation process. We have the different trainings in the back about how to overcome objections, how to build relationships. I hear this all the time, well, I don't know how to build relationships. I don't know how to keep friends with somebody. I don't know how to start a conversation. Well, don't come tell me that if you haven't read this document. It's all here. This is the initial invite. First we do is initial invite, engage with the question. And if you're following the 5-step invitation process, it's there. Share the video. If you ever feel like this, or you know, one of the videos, like I've been sharing the 21-day fix extreme video that's out for this challenge track, or I send them the normal 21-day fix one I have on my blog. And then you do specific details and expectations. So you say you want to join my challenge group, people don't know what a challenge group is. When I taught my last Vital Behaviors challenge training, at the end of January, coaches didn't even know how to explain what a challenge group is. So if you can't even explain it, how do you expect somebody to say yes to it? Does anybody here wants to share how they explain what a challenge group is to somebody when they ask?
If it's face-to-face, because I'm better at face-to-face or by phone, I just explain it's an awesome accountability group for those that are interested in their health and fitness and
inviting, what do we say to them?
Well, I actually had somebody at lunchtime ask me today what I've been doing. So, and there's somebody I haven't spoken to about 15 years, so may as well be a stranger. And I was said, I've been doing fitness challenge groups where it's accountability for my fitness, my daily activity, what I'm doing, and we keep each other motivated and support. We can also have our pity parties where we can do, like, our wine and rap about things. And they're like, okay, great. Then I got somebody else's phone number before coming in. So
Awesome. So next, I'll give you a couple things that call to actions I want to see you do. Is that there's a lot of people who just out there kind of like fail whenever asked what a challenge group is. So you need to come up with your elevator pitch on what a challenge group is. So that it's concrete, that it doesn't change. Because what a challenge group is, it doesn't change. It's always the same, right? So you have to come up with how you describe it, because you're going to get asked. If you're inviting somebody to come to something and you don't know how to describe it, why are they going to say yes? If you just like, I have this thing next Saturday, I think, or maybe it might start the next week. Do you think you can come? Is this thing? I mean, really? You're not going to. But if you say, hey, on the third Sunday of every month, our people in our neighborhood get together and we have a block barbecue. Everybody brings a dish. We're here. It's casual dress. We hang out. We, exchange recipes. Our kids play. Our husbands grill together. The women go inside and, prepare, the table and all this stuff. We like you to participate, and you're free to come. Can you RSVP the week before so we can get a final head count? That sounds better, right? Okay, so this is a formal invitation. Again, you have to be the CEO of your own business. You have to have a system. And so, like I said, I know exactly what my challenge is open. I know exactly for the next few months what my free challenge is. I have an idea of what programs they're going to do. Obviously, there's going to be new products and stuff, so I have to kind of keep that flexible. But I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm going to do a 5-day clean eating part in the mix of that to invite new people mid-month who want to purchase Shakeology. That I usually do around the second or third week of the month, because we've had the people, they see accountability, they're seeing the other paid customers drinking their Shakeology, and then on the second week I start saying, hey, on the third Monday of this month, I'm going to do a 5-day clean eating, and you order your Shakeology. Order it today, because I have to ship it to you. And then they drink it, they're like, oh my god, this is so great. Then they have like towards the tail end of the month to order it. See how that works? There's a system there, and how the groups flow. So I'm going to show you the video from Poly Migrants. Oh no. Where's the volume?
Go to the squeal.
Process. Often new coaches ask, what do I say to get somebody interested in joining my Beachbody challenge group? Or how do I even talk to my prospects about Beachbody and about joining my groups in the first place? Hi, I'm Tommy Margaret, and today I want to take a simplified look at the 5-step invitation process. Often new coaches ask, what do I say to get somebody interested in joining my Beachbody challenge group? Or how do I even talk to my prospects about Beachbody and about joining my groups in the first place? My answer is always the same. It's to learn and use this 5-step invitation process. So let's take a closer look at these 5 steps that are going to help you help more people. Step 1 is the invite. Coaches typically invite one of 2 ways, either by making a list of individual people that they know or that they've spoken to and inviting one-on-one, or, like many coaches, openly promoting upcoming challenge groups online through their social media like Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. There are examples of invites available in the 5-step invitation process document located in the online office, but typically your prospects will reply to your promotion with either, yeah, tell me more about that, what is it, or oftentimes they'll say, how much is it? It's easy when they ask you that question for you to want to jump in and explain everything you know and give them the entire deal up front before they're truly ready to hear it. A quick and easy way for you to stay in control of the conversation is to learn to simply bridge the prospect from step 1 into step 2. Learning to bridge each step makes it easier and keeps you in control. Bridging and setting up the next step is easy. Always answer their question with this. That depends on what you need and want. Why don't we ask a few questions and go from there? Now for step 2, the interview. Ask your prospects a few simple questions to help you learn more about them and how what we offer can fit their needs. I ask questions representing our 4 pillars of challenge group success. Fitness plus nutrition plus support and accountability equals success. Some example questions we ask about in the fitness category might be, are you currently following a fitness plan or program? What would be some of your current fitness goals or weight loss goals that you might have? Then moving into nutrition, tell me about an average day of eating and what that looks like for you. How many times per week are you going out to eat or ordering in? Then support and accountability. Do you currently have a group or person to help you stay accountable on your fitness and nutrition? Or do you feel having a coach and an accountability group will help you find better results? Just taking a few short minutes to ask these questions and listening to their answers will go a long way in helping your prospect get closer to a yes. Now it's time to bridge from step 2 to step 3 and to schedule the watch and the follow-up. Bridging to step 3 is very simple when you use this. If I send you a video, would you have time to watch it? Once they agree to watch it, it's also important that you schedule the watch. And the second thing to schedule is this, the follow-up. The idea is simple, to get them committed to a specific time in the next 24 hours to watch the video. After you've bridged to step 3 by scheduling the appointment to watch the video and scheduling the follow-up, go ahead and move them to step 3 and simply send them a video to watch. I personally love to send 2 videos. Ever feel like this? And also customer success stories. Both videos do a great job explaining our challenge groups to the prospect. You can send them to your prospects via Facebook or email and remind them of the time that you both agreed to follow up. Step 4 is the follow-up. First, ask them about the videos before you explain about challenge packs. Simply asking them a couple of questions. 1, did you have a chance to watch the videos? And 2, what did you like about them? Those questions will give your prospect a chance to reflect on everything they've said and learn. If they're giving you what I call green lights, saying something positive that leads you to believe they are ready to join, then it's time to explain the challenge pack and give them the deal. Tell them everything they're getting in the challenge pack and what their initial investment will be. Once they give you their answer, you can move them to step 5, the enrollment. Simply follow the step-by-step enrollment process detailed in the 5-step invitation document and successfully enroll your prospect in your challenge group. Once they're enrolled, get them set up and placed in your challenge group and prepared for day 1 of their new Beachbody journey. That's the 5-step invitation process. Now it's your turn to start using the 5 steps to help more people achieve their goals and live a healthy, fulfilling life.
So, how many have read the 5-step invitation process before? How many of you have used it and implemented it in your business? How many of you are still using it? How many of you have been successful with it? Amazing. So those of you who have not been using it, start using it. You will be successful. Tommy is one of my mentors. He took me under his wing very shortly after I became a coach. He is going to be the guest speaker on my team call on Wednesday at 8:30 Central Standard Time, 6:30 your time. You're all free to jump on. All my team calls are open. He's going to be discussing the 5-step invitation process. He is an amazing leader. He is somebody who's rare in the company because it is a woman-dominated organization. And a lot of guys don't always follow standard procedure and they don't follow directions. Sorry, but I'm not bumping everybody, but he has done that and he doesn't reinvent the wheel. And a lot of these guys have been suffering before from coaches like him who've been here for a long time. And you think it's because you've been following the process? Okay. There's proof there that that works. You know, I will tell you, time after time, I get coaches saying, I am not successful. And these are people across the nation, and they wave their upline and all these different things. I'm like, follow this here. You don't need a strong upline. You don't need even an active coach. So I have lots of people, and they're like, I want to switch to you because my coach is inactive, or they did this and this and this. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. My coach built her organization with no upline support. Bob Cito, you know, because he built his with no upline support. There's a video that he did on a call for me about the B2C opioid business. All these documents that are here for all of you were not there when I became a coach. So this notion that people think that they have to have their hand held or have a coach do that, make sure that you're following this
when I became a coach, and neither did my coach. We just figured out as we went, but we wasted a lot of time failing and trying things that were not, productive. This right here works. And like you said, she started doing it, and she was on vacation for a week at a time. And look at the productivity she's had since she's done that. And I can say, I get this from coaches all across the thing. They're like, I don't have any help. I can't just like tap into what's here. It's here for a reason. You don't need me. You don't need to switch sponsors. You don't need an active coach. Follow it, because this is what it said. People ask me all the time, do you follow this guy? Yes, I do, but no, I don't. Coaches like you who've been around for some time, we help design these, So I don't follow because I do this religiously in the back of my head. I will say that I follow the process that's here, but I don't have it in front of me anymore because I've been doing this for 3 years. It just comes naturally. But in the beginning, if you're a new coach, if you're not confident, if you didn't follow this in the beginning, you got a lot of no's that really make your confidence go down and make you, basically question your ability, then go back to this and do this over and over and over and over and over and over again until you don't need it anymore. Personalize it. I mean, you don't want to read it. I'm not saying to copy and paste this and do the exact same thing, because I was telling somebody earlier, we were talking about this, is that, the step-by-step questions you ask people, well, some people are like an open book. They're going to tell you all the answers there. So you have to kind of learn to go with the flow, but find out the questions in the 5-step education process of, what are you following? What's worked? What hasn't worked? Do you know anybody who's interested in doing this? Do you think of following a formal program and being a part of an accountability group would help you? These are the questions you need to seek out and get from the people, because you can't help them that. You're not going to sell them. You don't want to sell them something that doesn't fit their needs. If they have a problem with nutrition, obviously 21 days is probably where you're gearing them to that. If they are super busy, you might want to find something like 10-minute trainer or something short. Like 21 day fix or P90X for your T25. But you have to get to know this. This is not that you just go stand in front of yourself and be like, I'm going to pick, Tide instead of whatever. These are things that these are going to be life changing. This is something that you have to not do sloppily. You have to do with, all of, your both ears open and listening, because these are people's lives. And this is going to be your success. If you pair them up with the wrong program, because you're not asking the right questions, you sell them what's on sale, but it doesn't meet their lifestyle or their goals or their life, and it sits on a shelf, you're done. It may be years or never, because you're going to get discouraged. That keeps happening over and over and over and over again. So get involved with people, find the right program for them. Check up with them to see if it's working. Tell them to return it. Within 30 days, if it's not working, we can find them another one. Because these are the people, these challenges are going to be your next coaches. They're going to be your advocates. They're going to be a testimony to whatever coach you are. It doesn't matter if you hit success level 20 this month. If nobody opens their package, if nobody finishes it, if nobody sees any results, you just wasted a whole month of people. You got commission, which you didn't get somebody who's going to have results. These people are going to have results. They're going to be a walking billboard for our company, which helps all of us. They're going to be a testimony to what type of coach you are and the reputation you built. If you have nobody, I've seen coaches out there who struggle. They sell. They never advance in rank. Their team never grows because they never help people finish. Because they sell them a product and they disappear. These people are going to be your business. They're going to be the leaders. They're going to help grow all of our business. So make sure you are paying attention to them. You're not just selling them that. Whenever they have a problem, they don't open their box, don't get mad at them, and they're lazy because they don't open their box. They're obviously overwhelmed. So help them. So make sure that you do all of this. And this is where the other section is form. Does anybody know what form stands for? Okay. So family, occupation, recreation, and method. Well, what does that mean to somebody? What does that mean? Okay, yes. And that's why I tell everybody is that, whenever you meet somebody, you have a conversation that flows. Think about when you met your friend. I remember my best friend Amanda, we started working together. They were like, hey, this is your teacher's aide, this is you working with, like, hey, who are you? How old are you? What kind of, you just graduated. Obviously, you don't have any kids now, and they're like, I have my kids, Haley and Emily, who's 5 months old, 4.5. We started talking, we started asking each other questions, back and forth, getting to know each other. This is the same thing in the challengers. You're not just like, hey, I'm a coach, 21 days it's on sale, let's order it. Call me maybe if you get it. And then it's like, oh God, day 31 passed and her Shakeology didn't ship. Hey, did you cancel your Shakeology? Oh, you didn't like it? Oh, the whole bag is sitting on your counter? Those are the that I hear all the time from people, because people literally fail on their people. Because they're so concerned about Success Club. Success Club doesn't mean diddly squat if you don't turn any people with results. And I'm not talking about results that have to be 100-pound weight loss. Like Tina has, you know, what, can you share your, I'm not trying to do the spot, but your post today about your health transformation?
I have lost 50 pounds in the last year and a half.
And your doctor's appointment too? I can't remember the points you said.
I can't remember all of the points, but like just the diabetes, I was diagnosed pre-diabetic a year and a half ago, and it was, the blood sugar was like 92, and now I'm at 80.
So things like that. If you stay with the weight, if you go to the dark, and so I don't like a combination because I've had people literally mix green berry shakeology with lukewarm water. Yeah. I mean, people do stuff like that, and then they never open it. It's not helping. It's the same thing with your coaches. The coaches are like, I backed up like 50 bags, and you're like, what? You've not been drinking it, but it's your job to check on them. You know, it's your job to check on them. But those are the things. Like this is what happens. Yes, she lost 50 pounds. Amazing. But forget that. What you just said about being pre-diabetic, there's people out there who do that, so you have to check up with them. So make sure that you're forming people that you find out, you know, about their family, about their occupation, about their recreation. Those things will clue you in on how to pair them with the right launch pad. You will help them find their why. If somebody's working crazy hours, like I know Ed, Wednesday nights or Tuesday nights are crazy for him because he's getting up till 10 o'clock because he's going to sports and with his kids and he's tired. So things like when you find that out about somebody and you take time to listen to him, I mean he's on our team, but I'm just saying when you find out stuff like that, you would never sell somebody P90X if they have a life like that. You know, even one night a week would make things very difficult. Take time to get to know them. If you suck at remembering this type of stuff, write it down. Because the thing is, if you can't remember what somebody says, you're going to make them feel this big. I've been making them feel this big my whole entire life. It sucks. You know, there's people like, my husband, I don't remember people. Well, ladies are people. I mean, you don't remember people. That's the problem. It sucks. You feel like that, you know? So make sure that you take time to care and to try to remember. And the more you do this, the more you write it down, and the more you interact with people, the more they're going to trust you, and the more they're going to want to be loyal to you. You know, I get people all the time, I'm sorry, I don't let you go on TV. I mean, I'm telling you, you have to like it. Like, I'm going to show you how to make it. I hope you like it. But I mean, there's that loyalty there because they don't want to disappoint me because I treat them with kindness. Because think about the person that you love the most, friend, husband, wife, you don't want to disappoint them if at all possible because you love them. And that's the kind of relationship that I try to nurture. So make sure that whenever you're talking to somebody, that you get this information right away and you build a foundation that's based on friendship and trust. And then you have a goal to strengthen it and you become closer and closer and closer. Like I tell people, I want you to be part of my town group. I want you to eventually be one of your best friends and your family. So they know what I want. I mean, sometimes people are like, you know, I keep getting close to them. So they tell me that, but like, at least they know. Like, and I mean it. And the thing is, I follow through with it. You can look on my, scroll through my Facebook page. You see that what I'm telling people, I have that relationship with my people. So they know. So the thing is, if you tell people, oh, like, wow, Minna's a good idea. I want to start, advertising that. Then, I want to have that relationship with people. But then you don't do it and there's no testimony, your reputation is shot. So make sure whatever your mission is, that you set out to do that. Like, I watched some movie one day, and I don't remember what it was, but the person was like, I don't know what I want to do. And they're like, whatever's the most important to you and you want to do, that you keep going back to, make sure everything about your life is that you're doing that. And eventually it will all happen. That make sure that everything you do is leading you to whatever your dream is. So I have a 5-minute assignment. I want everybody to get up and form one person. Find out about their family or occupation.
stranger to you didn't know? Okay. So now, remember those fears when everybody said that they were scared about reaching out to a stranger? Remember all of you raise your hands? That wasn't so bad, was it? Lord was nice. So these are the things I want you to remember. Is these fears that you have are completely invalid. And the thing is, if these people are strangers and they look at you like you're crazy, people look at me like I'm crazy sometimes. You'll never see them again. And if you do, and they just said, you're the person trying to talk to me and be nice to me, well, whose problem is that? It's their loss. So make sure that you do this. And that's why I say, get to these events, stay the whole time, stay afterwards, get engaged with your team. Get used to this. Because if you feel uncomfortable with the people who are here to learn to do the same thing, you're not going to be any better outside of here. Use all of us as your guinea pigs. Get involved with the teams. Get involved with live events. Get involved with the community. When you do that and you receive the support from us and you have the confidence, you're going to grow as a coach. You're going to have that passion that's evident. It's one of my favorite people before, but he's on our call the other night. And I asked him to speak, and he said the one thing he loves about me the most is that although I may be crazy, my passion exudes. And it is. And I teach these because I feel so strongly about this. And I'm not just reading from a book, telling you this stuff I really believe, and I prove that I believe it. My children and my life, my customers, my coaches, my relationships are all proof of this. And I see it in my coaches' faces that are here. So make sure you're doing that. The biggest thing is that, this is just a review, we've covered it already, but the biggest thing is asking questions. When you're responding, and you make sure you're listening and not responding the way you think that you should respond, but responding in the manner that it shows that you were listening to the person you're talking to. I saw a quote the other day, and it says, the biggest problem is that people listen with the intent to respond. You're already thinking a million other things. You've already formed an opinion on what it is. And think how annoying it is when we have people who assume they know what Shakeology is. No, it's not a protein shake. It's not a meal replacement shake. It's not a weight loss shake. No, it's not the same as Slim Fast. You know, all of you heard that, and it just infuriates you, right? I see this from all the time when I get to people like, why do people say this? And they see people baking and then posting about it on Facebook publicly. That's what I do. But anyways, that's besides the point. But think about how these people must feel if you think that you're assuming stuff about their life. So make sure that you're listening and you're asking questions. One thing that I love about Tommy that I've learned is that I control the conversation. That does not mean I talk over them, but that I'm controlling the situation. Because people will be like, I really don't have a lot of money and I don't have a lot of time. I don't know if I want to do this, but how much does Tom got? You're going to take control of the conversation. And you know what? People are like, what do I do? I'm like, lead it. Take control of it. I'm like, well, let's talk about if this even fits you first. Yeah, ask what your goals are. And it makes them slow down. I go tell them the price. These young people think they know what it's worth. Not because they did some math and they like, okay, it's $140 for a 21-day fixed challenge pack. And it's like $30 to $40 for the gym. And so what would be the value and what would that be? They don't do that. They just think that they know what it's worth. But then tomorrow they're out getting a tattoo. Mine with some Oakley sunglasses and out with their bros and their friends. I mean, like, it's just ridiculous. They think that they know what it is. So the thing is, it's your job to create value, to teach them about the value of the challenge packs. If you ever say, Sam, I hate people who facilitate people. Facilitate behavior, like that husband that says, or the wife says, well, my kid was picky, I'm not going to do it. Well, yeah, if you say that, then they will always say, you can't want it, and then let's watch mom and dad get up and cook me another meal. You just gave them that you know, they have a right to have that objection. Same thing, when people come to you and say, I don't have a lot of time and I don't have a lot of money, let me know how much it is. You're like, well, I know that it's kind of expensive, but you're basically saying that what they said is right. It is expensive. It is not worth it. So, remove that from your head and go in and say, I never tell people, like, well, it's kind of expensive. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're like, oh, it's not expensive. Why? Like I said about the one customer, I said, you know, it's $3 or $4 a serving, depending on if you're a customer or coach, and you can reuse it as a meal replacement, and it can be part of your grocery bill, not in addition to your grocery bill. Oh, okay. I didn't just say, yeah, I know that you're in college and it's probably getting expensive for you, but you know, here's the price. Let me know if it works for you. See the difference? Like I said, I bring food home and I cook it. You eat it, or you starve. You give me some little, throw it in the trash. I've done that, you can ask my family. Because why? I'm not doing this to starve them or shame them. I'm doing this because I care, because that is their health. My husband do whatever he wants because he's an adult. But my children are like, no, you're going to eat this because I care. Because I don't want you to have problems down the line. I don't want you to be unhealthy. I don't want you to be unhappy with your weight. I don't want you, there's kids like in my kids' school who are drinking Monsters.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a problem. So I'm doing this because I care, because I'm your parent. And you don't have to like it. You know, so take control and be the bigger person, be the smarter person, be the person who cares. They may not like it now, but later on they'll thank you. Yes.
It's true, when you ask questions, they will keep talking, and if you just close your mouth and keep the thoughts in your head, they will keep going, and all of a sudden they'll unload their life story on you, and it's really amazing when that happens. And one of my favorite questions is, how is that working out for you? So like the mom with the picky, you know, I have to make 2 meals a night, and how's that working out for you? Well, it's terrible. I'm exhausted. I have to grocery shop and spend more money. Oh,
Yeah, lots of issues. You're doing sort of lots of issues. So I went to counseling, and then this has been my therapy, helping people. But look, when you talk to people, everybody knows the right answer. Everybody knows the right answer. It's like in our DNA. They ask people because they want a different answer that matches what would be easiest for them. I don't ever do that. I never sugarcoat it. I'm like, this is what you need to do. And I don't say it out of like, to be brutal, but there's brutal honesty. You know what you need to do. If you're telling me that you feel this way and you need to get it done, well then, you know you need to do it, so do it. And if you don't do it, it doesn't matter to me, because I'm going to still do what I need to do. You know, so people know. And the human mind's funny, like, I didn't live a clean life for most of my life. I didn't lead an honest life. I always knew what I was doing was wrong, and I created this like eternal like turmoil. But you can justify anything in your head. You can justify in your head why you quit your workout 10 minutes early. You can justify why you deserve that beer instead of drinking your Shakeology and doing what you do. You can justify why you need that purse. I mean, you can justify your mind to do anything or you want to or don't want to do. So the thing is, make sure that you know what is important to you and that you figure it out and come up with that pipeline to get there. Ask these questions to help people because they're the same way. They know what they need to do. And then people are like, well, they expressed some interest and I didn't want to follow them because they said that they were so busy and they answered this. They wouldn't have asked you if they weren't interested. I mean, really. When somebody comes to you and says, how much is 21 Day Fix? They obviously want it for a reason. They want to look better, feel better, they want to lose weight. There's something going on in their life. Just because they ignore you doesn't mean that they don't want it. And nobody ever wants to not feel better or look better. So make sure that you're approaching the right way. Make sure you're getting their why. So you know what the problem is. So you know how to help them. Did everybody see that? Have you ever felt like this video? Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to replay it because I'm tired watching myself. Yeah, we've written these into this so you guys get out of time. Ever feel like this? No, it's kind of tricky. So make sure that, the step 4 on the process is to set expectations, keep it simple and direct, and share the participant guides. And how many of you have accessed the challenge group guides?
For what?
The challenge group guides, like there's C25, the challenge group guides. Okay, so they give you the coach, the one where it tells you exactly how to set up a Facebook group. It tells you what to say before you get started. It tells you how to help your people. Then there's a guidance for what is expected of you, so you know. So if I don't know what to do with a challenge group, it's right there, read it. I'm not going to read it for you, so read it. And then there's when you send to the customer so they know what to expect. Set expectations. When you start a job, you have expectations, job requirements, job duties, review, what happens if you don't follow procedure. There's expectations, do the same thing. You are in control. This goes in anything in life, you are in control. You live your life by the rules that you set and then you live by. I mean, everything that happens is based on how you lead it. So make sure that you do it. They don't know. Half these people don't know what a challenge group is when you invite them. So you set the rules. You know, before I would suggest things, it'd be really great if you know, sign 2 coaches and get to Emerald. It'd be really great if you posted in here. You know, I know it's hard for you. They wouldn't do it. If you give people the easy route, they're lazy. I'm lazy. I'll pick the easy route. If you just tell them, this is what you do. And if you get at least one person, like Leslie would, who's going to do what you say you're going to do, and she goes and you praise her, praise her, and praise her, and praise her, she's going to get everybody else to do the same thing. So whoever it is, find that person who does things like the book and praise them and get them to do it because they will help you lead the group. And then those are the people that you're like, dang, she's going to be a good coach in this challenge group. You know, I watched my best friend who didn't want to tell anybody about her journey or anything. She lost 40 pounds. She was like, I did an assignment the other day, and finally she was like, all right, I'm going to post this as a picture of her legs and her arms. Because I was like, post your favorite part of your body and the part that you need to, you know, have to work on. And I was like, you could either post your own part or something that inspires you. Nobody did. People commented what it was. Like, we're not brave enough. And then finally she was like, 2 days later, she was like, all right, I don't like this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Nobody's done this assignment. Boom, a bunch of other people did it. That's the power of the challenge group. That has helped her make it where she has made her results public. She's posted, she allowed me to post it. So make sure that you are, you know, praising the people there and identifying who the coaches are that need encouragement. So how to help your customers enroll. So does everybody freeze here whenever you get a yes about how to get people enrolled? Or do you feel confident about that? Does anybody have any questions? If you know this, I'm not going to go over this. I'd rather have questions. Yes?
My only thing that I'm not sure about is they said there's that app for Team Beachbody for enrolling, and I'm confused about that app.
I don't know.
It's just a web page.
Yeah,
It's not an actual app.
Okay.
It's a web page that looks like that.
It's just the mobile one. Thanks.
What I use is coachingcoach.com. Coachingcoach.com. It was a website made by one of my mentors who's in our upline, Jason Diebel. You go in and you type in your coach ID, and you can take all the links and you can send it direct to somebody. That's easier because the Coach mobile app, it gets tricky. It goes in people's junk mail. I haven't used it in years. If you use it and you like it, keep rocking on with it, but I don't. I go to coachingcoach.com. So coachingcoach.com from Jason Diebel. So basically, and like all the top coaches use it too. They do. Okay. Coachingcoach.com.
You said, like, you want to sign up somebody to coach a team challenge, you guys have. But you want, you know, at some point you want to have a coach. So in order to do that, if they're interested in being a coach, they have to go into the coach, become a coach, and then from there it's in the challenge track, right?
I use coachingcoach.com. You type in your coach ID and your thing, and you hit its screen name, and then there's a link there to then for them if they want to sign up as a coach, or if they want to buy a challenge pack, and you directly copy and paste it.
Yeah, so, but it's not connected, so they become a coach, but they also want a challenge pack, so I know if you go in the coach, if you sign up, become a coach, there's somewhere in there you can get the challenge pack at the same time.
From Coaching Coach, is that what you're talking about?
No,
Sorry.
if you, I know about the coach codes, but I think there's two separate things, so.
Oh, you need to show your orders of contact with as a customer versus a coach?
Yeah, so say you wanted, I'm probably not explaining this right, but if somebody gets a challenge pack, and they just get a challenge pack, they don't sign up as a coach, then they have to charge you $40, and then you have to get the form, and then they get $40 back. If you have them sign on as a coach first, and then get the team challenge pack,
Yes.
then you don't have to do that extra $40 thing.
What I always offer Okay, so I'm going to give you an example of what I have. I have copied and pasted in my note section because I don't want to type it over and over and over again. So this is what, you know, I have a description of what I send to people about why we recommend it, and then I have the videos with the link that I can send. But then whenever I get to the point where somebody says, okay, I want to do that, and I want to join your March challenge group with 21 Day Fix, and I want to order it today before the sale ends, I said, here's the link to order your 21 Day Fix challenge pack. I give them the link off of coachingcoach.com. It links straight to my thing. Then I told them what they get, which includes the workouts, the DVDs, the color code containers, all that stuff, the shipping. And then I tell them the Shakeology is set up on auto shipments for every 30 days. I can set a reminder to remind you in 3 weeks to see if you want to continue the shipment. Or, and give them the telephone number and the email address so you can cancel this immediately after you order if they don't want it. We're so leery. I take that right off the table. That way that they don't say, like, no, I don't want to order. Like, we can cancel right away so there's no commitment there if they don't want to. And then I tell them you do get the option to sign up as a discount coach to save future orders if you order a challenge pack today. As a discount coach, you receive 25% off of all your future purchases. You do not need to have any outside sales. However, you can earn up to 25% commission if anyone were to order through you. If you had 3 customers on Shakeology each month, it would cover your out-of-pocket expense for Shakeology. Please let me know before you purchase your challenge pack because the process is different to sign up an order versus being a customer. Let me know when you're done placing your order so I can check and make sure it went through correctly and add you to my accountability group. Post in the event file. But I have that saved in there. So it's the same verbiage. So that way it's not confusing to somebody and they know. And then it takes all the pressure of it, answers all their questions. You don't have to sell to anybody, but if you do, I'm going to break it down. 3 customers. Everybody knows 3 people. And if you don't have 3 people who trust you, then you should really dig into the coach online office and learn how to build relationships better. So that's how I do that. And so obviously somebody like, I did that the other day, somebody's like, no, well, I want to sign up as a coach. Oh, okay. Then let me send you a different link. I do the become a coach. Then I basically say, here's the link to sign up as a coach. You go in and click US or whatever area you're in, and then you fill out the information, and then at the end, the $39.95 thing is waived because people always tell the $39.95 thing is waived because it shows there, and people are like, what? You said, I think, cover all your bases. Save yourself some time and frustration. Remember how frustrating it was when you signed up as a coach. And then you sign up and you get your challenge pack. And then I always set it up. Make sure you let me know when you're done so I can add you to the accountability group and make sure your order went through. You set yourself up there where you can follow up. 2 days go by, a day goes by. I always say, hey, I was just checking to make sure your order went through. A lot of times people get their order and somehow get assigned to a different coach. I wanted to make sure you didn't have any problems. Plus, a lot of people think they placed their order, but they don't place order after they put their credit card information in. That is how I follow up. And I have my accountability group open, and I want to add you there. So make sure that you set things up, and then make sure, like the girl that I told you about, the person that's doing the NASM PT thing, whatever. I have an alert in my phone to message her on Sunday. I said evening tomorrow, messenger, but I have that reminder. So when I said I want to, get back to where I am. So, right here, customer follow-up. What were we just talking about? Making sure that people open it up. If you saw the 21-day fix extreme video, I made all my own videos when 21-day fix came out. Now automate them. So if somebody ordered 21-day fix extreme, I would say, here's the video that automate about how to unbox your challenge pack. I made those videos for 21-day fix. Now she makes them. That's easy. You don't have to do the video. I just sit there and open it all up and go explain it. So it's right there. So it's at the 21-day fix extreme challenge packs that I've sold. As soon as they order, I send them my video that I made on how to prepare Shakeology and how to unbox your 21-day fix extreme. So why don't you watch this while you're waiting for your challenge pack to arrive? I'm going to put you in my group if it's okay with you. Always ask them because it's so annoying when people put you in groups that you do not ask people in groups. Please don't put me in groups. Please. Ever. Especially not with mascara. And then I tell them that while you're in this group, you can access my meal plan, whatever group they're in, and you can get started on your journey. Let me know if you have any questions, and let me know as soon as you get your challenge back. So these are the expectations. I'm helping them set them up for success. If you follow this, how to follow up with new customers, there's even a customer follow-up tracker. Use this so you don't forget people, because the thing is, you made the $50 commission maybe for $160 challenge bag, but look at the big picture. You want to build a team. You want to grow a team. You want to help people. You want to have more than just yourself be the product of the product, because seriously, if you've been a coach for a year and nobody that you have sold your products to have any testimony there, nobody's going to want to buy it. Those people are going to be like, I bought all this stuff from Mindy and Leslie and Melissa and Louise, and it doesn't work. It's just sitting on my shelf. Well, news travels fast. So make sure that you're following up with them, make sure they open up their box. Make sure that you're patient with them. Make sure you find out. Because when people don't open up their box, I actually know it's not that they're lazy. They're overwhelmed. Totally makes them overwhelmed the hell out of me. So that's why I made a video. Because people were feeling the way it was. I did an explanation about how it's very simple, but it seems complicated in the beginning. I did an example that like when I got my iPhone, iPhones are so simple, but when you went from an old phone, it seemed really complicated. You know, and people were like, you know, you're right, I did get an iPhone. It was really complicated at first, but it is really easy. You know, it's training your brain in a certain way, and then I told it will get easier after 10 days, you know, and whenever I send this about our 21-day fix, I send them the tracker too. You know, like I set them up for success and I tell them, it's going to be hard in the beginning. You're going to have to keep writing stuff down. It's going to be frustrating. You're going to have to look at your book. But I tell you, if you do it for 10 days, you're going to learn it. You're going to, if you put the stuff in the containers and you dump them out, after about 10 to 14 days, you're going to be able to eyeball portions and you're not going to necessarily need the containers everywhere. So, because people are like, I'm not going to eat out the containers for the rest of my life in your restaurants. So then tell them that. And ask if you have any questions. And if you build up this like, rapport with them and you say, do you have any questions? And you treat them like they're human beings and you don't treat them like they're inferior or they're stupid because you've been on your journey for 2 years and they just started and they ask a bunch of dumb questions. Then whenever they have a question, they're going to feel comfortable to ask you. Because if you intimidate people, you talk down to them, or if you forget what it was like to be in the beginning of your journey, people aren't going to come to you. And they're just going to hide from you. And when you check in on them, they're not going to respond to you because you're scared. True. So make sure that you're doing, using these guides there. And again, you don't have to use these guides if you want to create your own. But don't not use these guides and not create your own. Come up with a system and follow this. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't not do these things and then complain to your upline that you can't hit success level, that people aren't responding, and that you're sucking and you can't do this if you're not using these. And even if you've used these in the past and you forget it and you deviate or you need a refresher, that's why they're here. There is no rule that you only need to use these the first 3 months of your business. Refer back to them anytime you need to. I myself, as the Coach Online Office, the training academy, it's totally changed. I'm going to redo it myself. Plus, there are tons of more videos there that have been added recently that I didn't realize. So go through. And because the thing is, especially to me, is if you've been a coach for 2-3 years, but you're sponsoring your coaches, these things are like the back of, like the back of your hand. So you suck at teaching it to people because it's just second nature to you. Go back and go over this and learn so you have a pattern and you remember what it's like to start at the beginning so you can help people. I've told lots of people on my team this and people that reach out to me who have struggled, like go back and do the coach training academy. I've done it twice already. And now that it's changed, I'm going to do it again. So this right here is going to show you the customer to growth chart. You see it? You start off as a new person. We all started there. And then we move to a participant. Whether you're in the free training or a challenge pack customer, then you become an enthusiast. I was that. I was like, oh my God, I love P90X. I'm posting a picture of my pants that were like way too big on me. I didn't even know that I could sell it or become a coach. So these are the things you become enthusiasts. These people become, in the group enthusiasts. And they become advocates. They start telling everybody about it. And they don't even realize it. Those are the people that are coach material. They're ready. So those are the things that you look in your group for, that you be on the lookout. Who's leading the group? Who's taking the initiative? And then you work with them. There's a percentage here that 71% of diamond coaches were customers first. So help them have a good experience. Help them to, see that not only to be a part of the product, but that the community is going to be there to help them. The next thing is, and I'm not going to go over big on this, but is objections. Make sure that if people are like, every time I hear people don't have money, they say they don't have time, they don't want to try this, yada, yada, yada. Go through and do the objections list and see what's on there and what objection you're getting. There may be some objection there that you just were able to blow right through, and there'll be another one that you're like, So make sure that you're practicing that. Make sure that we know that this is good for them. We know that they need this, so make sure that you have it with conviction. When your kids say, I don't want to brush my teeth, and then you keep saying it over and over and over again, you're like, oh God, I'm so tired of hearing that. I don't know how to explain to them to brush their teeth. You know they need to brush their teeth. You know you want to sock them in the nose for keep telling you that and giving you grief every night, but you don't let up. This is the same thing. They came to you because they need your help. We know that we have great services. We know that they deserve the results. So you help them through it. You know that they have the money. Everybody has the money for what they want. If they say they don't have the money, it's really because they don't think that it's worth their money because they don't think they're going to finish it. They give you the objection, and if you say, yeah, you're right, then you have basically provoked that objection. So make sure that you practice and make sure that you go over your head. Because how many of you have been in a fight with somebody or you've gotten off the phone with somebody that you presented the opportunity to and then they say something and you're like, we know you have money and we know this, and then afterwards you're like, oh God, I could have just said this. And then the last thing you want to do is go back and tell them. So make sure that you're prepared what you're going to do. Always be thinking about the comeback. Listen to other coaches. If you say, I'm getting price objections all the time, don't sit there and cry about it and be upset about it yourself. Go to all the people in your team or that you're around at these events and say, so whenever you get price objections, what do you say? Get some ideas from people and then formulate it in your own words. Because if you are out there basically marketing this and you're drinking Shakeology drink, you know it's not too expensive. You just don't know how to market it in a way where you don't get these objections. You don't know how to overcome those objections. So reach out, use the document, get ideas, and then make sure you're talking to other people who are successful at overcoming objections and learn from them. Don't distance yourself from those people. Yes?
Talking about Shakeology and the price thing, I think probably all of us sort of said it. So,
Well, do you want to share?
Oh yeah. Well, I had advertisement before I knew about coaching or anything like that. When I was just going on there on Beachbody's website. So, and then found out that we were drinking it. Anyway, so it came time like to get it. I mean, I too thought like, I don't know if I really can afford this, if I like it or would like it. But finally decided to, go ahead and give it a try. The biggest thing with my husband was as soon as he saw the price, it was like there's no way to tell what his words were. We're not paying over $100 for a glorified protein powder. So he was just like, there's no way. And I didn't know if I would like it, so I couldn't fully stick up for it, but I don't like him telling me I can't have things. So at the time I was working 2 jobs, so I said, well, from waitressing, I'm just going to use some of my tips to get it, so you won't really see that, that it's the money where the money started from. So anyways, we got it back, he started sneaking it, drinking it, and I called him, I said, well, hey, don't drink that, that's for me, you didn't want it, and he says, well, you look like you feel better, so I want to feel better and I want to drink it. So we decided after we both had drinking some of it that we both wanted to do it, so we'd have to get 2 bags, and this was before I was a coach or, getting a discount or anything like that. And so we kind of set down a budget because it was a little tight, getting 1 bag, and we thought, well, adding, another $100 is going to be really tight. And we really just kind of said, what can we cut out? What's important to have? But we feel better, we want to stay with it. So we switched off our expensive satellite cable and just went to like Hulu and Netflix. So we went from like almost $100 a month on that down to under $20. And so since we kind of figured, well, we were affording the 1 bag, so we'll use the other money for the other bag. So I just tell people that rather than telling them, instead of sitting on your ass watching TV, you could be drinking this and feeling better, I just tell them that that's how we afforded it. And I don't think I've ever had someone, doesn't mean they always ran out and bought it, but I don't think I've ever had someone continue to use that excuse anyways afterwards. It's kind of how I figured out how to afford it.
That's a great idea. So I think that what I heard with Monica is that everybody has a different story. Like, about whether or not it's expensive. Like for me, I really didn't worry about the cost because I was like, dude, we were drinking like over a case of beer a night, like 3 packs of cigarettes. So obviously money wasn't a big deal then. Like it was just, I need to readjust it. So I told people about where my priorities were. And then I come up with a budget of like, hey, set aside a jar and put in money every time you're tempted to go buy that pack of cigarettes or that beer or, whatever it is, and put the money in there. Or, and I told people before I haven't thought about cutting back your cable or something like that. Because the thing is, would you rather feel better and look better, or would you rather sit on your couch and drink wine and watch, reality show? You have to decide. And then if you don't have the TV there, you're less tempted to sit down on your butt. You know, and then that's what it was. Their health was more of a priority. So use your story. You're really not arguing. You're just getting your story, and your story is far more compelling than any video that you take, but hearing your story and hearing how you made it work. And so I really encourage you to use your words. That's why there's not really a script, but getting over objections is by sharing your story and your experience. So the biggest thing is, as we're building relationships, that we build a loyal customer base. Because without Shakeology, we wouldn't have the residual income. Because you all know, like I said, we started an E90X challenge on January 1st. You cannot guarantee that everybody's going to be done on day 90, or the people are going to finish. So obviously, you know, you could be very limited on your customer base and the income you're drawing in. Shakeology is the key to our growth. It builds our volume under us for our cycle bonuses if your Emerald rank or higher, because your coaches are at least drinking Shakeology if they decide to be a discount coach. These are what help people get past their plateaus, help them with something way more than health and fitness. It helps them with, you know, their, you know, long range health, and, you know, obviously avoiding disease that can, you know, be, what's the word? Cured or prevented by these things. So these are, you know, Shakeology is a big deal. You have, if nothing more, you don't have to memorize things about T25 or 10-minute trainer or PIO. Learn about Shakeology. This is the foundation of our business. This gives us every avenue. Stop marketing it for weight loss. Market it for health. Because everybody needs it. Whether you're, my children drink it, they say healthy. My children, like I had, you know, a toddler and 2 kids, you know, older kid, and they were for 2 years never got sick. Like a toddler, a 15-month-old, stay healthy. I mean, that's crazy, and it's because of the health. You have, you know, 60, 70-year-old people who are drinking Ensure. They need this. You know, one of my coaches, Amy, her grandma has been drinking and had great results. So the thing is, this, if you limit it to just weight loss, you're limiting your number of people you can help. So make sure you're doing this. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see, I can see, you have how the base is. Like, so if you sold 2 challenge packs, this is based on Success Club. 2 challenge packs that are $160. We all know 21-day fix is normally $160. You get $50 off the first challenge pack, $50 off the second challenge pack, and then $32.49 on another Shakeology HD customer, right there, Success Club. So you figure coworker, best friend, mom. The next month, you do the same thing, and then you have on day 30, you're going to have the $32.49 that ships from those other 3 challenge packs. That means you stay in touch with them and you make sure that their bag isn't sitting there half full or unopened. And so over the course of time, you build this residual income that keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And over the course of 4 months, you've earned over $1,000. I have tons of coaches. Like Melissa was one that made like $1,000 in the first 4 months. She was one of those people. Obviously, if you look at this and you keep going over the course of the time, and then you teach your coaches how to do the same thing, you hit 6 figures. Because you built a loyal fan base, because you built relationships with people, because you taught them the importance of this. So make sure that you're doing this. Shakeology is a cornerstone of that. If you don't feel like you can successfully and confidently market Shakeology, I suggest you work on improving that to see growth in your income. Yes?
There was just like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Bombshell Dynasty webinar with Darren Oline, and it's probably
it was our explanation.
Oh, was it? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got on it and it was Lindsay Madden was hosting, so I didn't know.
He's doing multiple.
Okay. Well, he's doing them. I listened to the one hosted by Lindsay Matway, and it was absolutely incredible. So if you need to learn more about Shakeology, like he dove in and talked about how alkalizing it is and how he works he handpicked all of these herbs and he put them together so that their bioavailability is just like 100%. If you need to learn more about superfoods or just, it blew me away. I was like, whoa, it was awesome.
We're buying his book. His book is awesome.
Oh yeah, I bought his book.
Well,
awesome.
and I had a child nutritionist see pictures of some of my team posted pictures on the kids drinking and stuff, and she's like, kids should not be drinking this because it has this in it, and this in it, and this in it, and if they
I wouldn't give my children something before checking my doctor after who told me what it was. And sorry, I was specifically went to the doctor around breastfeeding and said, can I drink this? And I went back to the pediatrician and said, can my kids drink this? And, you know, my doctor said that my kids only had about a third of a day. That's right. So, like, I got the okay. I'm going to tell everybody that I got the okay, but say, you know, you go ahead and go ask your doctor too, but.
There's a great video too on YouTube. You can just look up or it's Isabel Weigler and Darren Ellian, and they're talking with, I can't remember if it's Lindsay Malway or who it is, but they're talking about breastfeeding and pregnancy.
Oh, Bridget,
yeah, it's great.
The biggest thing is that there are so many different ingredients in there. Find something in there, one ingredient, and learn it. You know, one that is relatable to you. Or just one, and learn everything about the benefits of it. Because you're not going to memorize all 70. Yes?
I've been trying to do on my page once a week doing for the leather Shakeology, and then I'll research one ingredient and then write about it and give people the great benefits of it, and then also post it in my challenge group because they don't know what they're drinking, and then just keep doing that once a week. It helps.
That's a good idea. And you know, and the thing is, like, highlight the health benefits. Because the thing is, you literally, like I said, close yourself off if you only market it as a weight loss shake. The biggest thing is, you know, customer service is like, people don't remember what you did for them, they remember how you made them feel. People come to my page because my page makes them feel happy, they said, or makes them feel good about themselves, or makes them feel that, you know, if I can do it after everything that I've endured and overcome, then they can do it. So the thing is, like, you want something where they come back. Like, where they want to come back to your page, where they can open up to you, where they feel good. So make sure that your message is not something that people want to avoid. Make sure that you're happy. It doesn't mean that your life has to be perfect. Like, believe me, I have bad things that happen. I shared problems. My husband and I have major marriage problems. Like, we've almost divorced twice, and we've done this, and this is what we're going to do. That shows that I'm imperfect. It shows that we have problems like everybody else, and it's not just this, you know, facade of everything's great. And then I give tips on what we were trying to do to try to fix things. And then please, you know, cheer me along and help it. So the thing is, like, you don't have to have the perfect life. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to be gung-ho, but you have to say that you want to make things better. And people are going to watch you, and they're going to cheer you on, and they're going to be sad if things don't work out, and they're going to want to come back. Make them want to come back. Teach them something along the process. And if things don't work out the way they're supposed to, show them how you can get back up and not let it defeat you. But if all you do is complain and whine and talk about how bad your life is, people aren't going to want to go there because they feel that way about their life. The last thing they want to do is hear you whine about it too, and make them feel worse. Because misery does love company. So make sure that you're uplifting and that you make the best out of every situation. You find the silver lining to help other people do that. Because if you can help them find the silver lining, if you can help them find happiness in you know, this whole darkness that's over them, they're going to come back to you because you are going to prove that you have value. That's what I do, is I share everything about my life and I provide value based on my misfortune, years of misfortune. So I'm going to share with you this video. Has anybody seen the Johnny Geiger video? If you haven't seen it and you're a crier, then you have to see it. Okay, so essentially, we're talking about good customer service. It's doing special little things to make people feel happy and better. That, you know, it's not just about clean eating tips, but just make them feel good about themselves. Make them want to come back. Make it a positive experience. Make that, you know, it's one thing I talk about. Is like, you know, and I know Stephanie Stevens is great about that, about making your challenge fun. So it's really like, I need to work out. It's like I need to make it as fun as possible. You know, so make it like, life is not fun a lot of times, so let's try to find the fun and help people. So, we talked. Oh, there. So how do I get back to the center thing? Wait for it. Go for it. Let's do this. Okay, so make sure you're using the challenge group guide. I don't use it anymore because I know how to run my challenge groups. But if you don't know how, don't try to wing it. Follow the guide. There's one that's a multi-program, so if you have one that you're doing like me for 30 days, use it for 30 days. And then when you're posting stuff, don't just copy and post and paste it in your group. Look at the responses. Then you can kind of see what motivates your people. The people who don't comment, they're the shy people. So reach out to them privately and see how they're doing. Find out what motivates them. Does everybody know how to run the challenge group guides? It's under sales and marketing, Beachbody challenge group guides. All sorts of information. So this is how the example of the system works, and it flows from the program to program. As you invite people to your challenge groups and engage with them, then they can engage in the groups, and then they can become part of the Beachbody Challenge contest. And then this keeps the cycle going. They earn free t-shirts, they have a chance of winning, and you constantly keep them motivated that way. For all the challenge packs, you have to log out of your coaching app because you can't see this, but this is what you can basically send your customers to. It's so nice now because they can type in like their goals and everything and help them find it. I don't ever send my people to this because that seems really impersonal. Like they should just, I do it for them, I help them do that, but I'm letting you know that because I get this all the time. What kind of program should be for this person? Da, 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 da. You could go there and you could know, if you ask all the questions, you would know and you could input all the information and it would give you a narrow down of what program would be best for them. New coaches, I help them because they don't know, but the thing is for you, if you've been a coach for a while, if you can find this and you log out, that's great. And then there's also under, I think, is it sales and marketing, there's the fitness program comparison guide, and basically it's the same thing. Learn to do these things because people cannot help you figure out for every one of your customers. Becky never helped me figure it out, so I'm just telling you, like, I know you can do it. I know nothing about fitness or the program, so I can figure it out, you can. So use these tools and really pay attention to your coaches or your customers and your prospects and make sure you pay attention to what the programs are about. That way you can find which one will match up for them. So before we move into the next section, because we're going to fly to the next sections because they're really short compared to the right. I want you to, everybody pull out your phone and text at least one person that you have established a relationship with and invite them to join your next challenge group that starts in March. Don't just be like, hey, Bob, start off with like, how are you doing? And then just say, I was thinking about you, I'd like you to invite you here. And if you have a hard time doing that, just say, I'm here at this training workshop and we're being challenged to do this by this crazy Asian lady. I mean, my husband uses me as his like scapegoat and and everything. But I want you to, and then at the end, I want you to share with a new person, inform them, and tell them your experience. Okay, so we're gonna, while you're doing that, we are going to go, I guess, while you're doing that, while we're ending, is that the closing part is teamwork is the ability to work together toward a common vision. It is the fuel that allows common people to attain uncommon results. Does anybody have any questions about the invitation process, about challenge groups before we move on? I'll be free at the end too, but I mean, sometimes they help asking a group. Did anybody did I explain it okay? Do you think that you can explain what a challenge group is better now?
I have a question kind of going back to what you were talking about earlier, where there's three groups and people sign up for the three membership. Can you walk through what you how you sign that? Or
The coaching goes?
no, like you were before levels you're talking about it. We had to sign up for a free Beachbody membership, so that then when they do buy the challenge pack, it goes under you. So I didn't even know they could sign up for a free membership.
Okay, so what we basically would do is, there's two ways. I use coaching zones because it's so much easier. And it's less steps for people. So, you know, you say, hey, Louise, I'm starting this new group that I think would be excellent for you, and you're the first person that, or I would basically say something like this, it just depends, like, hey, Louise, I'm starting this group up next month, and I was thinking about you. The first one that came to mind, and it would be ideal for you, because literally you are. If you think about somebody, you think that they match up, so you're not mine. And it's like, would you like a little more information on it? I don't say, would you like more information if you're not that busy? Because you know what they're going to say? I'm busy. So take that language out and that don't provoke an objection. So then, oh yeah, sure. Okay, well, what is it? Well, you know, it's a program that is designed for, I feel like, actually, I have what I say to for 21 fix. So, do you want to share?
Oh yeah. Well, I've had advertising before I knew about coaching or anything like that. When I was just went on Beachbody's website. So, and then found out some people were drinking it. Anyway, so it came time like to get it. I mean, I too thought like, you know, I don't know if I really can afford this, if I like it or would like it. But finally decided to, you know, go ahead and give it a try. The biggest thing was my husband was, as soon as he saw the price, was like, there's no way in hell that, you know, what his words were, we're not paying over $100 for a glorified protein powder. You know, so he was just like, there's no way. And I didn't know if I would like it, so I couldn't fully stick up for it, but I don't like them telling me I can't have things. So at the time I was working 2 jobs, so I said, well, from waitressing, I'm just going to use some of my tips to get it, so you won't really see that, you know, that it's this, the money, where the money's coming from. So anyways, we got it back, he started sneaking it, drinking it, and I called him, I said, well, hey, don't drink that, no, that's for me, you didn't want it, and he says, well, you look like you feel better, so I want to feel better, and I want to drink it. So we decided after we both had drinking so that we both wanted to do it, so we'd have to get 2 bags, and this was before I was a coach or, you know, getting a discount or anything like that. And so we did, we kind of set down a budget because it was a little tight, you know, getting 1 bag and we thought, well, adding, you know, another $107, it's really tight. And we really just kind of said, what can we cut out? What's you know, important to have? Would we feel better? You know, we want to stay with it. So we switched off our expensive satellite cable and just went to like Hulu and Netflix. So we went from like almost $100 a month on that down to under $20. And so since because we kind of figured, well, we were affording the 1 bag, so we'll use the other money for the other bag. So I just tell people that rather than telling them, instead of sitting on your ass watching TV, you could be drinking this and feeling better, I just tell them that that's how we afforded it. And I don't think I've ever had someone, doesn't mean they always ran out and bought it, but I don't think I've ever had someone continue to use that excuse anyways afterwards. It's kind of how I figured out how to afford it.
That's a great idea. So I think that, you know, what I heard with Monica is that everybody has a different story, like, you know, about whether or not it's expensive. Like for me, like I really didn't worry about the cost because I was like, dude, we were drinking like over a case of beer a night, like 3 packs of cigarettes. So obviously money wasn't a big deal then. Like it was just, I need to readjust it. So I tell people about where my priorities were. And then I come up with a budget of like, hey, set aside a jar and put in money every time you're tempted to go buy that pack of cigarettes or that beer or, you know, whatever it is, and put the money in there. Or, you know, and I told people before, have you thought about cutting back your cable or something like that? Because the thing is, would you rather feel better and look better, or would you rather sit on your couch and drink wine and watch, you know, reality show? You have to decide. And then if you don't have the TV there, you're less tempted to sit down on your butt. You know, and then that's what it was. Their health was more of a priority. So use your story. You're really not arguing. You're just getting your story. And your story is far more compelling than any video that you take, but hearing your story and hearing how you made it work. And so I really encourage you to use your words. That's why there's not really a script, but getting over objections is by sharing your story and your experience. So the biggest thing is, as we're building relationships, that we build a loyal customer base. Because without Shakeology, we wouldn't have the residual income. Because you all know, like I said, we started an E90X challenge on January 1st. You cannot guarantee that everybody's going to be done on day 90, or the people are going to finish. So obviously, you know, you could be very limited on your customer base and the income you're drawing in. Shakeology is the key to our growth. It builds our volume under us for our cycle bonuses if you're Emerald rank or higher, because your coaches are at least drinking Shakeology if they just decide to be a discount coach. These are what help people get past their plateaus, help them with something way more than health and fitness. It helps them with, their, long-range health and, obviously avoiding disease that can, be, what's the word? Cured or prevented by these things. So these are, Shakeology is a big deal. You have, if nothing more, you don't have to memorize things about T25 or T-minute trainer or PIO. Learn about Shakeology. This is the foundation of our business. This gives us every avenue. Stop marketing it for weight loss. Market it for health. Because everybody needs it. Whether my children drink it, they say healthy. My children, like I had a toddler and 2 kids. Older kid, and they were for 2 years never got sick. Like a toddler, a 15-month-old, stay healthy. I mean, that's crazy, and it's because of the health. You have, 60, 70-year-old people who are drinking Ensure. They need this. One of my coaches, Amy, her grandma has been drinking and had great results. So the thing is, if you limit it to just weight loss, you're limiting your number of people you can help. So make sure you're doing this. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see, as I can see, you have how the base is. Like, so if you sold 2 challenge packs, this is based on Success Club. 2 challenge packs that are $160. We all know 21-day fix is normally $160. You get $50 off the first challenge pack, $50 off the second challenge pack, and then $32.49 on another Shakeology HD customer, right there, Success Club. So you do your coworker, best friend, mom. The next month, you do the same thing, and then you have on day 30, you're going to have the $32.49 that ships from those other 3 challenge packs. That means you stay in touch with them and you make sure that their bag isn't sitting there half full or unopened. And so over the course of time, you build this residual income that keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And over the course of 4 months, you've earned over $1,000. I have tons of coaches. Like Melissa was one who made like $1,000 in the first 4 months. She was one of those people. Obviously, if you look at this and you keep going over the course of the time, and then you teach your coaches how to do the same thing, you hit 6 figures. Because you built a loyal fan base, because you built relationships with people, because you taught them the importance of this. So make sure that you're doing this. Shakeology is a cornerstone of that. If you don't feel like you can successfully and confidently market Shakeology, I suggest you work on improving that to see growth in your income. Yes?
There was just like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Bombshell Dynasty webinar with Darren Olin, and it's probably
it was our explanation.
Oh, was it? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got on it and it was Lindsay Madden was hosting, so I didn't know about.
That's been a different.
He's doing multiple.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, he's doing them. I listened to the one hosted by Lindsay that way, and it was absolutely incredible. So if you need to learn more about Shakeology, like he dove in and talked about how alkalizing it is and how he works to, he handpicked all of these herbs and he put them together so that they could, their bioavailability is just like 100%. If you need to learn more about superfoods or just, it blew me away. I was like, whoa, it was awesome.
Or buying his book. His book is awesome.
Oh yeah, I got his book.
Well,
awesome.
and I had a child nutritionist tell, see pictures of some of my team posted pictures on their kids drinking it and stuff, and she's like, kids should not be drinking this because it has this in it, this in it, and this in it. And if they, with Darren, I had actually sent a message before we did this all like a while back, and he actually answered the message that I sent him. He said that it does not have enough in it as far
Isabel Weidler and Darren Ellian, and they're talking with, I can't remember if it's Lindsay Malway or who it is, but they're talking about breastfeeding and pregnancy.
Oh, we're just
Yeah, it's great.
The biggest thing is that there are so many different ingredients in there. Find something in there, one ingredient, and learn it. You know, one that is relatable to you, or just one, and learn everything about the benefits of it. Because you're not going to memorize all 70. Yes?
I've been trying to do on my page once a week, doing for the leather Shakeology, and then I'll research one ingredient and then write about it and give people the great benefits of it, and then also post it in my challenge groups because they don't know what they're drinking, and then just keep doing that once a week. It helps.
That's a good idea. And you know, and the thing is, highlight the health benefits. Because the thing is, you literally, like I said, close yourself off if you only market it as a weight loss shake. The biggest thing is, you know, customer service is people don't remember what you did for them, they remember how you made them feel. People come to my page because my page makes them feel happy, they said, or makes them feel good about themselves, or makes them feel that, you know, if I can do it after everything that I've endured and overcome, then they can do it. So the thing is, you want something where they come back, where they want to come back to your page, where they can open up to you, where they feel good. So make sure that your message is not something that people want to avoid. Make sure that you're happy. It doesn't mean that your life has to be perfect. Believe me, I have bad things that happen. I shared problems. My husband and I have major marriage problems. We've almost divorced twice, and we've done this, and this is what we're going to do. That shows that I'm imperfect. It shows that we have problems like everybody else, and it's not just this, facade of everything's great. And I give tips on what we were trying to do to try to fix things. And then please, share me along and help it. So the thing is, you don't have to have the perfect life. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to be gung-ho, but you have to say that you want to make things better. And people are going to watch you, and they're going to cheer you on, and they're going to be sad if things don't work out, and they're going to want to come back. Make them want to come back. Teach them something along the process. And if things don't work out the way they're supposed to, show them how you can get back up and not let it defeat you. But if all you do is complain and whine and talk about how bad your life is, people aren't going to want to go there because they feel that way about their life. The last thing they want to do is hear you whine about it too, and it make them feel worse. Because misery does love company. So make sure that you're uplifting and that you make the best out of every situation. You find the silver lining to help other people do that. Because if you can help them find the silver lining, if you can help them find happiness in this whole darkness that's over them, they're going to come back to you because you are going to prove that you have value. That's what I do, is I share everything about my life and I provide value based on my misfortune, years of misfortune. So I'm going to share with you this video. Has anybody seen the Johnny Bagger video?
Yes.
If you haven't seen it and you're a crier, then you have to see it. Okay, so essentially, we're talking about good customer service. It's doing special little things to make people feel happy and better. That, it's not just about clean eating tips, but just make them feel good about themselves. Make them want to come back. Make it a positive experience. Make that, it's one thing I talk about is that, and I know Executive Stevens is great about that, about making your challenges fun. So it's really I need to work out. It's I need to make it as fun as possible. So make it life is not fun a lot of times. So let's try to find the fun and help people. So, we talked. Oh, there. Wait, how do we get back to presenter thing? Wait for it. Go for it. What is this? Okay, so make sure you're using the challenge group guide. I don't use it anymore because I know how to run my challenge groups. But if you don't know how, don't try to wing it. Follow the guides. There's one that's a multi-program, so if you have one that you're doing like me for 30 days, use it for 30 days. And then when you're posting stuff, don't just copy and post and paste it in your group. Look at the responses. Then you can kind of see what motivates your people. The people who don't comment, they're the shy people, so reach out to them privately and see how they're doing. Find out what motivates them. Does everybody know how to run the challenge group guides? It's under sales and marketing, teach running challenge group guides. All sorts of information. So this is how the example of the system works, and it flows for the, program to program. As you invite people to your challenge groups and engage with them, then they can engage in the groups, and then they can become part of the Beachbody Challenge contest. And then this keeps the cycle going. They earn free t-shirts, they have a chance of winning, and you constantly keep them motivated that way. For all the challenge packs, you have to log out of your coaching app because you can't see this, but this is what you can basically send your customers to. It's so nice now because they can type in like their goals and everything and help them find it. I don't ever send my people to this because that seems really impersonal. Like they should just, I do it for them, I help them do that, but I'm letting you know that, because I get this all the time. What kind of program should be for this person? Da, 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 da. You can go there and you can know, if you ask all the questions, you would know, and you can input all the information and it would give you a narrow down of what program would be best for them. New coaches, I help them because they don't know, but the thing is for you, if you've been a coach for a while, if you can find this and you log out, that's great. And then there's also under, I think, is it sales and marketing, there's the fitness program comparison guide. It basically is the same thing. Learn to do these things because people cannot help you figure out for every one of your customers. Becky never helped me figure it out, so I'm just telling you, like, I know you can do it. I know nothing about fitness or the program, so I can figure it out, you can. So use these tools and really pay attention to your coaches or your customers and your prospects, and make sure you pay attention to what the programs are about. That way you can find which one will match up for them. So before we move into the next section, because we're going to fly to the next sections because they're really short compared to the right. I want you to, everybody pull out your phone and text at least one person that you have established a relationship with and invite them to join your next challenge group that starts in March. Don't just be like, hey, Bob, start off like, how are you doing? And then just say, I was thinking about you, I'd like to invite you here. And if you have a hard time doing that, just say, I'm here at this training workshop and we're being challenged to do this by this crazy Asian lady. I mean, my husband uses me as his like scapegoat and and everything. But I want you to, and then at the end, I want you to share with a new person, inform them, and tell them your experience. Okay, so while you're doing that, we are going to go, while you're doing that, while we're ending, is that the closing part is teamwork is the ability to work together toward a common vision. It is the fuel that allows common people to attain uncommon results. Does anybody have any questions about the invitation process, about challenge groups before we move on? I'll be free at the end too, but I mean, sometimes they help asking a group. Did anybody did I explain it okay? Do you think that you can explain what challenge group is better now?
I have a question kind of going back to what you were talking about earlier, where there's 3 groups and how people sign up for the 3 membership. Can you walk through what you how you sign that? Or
The coaching goes?
No, like there's 4 levels you're talking about it. We have to sign up for a free Beachbody membership, so that then when they do buy the challenge pack, it goes under you. So I didn't even know they could sign up for a free membership.
Okay, so what we basically would do is, there's 2 ways. I use coaching zones because it's so much easier. And it's less steps for people. So, you say, hey, Louise, I'm starting this new group that I think would be excellent for you, and you're the first person that, or I would basically say like this, it just depends. Like, hey, Louise, I'm starting this group up next month, and I was thinking about you. You're the first one that came to mind, and it would be ideal for you, because literally you are. If you think about somebody, you think that they match up, so you're not lying. And it's like, would you like a little more information on it? I don't say, would you like more information if you're not that busy? Because you know what they're going to say? I'm busy. So take that language out and that Don't provoke an objection. So then you say, oh yeah, sure. Okay, well what is it? Well, you know, it's a program that is designed for, I feel like, actually I have what I say to for 21 Fix. I have a program that I recommend to anyone starting their journey, or it's great even if you have already have an established level of fitness. The program is 3 weeks long, but I recommend that you do several rounds of it. I've seen a lot of customers, even some of my friends who've lost 100 pounds doing 6 to 7 rounds, which sounds long, but it's actually only 7 months. It includes workouts as well as a nutrition plan that helps you create a better relationship with food and helps you have a better understanding of nutrition, helps you focus more on portion control and maintaining a healthy, balanced diet. It comes with 7 portion control, color-coded containers, as well as a shaker cup to mix up your Shakeology, which is the nutrition supplement. And it's part of a program that is designed to help you stay on track with your nutrition and help improve your energy and focus and mental clarity and improve your health as well. I don't say that all at once, like there's like copy and paste it, but obviously that's what I say. I don't just say, I don't copy and paste the stuff on the TV Beachbody 21-day fix thing. And then I say, you know, the workouts are 30 minutes long, but that you're not going for the full 30 minutes. You go for 60 seconds with a 20-minute rest. I mean, you can do the math. You're not going for 30 minutes. You get a rest. So there's a person also demonstrating the modified version, which I highly recommend every person follow for at least the first 1 to 2 weeks until they become familiar with the program and the moves and build their strength and stamina. Does it sound like something you would want to participate in? No. If they say yes, then you say, would you like some more information? Would you watch a video if I sent it? Yes. Then you send it.
I think I meant more like how you sign up for a free membership.
Okay, so then what I do is go to coachingcoach.com, type in my coach ID and my username. And you scroll down a little bit, then it says free membership. I copy and paste that. So then I say, here, well, that is, I guess that's what I was saying too. If somebody says, no, I don't want to do the 21-day fix things, like I'm not ready, I'm busy, I don't think I would finish it, then I say, okay, well, I have an alternate. Would you like to be part of my free challenge? It's completely free, and it will help you see what you'll get out of these groups and from a coach. And it'll help you focus on, you know, weight loss or toning, whatever it was their goal is. And then they say, yes, okay. And I say, okay, so to create a free membership, then I send them the link. This is, once you do this, let me know so I can check on it. That way I can add you to my group, then you can get my schedule for the free challenge, and you get access to my meal plan. If you don't want to use the coaching coach, you can go the long, really confusing way that gets people really confused. I don't really suggest. You can be like, go to my website, www.beachbodycoach.com/username, click on join, then click free membership. That's obviously people get lost. So I would do the coaching coach. Does that answer your question? Okay. So those are the alternatives. So that when people say no to your paying one, you give them something for free. They've already said they would do it, and then they're like, well, it's catch, nothing. I just need you to sign up for free membership because that allows me to coach you and give you access to my meal plans. So, okay, so
Maybe, hold on real quick. So, just so everybody knows when she's talking about going to coaching coach, they're not going to that website. That's something you do. And by putting in your coach ID number, you're actually going to get them the link that gets them directly to that, like, 4th click that she's saying.
Yes, correct.
So, that's definitely something. The other way to do it on your own is to sign or go to your own page when you're signed out and get to that, and then just put your number in there.
Yes.
But that's what coaching coach does. Is actually when you put your number in, it gives you all the links to like the free membership.
There's a mobile site too.
Or anything like that. So that's what she's talking about.
Does that make sense? It just takes all the steps out because a lot of people you do all the steps, it opens up all these windows, and people end up assigned under another coach. And then when you have people like, well, since I already have an account, I didn't realize it. Okay, then you say, are you working with another coach? Always ask that. And if they say no, then say, well, did you get assigned a coach and never hear from them? You wait for their answer. People want to switch to me all the time, and I say, no, you can't do that. You have to reach out to your coach. And then I get in writing from them if they aren't happy with their coach, if their coach has been neglectful, didn't respond to them, or if they never heard from them because it's an active coach. And after that, I tell them, I'm going to go back to your coach. If those don't meet that. So make sure that you get that in writing because it's against compliance to do it, just to take somebody's coach or customer. So the next part is being proof that the product works. We're going to fly through this, but this is a big part of it. You have to find a balance in your life. You have to you can't invite anybody to challenge, like I said, if you have no results. People, your journey as a a coach starts because you have results, which gets interest. Then you get people to coach. You do your job as a coach to help them get whatever results they have, whether it be, mental, emotional, physical health, and then you have to keep them on track to have them be a testimony of what type of coach you are. So the big thing is it has to be this. One thing that I tell everybody is that your transformation does not have to be complete. It will never be complete. Remember the whole monkey off the back thing? This is going to be a completed cycle. You don't want to stay perfect forever. It kind of limits yourself. It's great to have the ups and downs, ups and downs. Like my weight goes up and down. I mean, I was at my optimum fitness level when I finished the bio test group in June. And then I gained weight back. And then I started all over again. I will always have more before pictures than after. And have them slowing me down in my business. It makes me real. People actually prefer me over somebody with an 8-pack abs to a degree because I can understand. The ultra fit people like my coach, she's going to be the one that goes to people like Danielle Cass, who are like machines. People like me go to me, And so the thing is, like, stop trying to appeal to everybody or think you have to be perfect. Just be yourself and share your ups and downs. Because other people are feeling the same way. You want to make sure that you do stick to a fitness program, a nutrition plan, Shakeology, because when you have some measurable results, it helps you invite confidence. It keeps your integrity to the programs. You cannot, I see people who are switching from company to company to company. I'm like, I won't buy from you. You don't feel loyal to it. So make sure that you're using the products regularly and that you're not one of those coaches who have Shakeology back up on your seat. On your counters, make sure that you don't own 50 million programs and only make it in a couple days at a time and quit all of them. Find one that works for you. 21-day fix or 10-minute trainer or Pio are the best ones. Honestly, 21-day fix is the best one because it's 21 days. You can modify the whole time. Find a program and make it work. If you can't make yourself do it, then you're not going to have the success as a coach. So you pick which one you want to do. It comes first. You have to be a part of the product to be able to build a successful business. You don't have to have finished every program out there. You don't have to have 6 abs, like I said, but you have to have something there. It could be a story about your energy levels improving. Even one story right there that her husband was speaking it, and he said, well, you were feeling better, and so I wanted that. That's the story. I mean, we didn't mention weight loss, we didn't mention finishing program, we didn't mention muscle, but that is a story. That's her story, their story, yes?
Another one if you want to share, I've had migraines for 20 years, and they are gone.
And that's a story. People think that your story and to sell it has to be some jaw-dropping results. No, you don't. It has to be your story. And that is an awesome story. You know how many people have migraines? One person left earlier today because she had a migraine. And she took medicine on lunch and it didn't go in. She left because she had a migraine. Right there. So share your story. You can't have a story and you can't attract people if you're not using the products. And if you became a coach 3 years ago, you've only finished one program, it does affect your business. Like I said, you don't have to finish an X amount of programs in a year, but you have to keep your journey going. So, like for me, I broke my foot, and I couldn't, my toe got pulverized. I couldn't even stand, I couldn't do anything. So for 4 months, I couldn't work out. But I followed the 21-day fix nutrition plan. I still was, helping leaders build their business. I was drinking Shakeology every day. I did 3-day refresh twice. So the thing is that you can still build your business. These people who think like Melissa and all these people on my team who were pregnant and they kept their business going. Melissa advanced to diamond. Whenever she was pregnant, she advanced to 1-star and 2-star diamond and developed her 3rd diamond when, with a newborn. The thing is, pregnancy or things like this don't handicap you. This is your job. If you see it as your job, like if you own, Stephanie seems to own a children's store. If she broke her foot, do you think she would just close her business down then? I mean, probably not. You're going to make it work. This is your business. This is your livelihood. Make it work. And people always ask about, what do I do about being pregnant? And I told them that it's not a handicap. Because one of my coaches back home, she was like, everybody's like downing me because like I'm not going to do this. It's like you're newly pregnant. I'm like, well, would you quit a job, any other job, just because you're pregnant? Absolutely not. I'm like, you're not handicapped. You do bio, you modify, as long as your doctor says it's fine. You keep drinking Shakeology, you follow the 21-day fix nutrition plan, just bump it up to the next level so you're not trying to lose weight. Focus on food. Show people that you can do this and you'll never have to return back to work when you have your, I think it's like 5th or 6th kid. You're not going to have to put them in daycare. I mean, find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Use Shakeology, to build your business. I'm assuming everybody's seen the Tony Horn video where he talks about all the ingredients. Yeah? Okay, I don't know if I think I've watched it so many times. That's a great video.
Good morning.
That's the video I send to people when they're like, I want to do my own smoothies. I have my like chia seeds and what else? What other stuff is
Flaxseed.
Flaxseed. I had flaxseed and I put like spinach and all that stuff. It's like my green smoothie. And I'm like, that gotta taste like shit. Well, how many vitamins is in it? I'm like, is it organic? Is it like whole food? Well, no. And I'm like, well, why don't you watch this? So at least I'm telling them that little smoothie really isn't all that's cracked up to be. It's probably better than drinking, like a frappuccino in the morning, but it's really not that great. So, there's always a way around it. You educate them. And when I tell everybody, the great thing about this is that it's not a protein shake, so don't tell me how many grams of protein it actually needs. There's this one guy in our town, and I always see him posting about how Shakeology is not enough protein for men. I didn't realize that this was like gender, specific, but I'm like, it's not a protein shake, so whatever, and when you eat fast food, it doesn't really help you. But I always tell people the biggest thing about Shakeology is it has all these, whole superfoods, and the best thing about it is blended together in the most natural state where they complement each other so you actually absorb the nutrients. If you were ever pregnant and, tested for low iron and they gave you iron pills, you know to take it with orange juice or something with vitamin C because it's the only way your body absorbs it. You know that if you take a multivitamin over the counter, it may have the right dose or percentage that your body needs, but they're not broken down where it's, basically your body absorbs it, and it's not the right blend. So that's why when you take a multivitamin, when you pee, it's like bright green or yellow a lot of times because your body just is not able to absorb it. When you drink Shakeology, your body does absorb it. That's why you feel better. How many of you have taken a multivitamin and felt the same? Yeah. Okay, so you drink Shakeology after 2 days, you feel amazing. You don't drink it for 2 days, you feel like shit. Okay, so these are things, maybe you might not say it the way I do, but I'm just saying, that's really the cut and dry of it. So once you understand that concept and you can tell people that and you actually understand it, you're not like, I just drink this shake because it's like, oh, she said to drink it and I actually feel good. Where you actually take note of how you feel and why you drink it, it will help you market it. And when you actually believe it because you put it on paper, you know why. Because you can't just do to customers like you do to your kids, I told you to brush your teeth because I told you so your mom and I don't want to brush teeth. Unfortunately, you can't do that. So you have to find, what works for them. And again, once you know what their why is, you can help them. Because some people may have perfect, no health concerns. So obviously you can go on and on about the health concerns to try to sell them on that. But if they're not concerned about their health or they have no health problem, that's not a big deal. So find out what it is and what way to leverage it. And I always ask people about Shakeology, and they're like, I want to order Shakeology. I always think, well, are you interested for health or weight loss? Benefits. Everybody says both. Really, it's not always both. And I ask the question because they think that a lot of them it's like weight loss, but they're like, oh my god, I have to say health because that makes me sound so vain. So and let them know that it's okay. Don't judge them and just say, okay, well, I always said, well, thanks for that. I just wanted to know which way to go to help you provide you more information. Because if somebody's like, a couple people the other day were like, my husband has this and I have ulcerative colitis and all these different things. And I'm like, okay, so I send them the Shakeology 100 Doctors Don't Lie video. I'm not going to send them the Tony Horn one. That's kind of great to talk about health benefits, but that's not a big video. I'm not going to talk about how, they absorb the superfoods. I'm going to talk to them about medical issues. And like I said here, when I broke my toe, I used, backwards.
You have a bottle
things I even had my husband do 3-day refresher. We came back from summit to, you know, like just do 3 days. Like you don't have to like do a 90-day program, just do 3 days. You know, and he drinks alcohol every day, so we talk about how it helps with the acid reflux and everything. So come up with this, whatever your story is, and share it. We have so many things that can be improved the product works. Next slide. You don't even see this, it's kind of pointless, huh? So we want to help your customers become coaches. So this is the thing is, like I said, go over this guide because it's going to help you identify who your good coaches are. And then you want to recognize those people and you want to work with those and help them build their confidence that they can do this. That's what we did with Stephanie Stevens, because she was, you know, like talking about it all the stuff, and wasn't just like, you should become a coach. She's like, well, I don't know, you know, and we worked with her, and I was having to do a coach sneak peek, and she, you know, became part of it, and that's when she was like, hey, I actually can do this. And so the thing is, you know, Shasta and Melissa both that identified in the challenge group, because she wasn't in my challenge group, that she was coach material. She was already doing that, and she's still doing exactly what she was doing before. She's just getting paid for it now, because she was doing that back then. So, you know, make sure you're doing that. And then, you know, once you have a coach, make sure that you train them right, that you don't set them on their way, that you know, work out. Like for me, it was a mess. Like when I became a coach, I didn't know what I was doing because my coach didn't know what she was doing. She was killing it, but she didn't know what she was doing. She had no formal training. We didn't know, there was no training script. She didn't know what to do. So like Melissa was one of my first coaches. We just like worked together and it was like, I mean, we just wrote out lots of forms and figured it out, and we're still developing new things. But now you guys have the 7-day quick start. Use that. They have the, I use now because I'm kind of all over the place if you didn't notice. I use the guide there about how to get your coach to start right, which tells you exactly what to say on the getting started right call. It tells you what questions to ask. It tells you what to go over with it. And that one was the 7-day quick start was there before this was. So now this tells you what to do. So when I get on the phone with people, I go over it. Or when I'm doing a Zoom call with my new coaches, I have that documented. It takes the guesswork out. It even tells you the email to send to people to welcome them on board. Obviously, you can customize it. But if you don't know what to say, it helps you. So make sure that you're using these guides. And then, how many of you have participated in a Coach Basics group? How many of you have led a Coach Basics group? How many of you have seen rank advancements within your own team or yourself from being part of one? We have done like these team trainings, and gosh, when was it, like 2 months ago? It was right before Jen was born. We had like 40 rank advancements in like 39 days because we followed this. Again, the training is there. Even if you don't have a strong upline, because I don't know all of your history, even if you don't have a strong upline, you can follow these steps on your own. It's kind of boring if you do it on your own, but the steps are there. The pipeline is there. Follow it. Like I said, I cannot tell you how many coaches say, I want to switch to you because I don't know what to do, nobody's training me. Like, follow the guide. You don't even need me. Get on my team calls, get on the National Wake Up Call, go to events. You don't need me. No, you can't switch to me. They still call and try to switch me, but they're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. So make sure that you are following this. And if you're a new coach and you don't know what to do, go through this with your new team, people on your team. Learn together. Like I said, me and Melissa, that's how we learn. We just went into we're gonna do it. It was a mess. Yeah. Now we don't have to sing it. We have all these new tabs too in the Coach Online office about in the coach training that is like relevant to your rank. So make sure you check that out because that's new from Thursday. So whenever you have a new coach, you always tell them, welcome to my team. I'm just sending my email. I'm going to, like for us, we're big on recognition. We add them to our team page. If you've sponsored at least one coach, open your own team page. You are a leader. You don't have to be Emerald, you don't have to be Diamond, you don't have to have a team name. Just open a freaking page to talk to your coach that you sponsored. So once you do that, you tell them that, you know, my goal as a new coach is to help you cover the cost of your Shakeology, achieve success starter, and also advance the Emerald coach. You have set up expectations. And they say, well, what is that? I have a playlist on my YouTube channel too, where it's for new coaches. You teach them how to set up their websites, how to navigate Coach Online Office, and there's even the one about the success starter. So the thing is, you can browse that, create your own playlist, and I wouldn't send them playlists to people all at once, just overwhelming in the beginning, but send them one at a time. When you're done watching this video, let me know, I'll send you the next one. See, here's the next. You have them there. Then, so they're like, well, what's success? You know, what's a success starter? How many Shakeology paid for? Well, then you tell them, step by step. And then let them, once they have the accurate information, make the decision if they want to be a discount coach or a working coach. Don't throw tons of stuff at them at once because they're gonna say no. Explain to them, once you've laid the foundation, what Emerald says is about, how that benefits them. Customer lead program. And now, like, we had like 800,000 people who ordered off of infomercials on the website in 2013? Or 13. Now there's more infomercials. There's going to be a pilot infomercial coming up. There's 2 21-day fix infomercials. I don't know. We've
Shakeology will be in that. That's the first time that Shakeology will be marketed on TV.
It's huge. Like I suffer from insomnia bad lately, and I've seen like all these awesome infomercials, and I'm like, you know, these are the things that people, they have stuff on their mind that's bothering them, they're stressed out, they're up, you know, eating late, and they're watching this, and they order it. So like 800,000 people ordered off the infomercials or direct in 2013. We have more infomercials and more coaches and advocates where people are walking around. If we're doing our job and we have walking testimonies walking around because of what we help them do. Can you imagine how many people are going to order now? I mean, I get like, I don't know, like at least 10 leads a month between all 3 of my business centers. Not all of them respond, but I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, it shows you how many people are ordering. I mean, it really shows you how many people are ordering. So anyways, make sure that people ask me all the time, or everyone goes, well, what do I do about the lead? It's all here. I'm going to redirect you to there. Check your coach training academy in the lead lesson section. I'm not going to give you the answer. Unless you're my team, I'll tell you check the file section. I have the purpose they use to contact coaches.
So lead lessons are emailed to you.
Yes. Yes, I do not give you the answers. Yes. There is it under the Team Beachbody YouTube channel too. It's all there. So make sure you're doing that. So one of the things that I always ask people, and actually I have a big long post stuff about develop your story. Whatever your story is. My story was very simple in the beginning, and now it's huge and it's long and it's like chapter for chapter. But I have a YouTube playlist on my channel about who I am. You can watch my story from the first time I did my video in February-ish of 2013 to now. My story has changed rapidly because I've been doing the 3 Vital Behaviors, because I've been getting involved in the community, because I have a different mindset. So make sure that you develop your story. But for beginners, if you don't know what your story is, if you think you don't have a story, start off with, I joined the team at Beachbody because I joined Diesel Nation because I couldn't tell my coach no. She thought I was coach material. I told her no. I gave her 10 excuses why I couldn't. She just proved me wrong every time. And I'm a yes person. That's my story. I'm happy I did because I turned my $205 P90X challenge pack into over $200,000 in less than 3 years. That's why I'm happy. Because my kids no longer ride the bus anymore. I get to pick them up. Because I get to feel like a mom for the first time. I get to go on field trips. I get to sleep in when I want. Those are the things that are important to me. You have a reason for these, you know, a response to all of these. Because of my Beachbody business, I hope to. If you're in the beginning, you have what your beginning goals are. Those are the things you share. I recommend doing it in a video. People see your face, you see your facial expressions. It pushes you outside of your comfort zone. If it makes you want to vomit, do it. Yeah, I did. I did. I don't want to vomit anymore. I was like, yay, but literally, like, and I even have a video on my YouTube channel about how to make videos. And so does Shalene. Shalene has a podcast on that podcast channel about how to do videos. So there's no excuses. So many of you already know that or you're already a proven product work. And that is why it's going to be believable from you. So make sure that to be persuasive, we must be believable. To be believable, we must be credible. To be credible, we must be truthful. That ties in with everything that I said, correct? The biggest thing is you need to be credible and have a reputation that is known. Social media gets it out there. That's why I'm always paying it forward. That's why we do big recognition on our team. Well, because we're proud of each other, we love one another. But the thing is, when I'm like talking about what an awesome leader Melissa is, then all of our team's like, hell yeah, she is. And people are like, I want to be on Team Fierce. When Louise's coaches are tagging her and me and saying, these two ladies have helped me reach my goal. Look at Louise's, great result, and she's never forgotten about me. Neither is Mindy. That is building that person's story, but building our credibility. When people say, God, I love your team. I love your team. You recognize each other. They're right on our team. That builds our credibility. So pay it forward. I always honor my coach, her sister, Melissa McAllister, Allie Vaughn, Tommy Meyer, Jason Siegel, all these people were my friends who helped me leading. Because you know what? They helped me get to where I am, and I'm never going to forget them, and because it builds their reputation. And it shows the unity in our team. So make sure that you are not withholding this information. Make sure you're giving people the shout out who have helped you get to where they are. Your coach, people in your team that trusted you, your first coach that signed up under you, and you were a mess because you didn't know anything, and they're still there a year later. Make sure that you honor them. Everybody likes to have a shout out, right? Make sure you do that, and especially when it comes to people on your team that you sponsor. Okay, so the last section we're going to go through is personal development. Improving your skill sets increases your confidence and ability to invite. How many of you graduated over 10 years ago? 15 years ago? Yeah, high school. How many of you went to college? Over 10 years ago? Okay. I graduated in 1997. My mom knows I lived with her in high school. I was just trying to get out of high school early. I was living pretty much, I left home, I was living with Monica and her mom and her dad, and I was trying to get out of high school, out. And I just was winging it. And then I went to college, it was like a little junior college, and then I got pregnant at 17, and the rest was history. But I didn't feed my mind. Like, there was no challenge after the time I was 16 in 1997. Nothing. And I mean, I'm pretty sure you can say the same thing to any adult I talk to and say, I don't read. And they're like, I don't read. Like, it's like a bad thing to read. Like, I don't read a book. And I've heard adults like, I'm only reading for that pictures. The thing is, we see the marketing on it, Dr. Oz shows, Montel Williams shows, Michael Kelly, show, all these things, because I've seen all the, our trainers on there. And you see all these things about health and fitness on, commercials and stuff, but you don't see anything about your mind. Your mind is a powerful thing. Like I said, your mind can talk you in or out of anything you need to do. It's going to tell you if you can finish that workout. And one thing Autumn says is that, the strength is not what you can do, it's doing the things that you couldn't do. You have to feed your mind by being around positive people and really personal development to help you move past your excuses and be the strong person you are and overcome the things that happen in your life, the people who let you down, the people who hurt your feelings, the people who trigger things that happen from childhood that are there. The things that happen in your childhood are what holds you back. And that is like one of my biggest mottos this year is to, really help people identify what holds them back. It's the fear of failure, fear of responsibility that comes with success, fear of, what people think, fear of, it all comes from fear. And like I said earlier this morning, the fear was not, we're not born with fear. Things happen. There's things that hold you back. And so I really ask question after question after question after question, and I make people meditate on it, and I give them, timelines, like they think about it for me, they get back to me. Sometimes people tell me things right away, and I share my story about depression, sexual abuse, drug abuse, all these different things, physical abuse, and then I make it very open. You can come to me because it's one of those things that holds people back. It's one of them. They were abused in some form as a child, neglected, they were talked down to, they turned to drugs, alcohol, they did things that were dishonest. Something happened early in their life that held them back, and they're ashamed of it. And it causes fear. And so I make it very open about what I do, and I heal because of that. And So the thing is, and I attribute to personal development. People who follow me, I know some of you do because you're on my team or we know each other outside of our team. And, you know, I've shared my struggle with depression and, you know, drug and alcohol abuse and my 3 marriages and 3 kids with different dads, all these different things that, you know, and I'm telling them, like, I can talk about this now because I've done personal development. I share on YouTube and in my challenge groups passages from personal development because people are not going to do it. But so I read it to them. And a lot of people read and they don't comprehend, or they ignore the lesson at hand. So when I'm done reading it, I tie in what the point is so they can relate it. When I do posts, I talk about things that I learned in personal development so that people say, oh, personal development is really worthwhile, it's valuable. The biggest thing is, like, I want all coaches, I push it on coaches. If you come to me and ask me for help and you're not on my team, or if you're on my team, I first thing ask you to do personal development. If you're not, like, get a book and come back and talk to me. If you don't get it, don't talk to me. I mean, really, I don't have time for people who are not going to be coachable and follow the steps. I cannot tell you how many people I know who've lost 100 pounds, 200 pounds, and they're not doing personal development. You don't have to have 100-pound weight loss to become a successful coach. You have to have a strong mind to become a coach, a confident, you know, level that doesn't hold you back. If you are 400 pounds, you lose 200 pounds, you have a great transformation, but you aren't sure of yourself and you still look in the mirror and see that unhappy 400-pound person who hasn't learned to get over whatever issue it is that made you stuff your face and make bad decisions to get up to 400 pounds, you're not going to be successful. So really, personal development is a big part of it. What were you going to say?
I don't even remember how I messaged you a while ago, but I lost recently 70 pounds, and I was going to feature in a magazine, and I had been talking back and forth to Mindy. I'm fully not on her team. I think I just was following you, and I'm like, I love her. So I messaged you something, and I had told her I'm not going to have my before and after picture put in the magazine because I couldn't see the difference between the people that was 70 pounds heavier. And I sent her the picture and she said, are you crazy? You put that in the magazine. And I put it in the magazine.
Can we see it? Because you told me that we couldn't launch it, you couldn't share it with anybody. Or because has the article been published?
Yeah, it got published and they released it. But you also told me to get a personal development book. And you said, what are you doing for personal development? And I think I told you I was listening to Shalene Johnson. And you said, that's great, I encourage you to continue to listen to that. But you need to read something else that lets you know that you're amazing now as the person that you are.
Did you do it? And did it help?
Yes.
I think a lot of people think that I tell them stuff because I just want to watch, like, puppets dance. But, like, seriously, like, I tell people to do stuff and I'm like, just do it. Like, you got to post it. I was like, just keep posting, keep doing this. And I tell her what to post and, like, how to post. Not verbiage, but, like, this is what you need to do to see your point. And she was like, you can tell, she's like, oh, you can say so. But she did it, which means she's coachable. She didn't have to believe it would work. She didn't really have to believe me, but she just had to do it. And then she comes in and she was like, oh my God, maybe somebody to do this. And it's actually working. I'm like, hallelujah, I love it. Whenever I think of people, like, realize that I'm not just shitting you. Like, I'm not just making this stuff up. Like, this is stuff that I've done and I've seen this work to the top. I've learned this from my friends who are top coaches. Like, Melissa McAllister has been in the top 10 like 3 times. Okay? You don't do that by accident. And what she taught me to do in 2012 is I immediately implemented as soon as Louise and I met her and left the training in Dallas and we drove 4 hours to. She's still doing. She's still doing. And I tell everybody this because I pay it forward. Like, she is an amazing leader. I'm not making this up. This isn't the board rule. This is what Mindy wants. This is literally what works. And she said, don't reinvent the wheel. And I haven't. And that's why I've stayed in the top 0.1%. And that's why a lot of my team is there too. Because they've done it. Don't reinvent the wheel just so you have a way to say that it didn't work. That's self-sabotage. So, personal development, one of my coaches, she gave me some vital behavior training for the last time. She's like, I had an aha moment. I always thought, she's like, I didn't do personal development. And she was like, because I thought it was going to change me. But then Mindy said, don't reinvent the wheel. And I'm like, I've been saying that for 3 years. Something stunk in. She was like, I realize now that personal development is not about changing me, it's about making me a better version of myself. When you think of personal development, or when you first heard it, what do you think? Blah, blah, blah. I thought you're like trying to change me, like, oh, I'm not weak. Yes, I am, but I don't want to admit it. You know, it's one thing like Chris Reed, he's like one of my favorite people. He was like, you know, he's SWAT team, and he's like a badass, and he does not have any confidence issues at all. Like, actually, it's like, it's seeping out, the confidence is seeping out. He was just like, I thought that, you know, personal development was for people who had low self-esteem, and that's not me. But he started reading it, and it changed everything. It made him a better version of himself. So the thing is, like, I get all these things, like, I don't like to read. Like, I have ADD. My mom and dad used to make me read the Bible for hours. Hours. So, like, to me, I associate reading with that. Like, starting to read the Bible. I'm not saying anything bad. Like, that was boring at 6 and 7 years old to read the Bible hours out of the day. So now, like, that is painful. So, you know what I do is I listen to audio. I do when I'm driving, and I listen to it over and over and over and over again. Because remember what I said, you only retain about 20% of what you hear. So I listen to it over and over and over again. And something that I realized, I went to Danny Johnson and changed my life. And then I went back the second time, and I was like, I got something totally different out of it. Because I was in a different thing. And Leslie said the same thing about, she goes back and listens to the calls that I do. She goes back and listens to the summit workshops. She's like, there's stuff that I get now because it's more familiar, or she's more open-minded to it because of personal development. So do this. So here's my thing is, if you don't like to read, and you say you don't do personal development because you don't like to read, you're lying because you're on Facebook. You can read all day. See, I told you, you can't get excuses. So, if you say you don't have time, how many of you women wear makeup or do your hair every day? Or at least 5 days a week you do it, okay? How many of you commute more than 10 minutes a day to work? Okay. How many of you watch at least 10 minutes a day of TV, Facebook, texting, talking on the phone? Okay, so you have the time if you want it. If you're not successful in your business, or you hit a plateau in your business, it's because you're not doing personal development. I can always tell people we're doing personal development. I won't call you a liar, but I, in my head, I'm like, liar. So make sure you do it. It's uncomfortable. Don't read stuff that makes you feel fluffy and great. Like, I was reading, I realized that, like, well, I'm not growing as much as I was in, like, 2012 or 2013. I'm like, I know I can do better. I'm never going to be great, but I can be better than what I am. And then I realized, like, I was reading the book Relentless. Relentless, that's me. I was reading a book about me. I was like, oh, I know this. Yeah, that's me. It made me feel good, but it didn't make me grow. It didn't push me past my comfort zone. So now I've been reading books that are going to make me better and push past my, you know, things like the whole go for no. The thing is, I had a problem. So I'm like, I don't need to go talk to people because I have people like coming flocking to me because I share my story. But I was limiting my success. And I was never getting comfortable with what needed to happen. Because eventually, I mean, my story evolves a lot, but I mean, I want to make sure that, so I've been reading Go for No. I've been reading, like, I was telling Louise. Louise and I have the same personality and like a lot of the same opinions and the same non-sugarcoating, brutal honesty, but somehow she can say things, the same exact things. It comes out in this nice little package. And then mine's like, it's just a mess. It's like somebody tried to package it nicely and it was horrible. So I'm like, I need to learn how to be nice. Nicer to people. So I've been reading I've read The Power of Nice, which shaped everything. So the thing is, find things that like, I really honestly don't encourage you to spend a lot of time on your weaknesses, because sometimes that's just the way you are, and that's the way you're not great at it. Like as far as characteristics go, find a success partner who is strong where you're weak, because you're never going to fix that. Learn how to enhance your strengths and find a book that pushes past your fears. Yeah, I know, I'm almost done. That pushes you past your fears. Don't try to fix your weaknesses. Those are your weaknesses. We were all born designed a certain way. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Don't read books that are the same things over and over and over. You'd be like, I read 10 minutes of personal development. Yeah, but if you understand nutrition, reading the Tony Horton book about, his programs in nutrition is not going to do you any good. It's not going to make you a better person. It's not going to help you reach more people. If you have a hard time selling Shakeology or understanding how to explain it, then you get Darren's book. Find something. If you are scared about failing because you had, parents or something that expected too much of you, and failure scares you, or you failed a lot of times like me, and that bothers you, find something there. If you need help finding a book or evaluating what area you need, reach out to me. I will help you. If you're saying that you don't have money to buy a book, I have a whole file section on Dropbox of audio and I have a program that I recommend to anyone starting their journey, or it's great even if you already have an established level of fitness. The program is 3 weeks long, but I recommend that you do several rounds of it. I've seen a lot of customers, even some of my friends who've lost 100 pounds doing 6 to 7 rounds, which sounds long, but it's actually only 7 months. It includes workouts as well as a nutrition plan that helps you create a better relationship with food. And helps you have a better understanding of nutrition, helps you focus more on portion control and maintaining a healthy, balanced diet. It comes with 7 portion control, color-coded containers, as well as a shaker cup to mix up your Shakeology, which is a nutrition supplement. And it's part of a program that is designed to help you stay on track with your nutrition and help improve your energy and focus and mental clarity and improve your health as well. I don't say that all at once, I sound there so I can copy and paste it, but obviously, that's what I say. I don't just say, and I'm copy and pasting stuff on the TV 20-minute fix thing. And then I say, the workouts are 30 minutes long, but that you're not going for the full 30 minutes. You go for 60 seconds with a 20-minute rest. I mean, you do the math. You're not going for 30 minutes. You get a rest. So there's a person also demonstrating the modified version, which I highly recommend every person follow for at least the first 1 to 2 weeks until they become familiar with the program and the moves and build their strength and stamina. Does it sound like something you would want to participate in? Yes. If they say yes, then you say, would you like some more information? Would you watch a video if I sent it? Yes. Then you send it.
I think I meant more like how you sign up for a free membership.
Okay, so then what I do is go to coachingcoach.com, type in my coach ID and my username. And you scroll down a little bit, then it says free membership. I copy and paste that. So then I say, that is, I guess it's what I say too. If somebody says, no, I don't want to do the 21-day fix things, like I'm not ready, I'm busy, I don't think I would finish it, then I say, okay, well, I have an alternate. Would you like to be part of my free challenge? It is completely free, and it will help you see what you'll get out of these groups and from a coach. And it will help you focus on, weight loss or toning, whatever was their goal is. And then they say, yes, okay. And I say, okay, so to create a free membership, then I send them the link. This is, once you do this, let me know so I can check on it. That way I can add you to my group, then you can get my schedule for the free challenge, and you get access to my meal plan. If you don't want to use a coaching coach, you can go the long, really confusing way that gets people really confused, I don't like to suggest. You can go to my website, www.bodycoach.com/username, click on join, and click free membership. That's obviously people get lost, so I would do the coaching coach. Does that answer your question? Okay. So those are the alternatives. So that when people say no to your paying one, you give them something for free. They've already said they would do it, and then they're like, well, it's catch nothing. I just need you to sign up for free membership because that allows me to coach you and give you access to my meal plans. So, okay, so
Mindy, hold on real quick. So, just so everybody knows when she's talking about going to coaching coach, they're not going to that website. That's something you do. And by putting in your coach ID number, you're actually going to get them the link that gets them directly to that like 4th click that she's saying.
Yes, correct.
So that's it's definitely something. The other way to do it on your own is to sign or go to your own page when you're signed out and get to that, and then just put your number in there.
Yes.
But that's what coaching coach does. Is actually when you put your number in, it gives you all the links to the free membership.
There's a mobile site too.
Or anything like that. So that's what she's talking about.
Does that make sense? It takes all the steps out because a lot of people you do all the steps, it opens up all these windows, and people end up assigned under another coach. And then when you have people like, well, since I already have an account, I didn't realize it. Okay, then you say, are you working with another coach? Always ask that. And if they say no, then say, well, did you get assigned a coach and never hear from them? You wait for their answer. People want to switch to me all the time, and I say, no, you can't do that. You have to reach out to your coach. And then I get in writing from them if they aren't happy with their coach, if their coach has been neglectful, didn't respond to them, or if they never heard from them because it's an active coach. And after that, I turn them away. I'm going to go back to your coach. If those don't beat that. So make sure that you get that in writing because it's against compliance to do anything, just to take somebody's coach or customer. So the next part is being proof that the product works. We're going to fly through this, but this is a big part of it. You have to find a balance in your life. You have to invite. You can't invite anybody to challenge, like I said, if you have no results. People, your journey as a coach starts because you have results, which gets interest. Then you get people to coach. You do your job as a coach to help them get whatever results they have, whether it be, mental, emotional, physical, health, and then you have to keep them on track to have them be a testimony of what type of coach you are. So the big thing is, this has to be this. One thing that I tell everybody is that your transformation does not have to be complete. It will never be complete. Remember the whole monkey off the back thing? This is going to be a complete cycle. You don't want to stay perfect forever. It kind of limits yourself. It's great to have the ups and downs, ups and downs. Like my weight goes up and down. I mean, I was at my optimum fitness level when I finished the bio test group in June. And then I gained weight back. And then I started all over again. I will always have more before pictures than after. And have them slowing me down in my business. It makes me real. People actually prefer me over somebody with an 8-pack abs to a degree because I can understand. The ultra fit people like my coach, she's going to be the one that goes to people like Danielle Cass, who are like machines. People like me go to me, And so the thing is, like, stop trying to appeal to everybody or think you have to be perfect. Just be yourself and share your ups and downs. Because other people are feeling the same way. You want to make sure that you do stick to a fitness program, a nutrition plan, Shakeology, because when you have some measurable results, it helps you invite with confidence. It keeps your integrity to the programs. You cannot, I see these people who are switching from company to company to company. I'm like, I don't buy from you. You don't feel loyal to it. So make sure that you're using the products regularly and that you're not one of those coaches who have Shakeology back up on your seat. On your counters, Make sure that you don't own 50 million programs and only make it into a couple days at a time and quit all of them. Find one that works for you. 21-day fix or 10-minute trainer or Pi are the best ones. Honestly, 21-day fix is the best one because it's 21 days. You can modify the whole time. Find a program and make it work. If you can't make yourself do it, then you're not going to have the success as a coach. So you pick which one you want to do. It comes first. You have to be a product of the product to be able to build a successful business. You don't have to have finished every program out there. You don't have to have 6 abs, like I said, but you have to have something there. It could be a story about your energy levels improving. Even one story right there that her husband was sneaking in, and he said, well, you were feeling better, and so I wanted that. That's the story. I mean, we didn't mention weight loss, we didn't mention finishing program, we didn't mention muscle, but that is a story. That's her story, their story. Yes?
Another one if you want to share, I've had migraines for 20 years, and they are gone.
And that's a story. People think that your story and to sell it has to be some jaw-dropping results. No, you don't. It has to be your story. And that is an awesome story. You know how many people have migraines? One person left earlier today because she had a migraine. And she took medicine over lunch and it didn't go in. She left because she had a migraine. Right there. So share your story. You can't have a story and you can't attract people if you're not using the products. And if you became a coach 3 years ago, you've only finished one program, it does affect your business. Like I said, you don't have to finish an X amount of programs in a year, but you have to keep your journey going. So, like for me, I broke my foot. And I couldn't, my toe got pulverized. I couldn't even stand, I couldn't do anything. So for 4 months, I couldn't work out. But I called the 21-day fix nutrition plan. I still was, helping leaders build their business. I was drinking Shakeology every day. I did 3-day refresh twice. So the thing is that you can still build your business. These people who think like Melissa and all these people on my team who were pregnant and they kept their business going. Melissa advanced to diamond. Whenever she was pregnant, she advanced to 1-star and 2-star diamond and developed her 3rd diamond when with a newborn. The thing is, pregnancy or things like this don't handicap you. This is your job. If you see it as your job, like if you own, Stephanie seems to own a children's store. If she broke her foot, do you think she would just close her business down then? I mean, probably not. You're going to make it work. This is your business. This is your livelihood. Make it work. And people always ask about, what do I do about being pregnant? And I told them that it's not a handicap. Because one of my coaches back home, she was like, everybody's like downing me because like I'm not going to do this. It's like you're newly pregnant. I'm like, well, would you put a job, any other job, just because you're pregnant? Absolutely not. I'm like, you're not handicapped. You do bio, you modify, as long as your doctor says it's fine. You keep drinking Shakeology. You follow the 21-day fixed nutrition plan, just bump it up to the next, level so you're not trying to lose weight. Focus on food. Show people that you can do this and you'll never have to return back to work when you have your, I think it's like 5th or 6th kid. You're gonna have to put them in daycare. I mean, find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Use Shakeology, to build your business. I'm assuming everybody's seen the Tony Horn video where he talks about all the ingredients. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I've watched it so many times. That's a great video.
Good morning.
That's the video I send to people when they're like, I want to do my own smoothies. I have all my chia seeds and what else? With other stuff is
Flaxseed.
Flaxseed. I had flaxseed and I put spinach and all that stuff. It's like my cream smoothie. And I'm like, that tastes like shit. How many vitamins is in it? And is it organic? Is it like whole food? Well, no. I'm like, well, why don't you watch this? So at least I'm telling them that a little smoothie really isn't all that's attractive to me. It's probably better than drinking, like a frappuccino in the morning, but it's really not that great. So, there's always a way around it. You educate them. And when I tell everybody, the great thing about this is that it's not a protein shake, so don't tell me how many grams of protein it actually needs. There's this one guy in our town, and I always see him posting about how Shakeology is not enough protein for men. I didn't realize that this was like gender, specific, but I'm like, it's not a protein shake, so whatever. And when you eat fast food, it doesn't really help you. But I always tell people the biggest thing about Shakeology is it has all these, whole superfoods, and the best thing about it is blended together in the most natural state where they complement each other, so you actually absorb the nutrients. Because if you were ever pregnant and tested for low iron and they gave you iron pills, you know to take it with orange juice or something with vitamin C, because that's the only way your body absorbs it. You know that if you take a multivitamin over the counter, it may have the right dose or percentage that your body needs, but they're not broken down where it's, basically your body absorbs it, and it's not the right blend. So that's why when you take a multivitamin, when you pee, it's like bright green or yellow a lot of times because your body just is not able to absorb it. When you drink Shakeology, your body does absorb it. That's why you feel better. How many of you taken a multivitamin and felt the same? No. Okay, so if you drink Shakeology every 2 days, you feel amazing. You don't drink it for 2 days, you feel like shit. Okay, so these are things, maybe you might not say it the way I do, but I'm just saying, that's really the cut and dry of it. So once you understand that concept and you can tell people that and you actually understand it, you're not like, I just drink this shake because it's like, oh, she said to drink it and I actually feel good. Where you actually take note of how you feel and why you drink it, it will help you market it. And when you actually believe it because you put it on paper, you know why. Because you can't just do to customers like we do to your kids, I told you to brush your teeth because I told you so, your mom and I don't want to brush teeth. Unfortunately, you can't do that. So you have to find, what works for them. And again, once you know what their why is, you can help them. Because some people may have perfect, no health concerns. So obviously you can go on and on about the health concerns to try to sell them on that. But if they're not concerned about their health or they have no health problems, that's not a big deal. So find out what it is and what way to leverage it. And I always ask people about Shakeology, and they're like, I want to order Shakeology. I always think, well, are you interested for health or weight loss benefits? Everybody says both. Really, it's not always both. But, and I ask the question because they think that a lot of them it's like weight loss, but they're like, oh my god, I have to say health because that makes me sound so vain. So and let them know that it's okay. Don't judge them and just say, okay. Well, I always say, well, thanks for that. I just wanted to know which way to go to help you provide you more information. Because if somebody's like, a couple people the other day were like, my husband has this and I have ulcerative colitis and all these different things. And I'm like, okay, so I send them the Shakeology 100 Doctors Don't Lie video. I'm not going to send them the Tony Horn one. That's kind of great to talk about health benefits, but that's not that big a video. I'm not going to talk about how, they absorb the superfoods. I'm going to talk to them about medical issues. And like I said here, when I broke my toe, I used, going backwards. use different things. I even had my husband do 3-day refresh when he came back from Summit to, you know, I'm like, just do 3 days. Like, you don't have to like do a 90-day program, just do 3 days. You know, and he drinks Shakeology every day, so we talk about how it helps with the acid reflux and everything. So come up with this, whatever your story is, and share it. We have so many things that can be improved if the product works. Next slide. Y'all can see this, it's kind of cool, huh? So we want to help your customers become coaches. So this is the thing is, like I said, go over this guide because it's going to help you identify who your good coaches are. And then you want to recognize those people and you want to work with those and help them build their confidence that they can do this. That's what we did with Stephanie Stevens, because she was, you know, like talking about it and all this stuff, and wasn't just said, you should become a coach. She's like, well, I don't know, you know, and we worked with her, and I was having to do a coach sneak peek, and she, you know, became part of it, and that's when she was like, hey, I actually can do this. And so the thing is, you know, Shasta and Melissa both had identified in the challenge group, because she wasn't in my challenge group, that she was coach material. She was already doing that, and she's still doing exactly what she was doing before. She's just getting paid for it now, because she was doing that back then. So, you know, make sure you're doing that. And then, you know, once you have a coach, make sure that you train them right, that you don't set them on their way, that you know, work out. Like, for me, it was a mess. Like, when I became a coach, I didn't know what I was doing, because my coach didn't know what she was doing. She was killing it, but she didn't know what she was doing. She had no formal training. We didn't know, there was no training script. She didn't know what to do. So, like, Melissa was one of my first coaches. We just, like, worked together, and it was like, I mean, we just wrote out lots of forms and figured it out, and we're still developing new things. But now you guys have the 7-day quick start. Use that. They have the, I use now, because I'm kind of all over the place if you didn't notice. I use the guide there about how to get your coach to start right, which tells you exactly what to say on the getting started right call. It tells you what questions to ask. It tells you what to go over with it. And that one was the 7-day quick start was there before this one. So now this tells you what to do. So when I get on the phone with people, I go over it. Or when I'm doing a Zoom call with my new coaches, I have that document up. It takes the guesswork out. It even tells you the email to send to people to welcome them on board. Obviously, you can customize it, but if you don't know what to say, it helps you. So make sure that you're using these guides. And then, how many of you have participated in a Coach Basics group? How many of you have led a Coach Basics group? How many of you have seen rank advancements within your own team or yourself from being part of one? We have done like these team trainings, and gosh, when was it, like 2 months ago? It was right before Jenna was born. We had like 40 rank advancements in like 39 days because we followed this. Again, the training is there. Even if you don't have a strong upline, because I don't know all of your history, even if you don't have a strong upline, you can follow these steps on your own. It's kind of boring if you do it on your own, but the steps are there. The pipeline is there. Follow it. Like I said, I cannot tell you how many coaches say, I want to switch to you because I don't know what to do, nobody's training me. Like, follow the guide. You don't even need me. Get on my team calls, get on the National Wake Up Call, go to events. You don't need me. No, you can't switch to me. They still call and try to switch to me, but they're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. So make sure that you are following this. And if you're a new coach and you don't know what to do, go through this with your new team, people on your team. Learn together. Like I said, me and Melissa, that's how we learn. We just went as we were going to do. It was a mess. Yeah. Now we don't have to wing it. We have all these new tabs too in the Coach Online office about in the coach training that is like relevant to your rank. So make sure you check that out because that's new from Thursday. So whenever you have a new coach, you always tell them, welcome to my team. I'm going to send you my email. I'm going to, like for us, we're big on recognition. We add them to our team page. If you've sponsored at least one coach, open your own team page. You are a leader. You don't have to be Emerald, you don't have to be Diamond, you don't have to have a team name. Just open a freaking page to talk to your coach that you sponsored. So once you do that, you tell them that, you know, my goal as a new coach is to help you cover the cost of your Shakeology, achieve success starter, and also advance the Emerald coach. You have set up expectations, and they say, well, what is that? I have a playlist on my YouTube channel too, where it's for new coaches. teach them how to set up their websites, how to navigate the online office, and there's even the one about the success starter. So the thing is, you can browse that, create your own playlist, and I wouldn't send the whole playlist. People all want to just overwhelm me in the beginning, but send them one at a time. When you're done watching this video, let me know. I'll send you the next one. See, here's the next.